In the shattered rock desert of Black Sand Town in the immortal world, a pack of level 3 desert ghost wolves was frantically chasing a trio of young people. They ran for their lives while constantly crying for help. Their luck was truly awful. They originally intended to hunt level 1 sand scorpions, but unexpectedly encountered this tough group of monsters. Their party of 3 included a cleric, a mage, and a warrior, all level 3. Facing those desert ghost wolves was indeed a bit of a struggle. The level 3 warrior was the party leader, but in this situation, he couldn't come up with any other solution than telling his 2 teammates to keep running. Just then, they saw several desert locust trees ahead, and those ghost wolves couldn't climb trees. If they could quickly climb up there first, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Despite saying this, she was actually extremely nervous. Because more than anyone, this person knew that desert ghost wolves were ferocious monsters that rarely gave up once they locked onto a target. Meanwhile, they were already injured from a previous battle, and the last 2 pieces of black iron equipment they had were just damaged. To make matters worse, just as they got very close to the locust forest, the female mage behind them suddenly tripped and fell. The pack of desert ghost wolves caught up quickly, leaping in an instant to pounce on her. This person seemed to have fallen into despair, as she couldn't run in time nor could she fight back. But just then, a light flashed, and no one could see anything clearly. All they knew was that after they came to their senses, one ghost wolf had been taken down. It was knocked out with a single move. A sharp blade had pierced through the vicious monster's throat. Then, a mysterious person wearing a cloak that covered them from head to toe also appeared. The female mage thought this was her savior and breathed a silent sigh of relief. However, the system showed that this person was only level 1, and she once again fell into despair. A complete newbie like this, even if he luckily finished off one desert ghost wolf, how could he possibly handle the whole pack? The young man then pulled down his hood, revealing a handsome face and eyes filled with a cold, murderous aura. He muttered, "So this is the extent of a level 3 monster's power." The desert ghost wolves only paused for a moment after sensing the threat, but they quickly regained their ferocity and charged forward. The young man didn't hesitate, immediately drawing his sword and charging forward, the 2 sides clashing like speeding arrows. And then, in the blink of an eye, the young man had taken care of all of them. The group of 3 level 3s was completely astonished. They had nearly lost their lives to this pack of desert demon wolves. Yet, a single level 1 person like him managed to defeat them, even taking on 4 at once with incredible ease. His style doesn't seem like a newbie at all. "Oh no, everyone, look." The female mage suddenly screamed. Everyone followed her pointed finger, a chill running down their spines as they realized dozens more desert demon wolves had gathered. This was truly bad luck, for so many wolves to suddenly appear like this. Perhaps nearby demon wolves had sensed the smell of their comrades' blood and aggressively moved in. The 3 of them immediately turned to flee. Before leaving, the female squad leader didn't forget to warn the young man. "Quick, run. This is a pack of desert demon wolves strong enough to wipe out an entire starter village. This is no joke. You'll be torn to 100 pieces." However, the young man just turned his head slightly, a smug and confident smirk on his face as he replied, "Is that so?" With that, he extended his hand, and a few cards appear along with his system notification. "Player Lin Yuan, are you sure you want to summon skeleton warriors?" Lin Yuan, expressionless, said yes to confirm his request. The cards in his hand immediately shot forward. When they hit the ground, they created a massive magic circle that emitted an eerie blue light, and then the ground began to crack. From below, white skeletons started to twist their way up. These were level 3 skeleton warriors with 100 health points, 35 attack power, 5 defense power, and an active skill called Slaughtering Slash. The army of white skeletons that Lin Yuan had just summoned was even more ferocious than the pack of desert demon wolves. He was extremely confident about that. Now let's see who will be torn to pieces. And so, the 2 sides immediately lunged at each other like monsters that hadn't had a bloodbath in a long time. 15 minutes later, the entire pack of 16 desert demon wolves had been completely wiped out by Lin Yuan's army of skeletons. He received 160 experience points, 16 wolf fangs, and 16 of their pelts. The other group, hiding on the side, could not help but gape in astonishment at the scene. They never would have dreamed that Lin Yuan could accomplish such an impossible feat alone, especially since he was only a level 1 player. With the danger neutralized, the female mage in the group cautiously approached to start a conversation. "Excuse me, you're a mage, right? The spell you just used seemed like a summoning spell, didn't it?" "I'm a mage too, but I've never seen a skill like yours." "Who said I was a mage?" Lin Yuan replied with a very cold tone. She wanted to ask what his true class was, but Lin Yuan just gave a mysterious smile without any intention to explain. Because his true class was Necro Hunter, a forbidden class with an SSS-rank talent called Shadow Summoning. Lin Yuan's identity was also incredibly special. He was originally a transmigrator from Earth, 3 years ago, a scientist observed a mysterious, giant celestial body, named the Demon Star, that suddenly appeared near Earth. 3 months later, a mysterious company suddenly launched a virtual reality game called Immortal World that far surpassed the technology of the era, shocking the entire world. To join this game, users had to wear the virtual reality helmet provided by the publisher. After that, they would step into another world with almost perfectly realistic sensations. Here, people were divided into various classes, and by continuously leveling up, they would gain enough power to confront the monsters in the game. At first, no one paid much attention, since it was just a game after all. But then one day, some people in the real world also gained abilities like those in the game, and this group began to be called the Chosen. From that point on, a group calling themselves Followers of the Starry Sky Evil God emerged from the game into the real world, carrying out countless brutal massacres against humanity. Lin Yuan's parents also died in the early days of that disaster. To resolve the crisis, humanity gathered the strength of all the Chosen Ones across the world and rose up to counterattack. But unfortunately, they were continuously defeated by the followers of the Starry Sky Evil God, forcing them to retreat. And Lin Yuan also sacrificed himself in that final, decisive battle. But unexpectedly, he was reborn just 1 hour ago, returning to the exact moment he first entered the immortal world. Furthermore, this time the system assigned him a unique forbidden class with an SSS-rank talent. This made Lin Yuan believe that his rebirth came with the mission to protect his family and the entire Earth. This motivated him to quickly increase his level and power. Back in the present, facing the corpses of the wolf pack, Lin Yuan had no intention of wasting such a great resource. He immediately used the shadow summoning technique on the corpses of these desert demon wolves. Instantly, the wolf pack seemed to come back to life. They could stand up, and they even looked more ferocious than before. The greatest feature of this forbidden class was giving Lin Yuan a warrior's physique, while also allowing him to use the shadow summoning technique to turn monster corpses into undead soldiers to fight for him. Moreover, these undead monsters not only inherited their levels and skills, but they also gain a new skill called Undead Body, which helps them become immune to certain negative effects in battle. Lin Yuan also had another talent called the Gate of the Underworld. This talent allowed him to store the monsters revived by his shadow summoning technique in the underworld space, and the storage capacity increases based on the user's level. In other words, as long as Lin Yuan's level was high enough, he would possess a powerful and unrivaled undead army. Watching Lin Yuan revive the desert demon wolves and store them away, the three girls couldn't help but frown, and their leader asked, "Is this reviving the dead into undead beings? Just who in the world are you?" "There isn't much time left," Lin Yuan replied cryptically, because he knew the Death Direwolf boss was about to appear in the Shattered Stone Desert. But instead of being nervous, Lin Yuan was eagerly anticipating it. It was time for him to take on the boss. Soon after, the once clear desert sky was suddenly filled with lightning. Then, the sky cracked open. The rift grew larger, heralding the arrival of the Death Direwolf. Some remembered the official game website stated this boss's attack range was up to 50 meters, so the other players began to flee in a panic. But not everyone was lucky enough to escape. The Death Direwolf was as terrifying as its name suggested. Huge, powerful, and ferocious, it had already sent countless players to their deaths. Despite its ferocity, no one dared to stand up and fight back. This was a level 6 Lord-class boss with extremely high health, attack, and defense. It was impossible for a single player to defeat it. If the players didn't attack together with a clear strategy, they were just signing their own death warrants. In the immortal world, every sensation was incredibly realistic, so facing the Death Direwolf felt suffocating for every player. They even thought such a horrifying monster was impossible to defeat. But that didn't apply to Lin Yuan, because while everyone else was busy finding a place to hide, he appeared, walking out alone. The other players watched Lin Yuan's solitary advance, confused about his intentions. Even though his gaze was filled with determination, Lin Yuan was, after all, just a newbie. They didn't believe he could even hurt the monster. In the immortal world, monsters were ranked from weakest to strongest: normal, elite, chieftain, lord, king, dominator, and godly. A lord-class monster, while a low-tier world boss, was still a deadly threat to new players. Yet now, Lin Yuan had stopped right in front of the Death Direwolf. The other players were horrified by this sight, and someone couldn't help but scream, "Hey, are you crazy? Get back here. You're just a newbie, going up there as a suicide run." Lin Yuan heard them but paid no mind, because in his eyes, this once terrifying level 6 world boss now seemed like nothing special at all, and Lin Yuan was certain he could defeat it. The Death Direwolf was enraged to see a lone human blocking its path. Its mouth, still dripping with the fresh blood of other players, suddenly gaped open. This boss activated its active skill, Evil Wolf's Howl. Before its roar, the ground rumbled violently, looking like it was about to crack open. Lin Yuan struggled to stay on his feet amidst the storm, but it didn't stop there. The Death Dire Wolf quickly lunged at him, wanting to finish its opponent in one blow with another active skill called Death Claw. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, all thinking Lin Yuan would surely die a horrible death this time, yet he remained remarkably calm. Lin Yuan remembered from his past life that this level 6 Death Dire Wolf, with the boss's power boost, had an actual health value of 3,400 points and an attack power of 510 points. For the adventurers in the Shattered Rock Desert back then, the highest level was only level 3, so they could only face it by fighting as a group. The Lin Yuan from the past life had also nearly died in that group battle. But the him of this life, after countless bloody battles, was no longer the Lin Yuan of the past. As the monster's sharp claws were about to strike, Lin Yuan quickly dodged to the side. Many players simultaneously showed amazed expressions watching this scene. Because Lin Yuan's speed was just too fast, missing its attack, the Death Dire Wolf became even more furious. It officially entered a berserk state and became much more aggressive, but Lin Yuan didn't seem threatened at all. He placed his hand on the ground, opening a summoning circle for his netherworld gate. As the gate opened, Lin Yuan's powerful Undead Legion appeared. This sight stunned the crowd even more. This was the first time they had ever seen something so bizarre. And as the horde of zombie monsters poured out, they wondered even more how Lin Yuan could single-handedly turn so many level 3 desert demon wolves into zombies. On his way here, Lin Yuan had been constantly farming mobs and successfully reached level 3, and the storage limit of the Netherworld Gate had also reached 30. Although this made him arrive at the Death Dire Wolf's location a bit later than other players, it didn't matter. According to the aggro mechanic in this immortal world, if the summoner is stronger than the summoned monster, when both appear, the monster's first attack target will be the summoner. Unless it's actively attacked by a summoned monster, it won't change its target. Right now, Lin Yuan's pack of zombie dire wolves is surrounding the Death Dire Wolf and relentlessly attacking it. This kept the Lord-level boss incredibly busy retaliating. This was the exact opportunity Lin Yuan was waiting for to charge in. He took advantage of the aggro mechanic. When the boss was about to attack his summons, he would draw its attention. This prevented too many casualties in his zombie pack. Lin Yuan's sharp blades slashed across the monster, making it howl in agony. Immediately after, the Death Dire Wolf's attention shifted back to Lin Yuan. It began to ignore the zombies and chase after him. But at that exact moment, Lin Yuan commanded his zombie legion to attack it again and reactivate the aggro mechanic. Just like that, with enough time, even ants can take down an elephant. Although each zombie wolf only dealt 15 points of damage per bite against the 3,400 health points of the Death Dire Wolf, it wouldn't hold out for much longer. Lin Yuan had been controlling the flow of the battle from the start, and it wasn't hard for everyone to see that the Death Dire Wolf's health was dropping, while he looked completely unfazed. They praised Lin Yuan for being so strong, but at the same time, a few thugs were staring intently at him, with meaningful smirks on their faces, plotting who knows what. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan had chipped away most of the Death Dire Wolf's health bar. At this point, the boss's health was down to only 500. He seized the opportunity, unleashing a near-fatal blow with his sword. When the attack landed, the Death Dire Wolf immediately collapsed, falling into a near-death state with only 10 health points left. Just then, those thugs rushed in from behind. Since Lin Yuan's zombie army had been wiped out by the boss, they were waiting for this exact moment to rush in and kill Steel, snatching the kill right from under Lin Yuan's nose. Some players behind couldn't bear to watch and shouted for him to be careful. But unfortunately for those thugs, Lin Yuan was no easy pushover. He turned his head with an ice-cold expression and swung his sword in a sharp arc. The three thugs were instantly sent flying. Overestimating themselves, Lin Yuan uttered a few cold words. Although those three completely deserved their fate, the onlookers couldn't help but feel shocked, partly because they didn't believe that Lin Yuan could actually finish off all three level 3 bandits in a single blow. At this point, the dire Death Wolf, with its last bit of health, staggered to its feet behind Lin Yuan, but its fate was already sealed. He immediately swung his sword for another blow. This time, it was truly a fatal attack. The dire Death Wolf had been defeated. Lin Yuan received 480 experience points and a soul crystal gem. He was really curious what rewards the first world boss in the entire game would drop. A moment later, a soul crystal gem and a silver chest emerged from the monster's corpse. The soul crystal gem is a gem containing soul power. After collecting enough of them, one can go to the Eternal Council to trade for legendary grade equipment. However, players can only visit the Eternal Council after reaching level 60, the home of the elf race, to continue leveling up. It was still too early for Lin Yuan to think about that now. However, these soul crystal gems were the simplest way to obtain legendary grade equipment. In the world of Immortal, Equipment grades are ranked from low to high: common white, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. New players usually only have common white gear and very rarely obtain black iron equipment. 2 hours ago, using his experience from a past life, Lin Yuan had controlled 2 warriors to lure the elite-grade Black Sand Salamander away. Afterward, he luckily picked up the bronze treasure chest it was guarding. Inside was a Blackstone magic cloak, a bronze-grade item that boosted defense by 30, spirit by 10, and agility by 10 points. And now, for being the first to defeat a world boss, Lin Yuan received the Hunter title. Its effect when equipped was a 10% boost to attack power, a 10% higher critical hit rate, and 10% more magic damage. In the world of Immortal, different titles could grant players various attributes or status effects. This Hunter title really had a decent effect. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. It was finally time to open the silver treasure chest, which contained a series of items. First was the silver quality Silver Moon Sword. This sword held the energy of the moonlight, increasing attack power by 100 points and the agility attribute by 10 points. Next was a silver quality ring called the Pupil of Death, which increased the spirit attribute by 40 points when equipped. It also came with the upgradable skill, Corrosive Ray. At level 1, this skill dealt magic damage equal to 200% of corrosive damage to an enemy target. After that were the consumable items: a recovery potion that restored 20% of health and mana, a level 1 skill scroll, which upon use would increase skill proficiency by 100 points, and monster essence, used for crafting potions or direct consumption. Drinking it would increase strength, physique, agility, or spirit by 10 points. Lin Yuan didn't show much emotion, but he was ecstatic on the inside. This haul was huge. The first world boss in the game truly gave generous rewards. By now, the experience points had been calculated, and Lin Yuan's data had been updated by the system. He had advanced from level 3 to level 4. Each time they leveled up, players received 5 attribute points to distribute freely. This time, Lin Yuan added 3 points to spirit and 2 points to strength. After this level up, Lin Yuan's attributes were the highest among all players in the Shattered Rock Desert. Additionally, the storage limit of the Netherworld Gate had increased to 40 slots. Although during this battle, all of Lin Yuan's undead dire wolves had perished, he obtained the corpse of the Death Wolf, so it wasn't a loss at all. Before Lin Yuan's power, the giant wolf rose once again. In addition to its previous skills, it also learned a new skill called Wrath of the Undead, which increased attack power by 10% and the critical hit rate by 20% for all allied units. The Death Wolf truly lived up to its name as a world boss, having both area of effect damage skills and extraordinary crowd control abilities. Now as an undead, besides the undead body effect, he even gained another skill. With the help of this undead giant wolf, Lin Yuan was sure that soon, he would be able to completely fill the ranks within the Netherworld Gate. Watching Lin Yuan turn the world boss into his undead and herd it into the gate like a chicken, the spectating players around him couldn't stop gulping nervously. They felt Lin Yuan was far more terrifying than the world boss, and when faced with his ice-cold gaze, they all automatically stepped aside, trying to act like they didn't exist. The 3 bandits were dead, and they dropped a black iron-grade sword. This was a pretty good weapon for new, low-level players, but Lin Yuan already had the Silver Moon Slash, so he took this sword and walked toward the group of lucky surviving players hiding behind some rocks. An incredibly tense atmosphere enveloped the group. They all thought Lin Yuan was coming to finish them off, but they were too terrified to even run. Lin Yuan walked straight up to one player, the same person who had shouted a warning when the 3 bandits attacked him. He asked, "You were the one who warned me just now, right?" That. The man replied, trembling, but he struggled to get the words out. Being impatient, Lin Yuan didn't wait for him to finish and just shoved the sword into his hand. The guy froze, not understanding what Lin Yuan meant. "Thanks. You can probably use this gift." After saying that, he quickly left. The young man clutched the sword, staring blankly after Lin Yuan's retreating figure for a long time. Meanwhile, the other players quickly surrounded him in amazement. "No way! Did he really just come over to give you a sword?" Looking closely, they saw the sword was indeed of black iron quality. Its current value was as high as tens of thousands of yuan. 10 minutes later, while walking through the desert, Lin Yuan suddenly felt something was off. If he wasn't mistaken, his VR helmet was running out of battery. With no other choice, Lin Yuan had to log out of the immortal world and temporarily return to the real world. On the screen, the computer in front of him still displayed the game's interface. The immortal world is a hyper-realistic, panoramic game divided into login zones based on country. Furthermore, each login zone also includes different in-game nations to offer players a variety of choices. For example, The Elperd region where Lin Yuan is located is divided into 4 nations. They are the Western Desert Ancient Kingdom, the Southern Return Empire, the Northern Underworld Empire, and the Tidal Archipelago. After his rebirth, Lin Yuan made the exact same choice as in his previous life. He chose to be born in the Western Desert Ancient Kingdom, because in his past life, before he died, he had discovered a secret. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the stone on the chest he had seen, a yellow gemstone. Was that the emblem of the Western Desert Ancient Kingdoms Guild? The first follower of the Starry Sky evil god was actually a human player. Lin Yuan sat in a chair, his finger gently stroking his chin, his eyes lost in thought. I remember that the first believer was the key figure in summoning the evil god to Blue Star. As that thought flashed through his mind, his expression immediately darkened. A cold glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. There are still 3 years until the evil god's advent. If I can eliminate him in that time, perhaps I can prevent this tragedy from repeating. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Is that badge the only clue I have? In the dim light, he rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Only the guild in the Western Desert's main city uses a yellow gemstone. The requirement to enter the main city is to reach level 10. To uncover this old rat's identity, I have to level up quickly. Suddenly, Lin Yuan paused as if he remembered something. That's right. He opened the system panel that appeared before him. A blue light flickered, and a flash of blue aura enveloped the space in front of Lin Yuan. He had actually summoned the skeleton card. In his palm, the object was crushed by him. Some players in the world of immortality, right from the start of the game, could bring their in-game powers into the real world. People like that are called the Chosen Ones. The Chosen Ones are also known as the Children of Destiny. Each Chosen One possesses a powerful hidden class and an extremely high luck stat. They are the main fighting force against the evil god in the final stages. Lin Yuan faintly recalled. In his previous life, he only gained his character's abilities when the disaster on Blue Star broke out in the real world. But this time, it happened much earlier. He pressed his lips together, his facial muscles tensing to hide his surging emotions. It seems this Forbidden Necro Hunter class is truly not simple. I just don't know how this differs from a Chosen One who possesses a hidden class. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed, interrupting Lin Yuan's thoughts. He walked over, stopping in front of the door. That's right. At this moment, a table full of hot food sat before Lin's parents. Mr. Lin's face was full of bewilderment. Yuan, you. Lin Yuan placed a plate of chicken in the center. It's all ready, let's eat. She picked up her chopsticks and happily patted his shoulder. Old Lin, don't you see? This is a rare occasion. It's from Yuan's heart. Why don't you eat? Mr. Lin nodded. All right. He stood there watching the happy smiles of his parents. A common trait of humanity is that only when something is lost do they truly realize its meaning and try to make amends. Lin Yuan recalled the time he was holed up in his room playing games. In his past life, he was listless and ignorant, ignoring the peaceful days as arguments rang out. If this child continues to be obsessed with games, he'll be completely ruined. Can't you say a little less? You'll make Yuan upset again. Lin Yuan witnessed his parents die before his very eyes, and only when the catastrophe took everything did he painfully realize his past ignorance. He stood there, his pupils constricting as tears streamed down. Back in the present, Lin Yuan sat down and served them food. Today's Sunday, isn't Xiao Dan coming home for dinner? Mrs. Lin asked cheerfully, putting a piece of meat into her mouth. Dan said she has to prepare for a practice exam, so she took a packed lunch to school to study. Oh right, when you have time, can you bring her some food? Packed lunches are never as good as a freshly cooked meal. The moment she took a bite, she couldn't stop praising it. I can't believe Yuan knows how to cook now. This chicken wing is delicious. Old Lin, don't you dare fight me for it, he replied indulgently. All right, it's all yours. Mr. Lin watched his son's actions with some suspicion. Lin Yuan served him some food and smiled. I'll learn to cook other dishes in the future. Hearing this, both of them stopped eating in unison, completely stunned. Mrs. Lin was moved to tears. Mr. Lin smiled gently and nodded. In the following days, he began high-intensity physical training. To better control the power brought from the game into the real world in the future, he needed a strong physique as a foundation. Lin Yuan furiously hit the punching bag to improve his physical condition. The following days, he went running. Lin Yuan raised his watch to check. 50 meters, 5.5 seconds. Not bad, but still plenty of room for improvement. Sweat poured down his face, as if he knew no fatigue. It's time to go home. Instantly, the system panel lit up, revealing a new, brilliant, and mysterious space. A stream of energy enveloped him, slowly guiding Lin Yuan through the new dimension. You have entered the shattered rock desert. In the dim light, the silhouettes of birds flew low, skimming across the ground. They zipped past his head, letting out piercing cries. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze scanning above. A howling bird dove from the sky, its speed tearing through the air as it headed straight for him. It opened its beak full of sharp teeth, as the system announced, Common Howling Bird. Level 2, 40 health, 20 attack, 2 defense, skill, pecking attack. Lin Yuan calmly raised his sword. With one clean motion, it was sliced in two before it could even scream. Defeated 3 howling birds, received 15 experience points. He turned his head, his cold eyes filled with disdain. Only 15 experience points, but something flashed in the corner of Lin Yuan's eye. A green light spread throughout his body. Suddenly, a giant paw with sharp claws emerged from the darkness. A pack of desert demon wolves slowly approached, their red eyes glowing in the yellow sand. He stood quietly behind a rock formation, observing their every move. No wonder it's one of the desert demon wolves' favorite meals. It immediately attracted such a large pack of wolves. From his coat, Lin Yuan took out a potion and swiftly twisted off the cap. He stood before them without a hint of hesitation and drank it all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan lunged forward, his speed a whirlwind sweeping away everything in his path. Monster essence used, all attributes plus 10. At that moment, a desert demon wolf swiped its claws at him with terrifying force. Time for a proper warm-up. Lin Yuan moved in a straight line, the sword in his hand flashing like lightning, cleanly slicing off their heads. You have successfully slain 4 desert demon wolves. Before he could catch his breath, 2 more desert demon wolves lunged out of nowhere. He rushed forward, ending them with a swift, decisive swing of his sword. You have successfully slain 10 desert demon wolves. Lin Yuan landed firmly on the ground, bracing himself. Ceaseless roars and hisses came from them. The desert demon wolves changed tactics, surrounding him from all directions. Lin Yuan's breathing quickened, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. His eyes radiated a cold, commanding aura. Perfect timing. Lin Yuan charged forward, his sword flashing as it cut through them, sending blood flying with every slash. You have successfully slain 20 desert demon wolves. You have successfully slain 30 desert demon wolves. You have successfully slain 40 desert demon wolves. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 5. They turned and entered the open gate of the underworld. After 2 battles, the number of demon corpses inside the underworld gate had been fully replenished. The system suddenly announced, Player Lin Yuan, level 5, Class Necro Hunter, Taboo, Talent, Shadow Summoning Art, Underworld Gate 50 out of 50, Strength 22, Constitution 20, Agility 45, Spirit 48, Experience 38 out of 1,252. His gaze flickered down, plus drinking monster essence had increased his 4 main attributes. My combat power should now be enough to solo an elite monster of the same level. The dust settled, and Lin Yuan looked at the city ahead. It's about time I went to find that person. In a place called Black Sand Town, the streets were bustling with people. Lin Yuan walked through the crowd with a stoic expression, stopping in front of a small house. The door was slowly pushed open, allowing outside light to pour in. Inside, a red-faced man holding a wine jug asked, "Who is it?" That was Quincy, the mage instructor in Black Sand Town. Lin Yuan stepped inside and said, "Master Quincy, I've come to learn skills." In the game Immortal, skills were usually obtained from skill books dropped by monsters and treasure chests. However, each class also had a corresponding novice instructor responsible for teaching skills. He silently recalled the past. This was his novice instructor from his previous life, back when he was known as the Mage Kwai. He said in a drunken slur, "Looks like I'll have money for drinks for the next half a month." Lin Yuan recalled his past life. He was a mage back then, and the Necro Hunter was a taboo class. Unfortunately, he knew very little about this class. However, based on its combat style, it could be considered a magic-based class. Lin Yuan thought for a moment before obtaining the exclusive skills of a Necro Hunter. He could probably still learn the common skills of a mage. Then he took out a small money pouch. "I want to learn soul, fire, healing, and stealth." The money pouch vanished from Lin Yuan's hand and appeared right in Quincy's. Money certainly makes things easier. Seeing the bag full of coins, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Quincy extended his hand, and a green orb of energy materialized in it. "Young man, keep up the hard work. The glory of a mage will shine brightly upon your path." The moment Quincy used the skill on him, the system's notifications began to ring out non-stop. "Congratulations, player, you have received 3 skills. Mage Profession, Soul Fire Art, Black Iron Tier 1. Effect deals magic damage equal to 100% damage to the target, consumes 10 mana, 10-second cooldown, proficiency 0 out of 100. Healing Art, Black Iron Tier 1. Effect applies healing power to the target, restoring 10% of their health, consumes 10 mana. 3-minute cooldown, proficiency 0 out of 100. Stealth Art, Black Iron Tier 1. Effect enters a stealth state for 5 seconds, consumes 10 mana, 3-minute cooldown, proficiency 0 out of 100. Looking at the system panel, Lin Yuan thoughtfully stroked his chin. Soulfire Art provides ranged offensive power. Healing Art can treat myself and my teammates, but these are only the most basic abilities. To learn higher-level skills, I need to figure out how to gather more resources. Time to set out and grind some levels. At a certain mountain, Black Carriage Mountain, east of Black Carriage Town, the moment he stepped inside, the system chimed in. Congratulations, player. You have discovered the Kobold Mineshaft. Lin Yuan recalled the relevant information. Kobolds are around level 5 monsters living in the nearby caves and underground tunnels. They possess a keen sense of smell, can find enemies in the dark, love to ambush, and are extremely cunning. They typically live in groups of about 100. He frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing. Considering their numbers and level, the kobolds are currently the most suitable monsters for me to level up my Undead Legion. Then Lin Yuan took out a potion he bought from an NPC merchant half an hour ago, and the system notification appeared again. Night Vision Potion Effect provides the player with a 10-foot radius of vision in dark environments. Duration 30 minutes. He stood by the gate as human-sized desert demon wolf zombies appeared one by one. Besides leveling up, it's also convenient to use these guys, these dog heads, to max out proficiency in stealth and soulfire arts, while also opening a few treasure chests. Lin Yuan pointed the torch forward, ordering them to go ahead and clear the path. A system notification appeared. Common torch, effective vision radius of 5 meters. He and the desert wolf zombies slowly advanced deeper into the mountain. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuan and his summons were still walking through a long, dark tunnel. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes turning alert. He sensed movement. Immediately after, Lin Yuan threw the torch straight inside. The torch instantly illuminated the space within. The system chimed again. Common dog-headed miner, level 5, 120 health, 30 attack power, 6 defense, skill, mining smash. He thought to himself, so they've appeared, the dog-headed miners. The flames inside suddenly flared up, casting a brilliant red light all around. The pack of desert wolf zombies roared, charging forward like a sandstorm. Lin Yuan shot forward, killing them without leaving a single one alive. The dog-headed miners gripped their weapons tightly, baring their vicious fangs as they roared and charged. He rushed into the middle of the pack, his sword swinging continuously, each slash tearing through the air and cutting them down. Dog-headed miner defeated, ×2. They roared and charged in unison, aiming their weapons straight at the desert wolf zombies, activating their smashing skill. On the other side, Lin Yuan acted decisively, finishing off several dog-headed miners. He defeated 8 dog-headed miners in just a few moves. Their combat power itself isn't strong. The key is to avoid their tails. No matter how many he took down, they just kept appearing. The pack of dog-headed miners raised their weapons in unison, screaming as they charged. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he silently mouthed some words. Stealth. Activate stealth skill. Their tails slammed into empty air, embedding deep into the ground and cracking the surface. From behind, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared, his entire body radiating a bone-chilling cold. Fools, I'm over here. Before they could turn, the blade flashed. Their limbs were instantly severed as blood splattered everywhere. Dog-headed miner defeated. ×20. He leaped and landed firmly on a large rock, his cold gaze looking down below. Hearing the notification from the system panel, Lin Yuan just gave a faint smile. Stealth skill, level 1. Effect, enters a state of stealth. It lasts 5 seconds, consumes 10 mana, has a 3-minute cooldown, and proficiency is 5 out of 100. He thought to himself, the stealth skill proficiency has indeed refreshed. In that moment, Lin Yuan's crimson eyes flashed brightly. But the stats of these common dog-headed creatures are still too weak. Leveling up with them is just too slow. In front of him, their bodies radiated a dark aura. They stared at him intently as if awaiting orders. The system immediately began its inspection. Common dog-headed miner zombie, level 15. 120 health, 30 attack. Defense unrecorded. Skills. Mining smash, undead body smash. On hit, deals damage not exceeding 5% of the target's health. The tip of the sword in Lin Yuan's hand slowly rose, pointing straight ahead. Then I'll have you replace the undead wolf fiends. Go. We must find the boss here quickly. He and his minions walked slowly over the misty bones, venturing deeper into the mountain. As he walked, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped in the silent mountain pass. In front of him, overlapping pathways opened up, like a deep maze inside the mountain. A fork in the road, the corner of Lin Yuan's eye twitched as he quickly glanced to one side. On the rock face, something was wriggling slightly, making an unpleasant rustling sound. His lips moved, and a brilliant blue flame instantly appeared in his hand. Found you. Lin Yuan shot the flame like a bolt of lightning, leaving a green streak in the air, and destroyed 2 slimes. Experience +4. From behind, glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness, staring at him without wavering. A few dark figures suddenly burst out from the shadows. They were the dog-headed foremen. Their red eyes glowing, they swung their whips fiercely. Elite dog-headed supervisor, level 6, 350 health, 100 attack, 10 defense. Skills: mining, whip strike. A wolf growled and lunged, snatching a struggling bird. From the beginning of time, the strong prey on the weak, an unchanging law of survival in nature. As a link in the food chain, the predator is also the prey. However, from behind, a snake silently emerged, its cold eyes watching. The snake opened its mouth wide, its gleaming fangs lunged straight ahead. Danger always lurks in every hidden corner. The sound of a whip cracked through the air as the dog-headed foreman struck hard, and dust instantly billowed up. The dust swirled up thickly, completely obscuring the figure inside. In an instant, the wolf lunged back, its fangs sinking deep into the snake's neck. However, predators sometimes appear silently in the form of prey. Lin Yuan's crimson eyes suddenly flashed, emitting a chilling aura. Just at that moment, through the thick smoke, he reached out and snatched the incoming whip, holding it tight so it could not move. Lin Yuan's 5 fingers tightened, making a chilling cracking sound. Got you now. He suddenly yanked the chain hard, pulling the dog-headed foreman forward. It was then thrown far away, crashing hard onto the ground. The dog-headed foreman struggled up, letting out a piercing scream, its eyes bloodshot with rage. But right after, a cold, dark shadow flashed by as the sword in Lin Yuan's hand swung down, slashing fiercely at it. A glint of steel flashed through the smoke, killing one dog-headed foreman. It took a series of slashes, its body torn apart as it collapsed to the ground. Its massive body crashed to the ground and lay motionless, a heavy thud echoing throughout the cave. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes quickly glancing behind him. From the darkness, they suddenly swarmed out, numbering nearly 100. A resounding roar echoed as they all raised their heads and shrieked ferociously. The foremen activated their whip skill, sending the pack into a bloodthirsty state. The bloodthirsty state increases attack speed by 40%. It increases movement speed by 25% and lasts for 60 seconds. Amidst the ferocious roars, Lin Yuan stood still, his gaze calm. 40. No, more than 50 of them, a very promising number, but my formation is not lacking either. He raised his hand, muttering an incantation. From the green mist, the legion of the undead slowly emerged. Come on out now. Lin Yuan smirked slightly, coldly, staring at the monster horde. He raised his hand, ordering them to charge. The hunt had officially begun. Both sides charged at once, and a fierce battle erupted. Every blow and every roar made this place feel like a chaotic battlefield. The undead giant wolf raised its head and let out a resounding howl, shrieking viciously. The dog-headed foreman suddenly felt dizzy as it was hit. The dog-headed creature was entering a stunned state with low health. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a red light. This was the moment. The sword was raised high, its steel glinting. He gave the order, kill. A system notification sounded as their corpses lay scattered about. You have successfully killed 5 dog-headed foremen. You have successfully killed 20 dog-headed foremen. You have successfully killed 10 dog-headed foremen. You have successfully killed 40 dog-headed foremen. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. They growled threateningly. Charge. Zombie dog-headed foreman. Elite class level 6, 350 health points, 100 attack, 10 defense. Skills, gouge, corpse lash. The pack of dog-headed foremen chaotically scrambled over each other to flee. From afar, Lin Yuan lunged forward like a flash of lightning. Trying to run, the sword in his hand swung, cutting through them. You'll have to ask my sword first. Suddenly, an object shot down from above, striking Lin Yuan. The next attack came straight for him. Lin Yuan quickly leaped back to dodge. The boss activated its heavy strike skill. The dog-headed leader roared, its voice filled with anger. Dog-headed leader, a level 7 leader class, 1,000 health points, 150 attack, 80 defense. Skills, gouge, heavy strike. He snorted coldly. I've been waiting a long time for you. The weapons clashed with blinding sparks, and a brilliant red light illuminated the entire area. The hammer slammed into the cliff with terrifying force, causing the rock to shatter. The dog-headed leader was stunned, staring at its hammer stuck deep in the cliff face. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan lunged forward with his sword like a bolt of lightning. This was his chance. The cold blade flashed and struck its body directly, but it had no effect. The powerful impact knocked the blade from his hand. Lin Yuan jumped back, his eyes warily preparing for the next attack. As expected of a leader class's defense, I couldn't even pierce it. In a fury, the dog-headed leader yanked its hammer free and roared. He suddenly froze in place, his eyes widening as he stared ahead. Lin Yuan's eyes were fixed on the giant hammer about to strike him. Just as the hammer connected, he leaped back, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Yuan dug his heels in to avoid being blown away. He crouched slightly, his eyes carefully assessing his opponent. As expected, the attack pattern of a leader-class monster is not as simple as an elite's. Its overall power is at least 2 to 3 times greater. A blue flame flared to life on Lin Yuan's fingertip, first creating some distance, then ensuring a continuous assault. The zombies slowly advanced, forming a circle, cracking whips and striking. The wolves growled fiercely as the horde attacked in unison, and it quickly counterattacked. The boss unleashed a powerful strike, a heavy blow that triggered double critical damage. He raised his hand forward and gave a decisive command. They immediately rushed in to tear at the dog-headed leader. The undead dire wolf roared, activating its group skill, Rage of the Undying. Attack plus 10%, critical rate plus 20%. Despite being knocked back, the zombies relentlessly charged in to bite the dog-headed leader. Rage of the Undying, attack plus 10%, critical rate plus 20%. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and lightning erupted, striking down. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, but the zombies held on tight, refusing to let go of the dog-headed leader. A fireball ignited in Lin Yuan's palm as he activated the Soul Fire art skill. The fireball in his hand shot forward. It split into dozens of smaller flames to attack it. If I remember correctly, the dog-headed leader has very low magic resistance, -20, -30, -30. The dog-headed leader was hit, roaring in pain. It opened its jaws wide, saliva flying everywhere, its bloodshot eyes filled with rage. The dog-headed leader lunged forward, swinging its powerful arms straight at Lin Yuan. He smirked, his sharp eyes filled with confidence, activating his stealth skill. Lin Yuan's figure flickered, suddenly appearing behind its back. If you insist on dying, then I won't be polite anymore. His sharp eyes scanned and found an opening on the nape of the dog-headed leader's neck. Right here, the flesh isn't covered by armor. Lin Yuan immediately thrust his sword precisely at the weak spot. With a sickening squelch, blood spurted from its nape. The dog-headed leader's eyes rolled back in pain, -100. It swung its axe powerfully behind it, a terrifying blow aimed straight at him. Lin Yuan deftly leaped back. Snapping his fingers, he launched himself into the air, grabbing onto its thick fur. The undead dire wolf leaped up and then slammed down, its dry roar tearing through the air. The zombies lunged to attack the dog-headed leader, but it swung its axe to counter, its armor already breached. Lin Yuan focused his power, creating a series of circular blue flames. With the next attack, they rushed towards the dog-headed leader amid smoke and fire. I'll kill you. -30, -40, -40. It raised its head in agony and let out a sky-shaking roar. Suddenly, the dog-headed leader's subordinates rushed out from the shadows. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, his sharp eyes watching their final struggles. The two sides crashed into each other with guttural roars, and system notifications rang out continuously. You have successfully killed 15 dog-headed miners. You have successfully killed 10 dog-headed supervisors. You have successfully killed 20 dog-headed miners. You have successfully killed 35 dog-headed miners. The dog-headed leader realized the danger and tried to turn and flee, but he instantly appeared to block its path. Lin Yuan's body suddenly flickered with blue lightning. His hand tightened on his sword's hilt. Lin Yuan slowly drew his blade, snorting coldly. Leave your life behind. He leaped into the air, his blade whistling as it slashed straight at the dog-headed leader. With a single slash, its head was severed from its body, fresh red blood spraying everywhere. The massive body of the dog-headed leader fell to the ground as a system notification sounded. You have successfully killed the dog-headed chieftain. Experience plus 50. Lin Yuan smiled and opened the system panel to check. Congratulations on upgrading to level 7. He frowned thoughtfully, his eyes showing a hint of satisfaction. Level 7 is very good. Player Lin Yuan, level 7 Forbidden Necro Hunter class. Talent Dark Summoning Art. Gate of the Underworld 20 out of 70 Strength. 27 Constitution, 23 Speed, 45 Spirit, 50 Experience, 168 out of 27,451. He couldn't help but think he was one step closer to level 10 and West Desert Main City. Lin Yuan directed his gaze to the two screens before him. As for the Invisibility Art and Soul Fire Art, their proficiency had also been raised to level 2, doubling their effectiveness. Soul Fire Art Iron Rank level 2. Effect deals 200% magic damage to the target, mana cost 10. Cooldown 10 seconds. Proficiency 20 out of 200. Invisibility Art Black Iron Rank Level 2 Effect. Enter a state of invisibility for 10 seconds. Mana cost 10. Cooldown 3 minutes. Proficiency 10 out of 200. His gaze suddenly darted to the side as if he saw something. Lin Yuan moved closer. A strange chest appeared on its body. It was a bronze chest. He approached, paused for a beat, then reached out and opened the chest. The moment the chest opened, a blinding light flared up. Immediately after, countless gold coins flew out and a system notification sounded. Obtained dogskin pouch, everlasting candle, and phantom knuckles. Opening the items, the dogskin pouch contained 20 gold coins. I remember that soon, major global banks will open, a currency exchange between the game world and reality. 20 gold coins for 200,000 in cash, not bad. The system immediately appraised the new items. The everlasting candle can provide vision within a 3-meter radius for the player in dark environments. No time limit. Skull mask, bronze, weapon type. Effect. When worn, it can reduce physical damage by 5%, constitution plus 10, and strength plus 10. Lin Yuan reached out for the glowing phantom knuckles. The system immediately displayed its information. Phantom knuckles, silver, weapon type, effect. These knuckles are comparable to the physical strength of a kobold chieftain. Defense plus 30, attack plus 30. He immediately equipped it. His luck was not bad, getting a silver tier weapon from a bronze tier item. Knuckles comparable to a kobold chieftain's strength. It really makes one eager to try it out. Outside, near 2 kobolds, their corpses lay scattered on the ground. Bloodcrow Guild Master Huang Feilong, a level 8 warrior. He stood on a high rock, tossing his weapon into the air. It seems the recent training has really paid off. In just 1 minute, we've killed 30 desert demon wolves. He sneered. As long as we brothers work together, there is nothing we cannot do. Bloodcrow Guild's Vice Master, Huang Feihu, a level 5 rogue. The onlookers nearby constantly flattered them. As expected of the guild master and vice master to kill so many demon wolves at once, their strength is truly extraordinary. That's right, when we meet those small fries from the Thunder Guild again, we can definitely slaughter them without a trace. That's right, Feihu snorted coldly. If it were not for that Lin Yuan guy who popped up out of nowhere a while ago, we would have gotten the world boss's first kill long ago. What other guild would dare to challenge us then? On a large screen set up in the desert, a system announcement rang out. The world boss, the death giant wolf, has been killed by player Lin Yuan. Hearing this, they were all stunned. What? He curled his lip, his eyes filled with disdain. I don't know what kind of luck that guy has. If I ever run into him, I'll teach him a lesson. Fei Long glanced back as a reminder. Fei Hu, how many times have I told you not to be reckless? He frowned, sizing him up. That Lin Yuan's strength is nothing to scoff at. Instead of making an enemy of him, we're better off getting him to work for us. Fei Long said before slowly walking forward. I remember there's a dog-headed man instance dungeon nearby. I'll go confirm the location first. You all stay put and await orders and recover your stamina. The man beside him nodded. Yes, sir. In contrast, his face darkened with resentment as he stared at the man's back. Big brother, because of that stray dog, you scolded me 3 times already. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Fei Hu couldn't take it and yelled out. Lin Yuan, you just wait for me. There will come a day when I'll pull out all your dog teeth right in front of Big Brother. I'll chop off your dog head to show Big Brother who the real strong one is. Hu Shen's cheeks flushed, looking a bit embarrassed. Vice Guild Master, don't get angry over something so worthless. Look what's over there. He looked suspiciously in the direction he was pointing. Fei Hu saw a figure approaching in the distance. It was a blonde girl dressed like a witch. His eyes and those of his subordinates immediately turned greedy with perverted smiles. On the other side, Lin Yuan walked invincibly, his gaze distant. After just a few steps, the system's voice rang out, Dog-headed zombie leader. Level 7. Health 1000, attack 150, defense 80, skills burrow. Undead body, heavy strike. Heavy strike, upon hitting, deals damage equal to 200% of the attack stat to the target's health, with a 10% critical hit chance. He was pleased to have added a leader-class zombie with considerable combat power. The number of zombie beasts in the underworld had also been replenished up to 70. Continuing at this pace, Lin Yuan glanced coldly as he heard someone cry out, You all stay back. Over here, her body was covered in injuries, trembling. Don't come any closer, or I won't be merciful. He smirked, taking sinister steps forward. This is great. I didn't expect to run into such a pretty little thing today. Fei Hu stood beside him and laughed along. Don't worry, we're just going to play with you. Instead of suffering, you might as well enjoy it. Hu Shen nodded. That's right. As long as you satisfy our Vice Guild Master, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Ah, Mai swung her weapon in the air, yelling, Get any closer, and I won't go easy on you. He lunged forward without hesitation, kicking her and making Ah Mai groan in pain. Let's see who's the one not holding back. Fei Hu grabbed her hair and sneered. Does a useless mage really think she can hurt us? He pinned Ah Mai to the ground, his eyes filled with lust. Stop being so naive. If you won't give up, go ahead and try to fight back. Fei Hu grinned, grabbing her head and forcing Ah Mai to look him in the eye. Come on, keep it up. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Fei Hu tore Ah Mai's clothes, causing her to scream as her body recoiled. Suddenly, a powerful fist slammed right into his face. The phantom gauntlet clenched tightly into a fist, then it delivered another immense blow, sending Fei Hu flying backward uncontrollably amidst a cloud of dust. His henchmen watched in horror, their faces turning pale. Vice Guild Master Fei Hu was slammed into the ground, carving deep furrows in the earth. His face was caved in from the impact, his body smashed against a large rock. The attacker was Lin Yuan, his eyes sharp. Not bad. It feels better than I imagined. One of the henchmen, fearing for his life, frantically turned and fled to report the news. This is bad. I have to warn the guild master. The two remaining men slowly composed themselves, pointing nervously at Lin Yuan. Who are you? You dare cross the Blood Crow Guild? You're dead. He pulled back his hood, looking at them coldly. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the emblems on their chests. The Blood Crow Guild, a top guild in the immortal phase, was new to Blackrock Town. He stood silently, lost in thought. Most guild members were red-named players specializing in malicious activities. These so-called red-named players are those who commit criminal acts like malicious attacks, theft, and robbery, and are identified by the system as dangerous players with crime points of 10 or higher. Lin Yuan pursed his lips. Although the demon god hadn't invaded yet, a player being defeated didn't mean actual death, but losing gear and levels was still a major setback. He then slowly opened his mouth, his voice chillingly cold. You're from the Blood Crow Guild? In my past life, these rats caused me no small amount of trouble. Hoang Than, behind him, raised an eyebrow in doubt. Ho Than confidently stood up and pointed at himself. That's right. We are the #1 guild, famous all over Black Cart Town. You've messed with our vice guild leader. Are you scared now? He paused for a moment, rolling up his sleeves to attack. It's too late, but if you two don't want to die too horribly. They smirked sarcastically. They seemed certain they could defeat Lin Yuan. Break both of your arms, get on your knees like a dog, and call me Grandpa a few times. In an instant, he decisively lunged forward, his blade slashing straight towards the two arrogant men. Just like that, both of their arms were severed. They fell to the ground, wailing in agony. I've collected your arms for you. Save your barking for the road to hell. Amai finally stood up, her eyes dazed. So strong. Meanwhile, Fei Hu was still lying on the ground, unable to move. His hand trembled slightly, and a potion vial fell out. You have used a life recovery potion, restoring 20% of your health and mana. Fei Hu gritted his teeth, his face contorting as he suppressed the pain. You little brat. After drinking it, his body flared with power as he stood up. You must die. Fei Long slowly walked towards them. I want to see who has the gall to be so reckless. The underling immediately tattled. Guild leader, he's up ahead. Startled by the voice, the two turned around. He pointed at Lin Yuan, shouting, It's this brat. He almost killed the vice guild leader. He called out loudly. Who? Fei Long, about to show off his strength, suddenly froze. Wait. He noticed his eyes, those cold, indifferent eyes that held an overwhelming pressure. The eyes from the rumors, like moonlight condensed into a glittering, cold light, a sharp sword that could cut through anything. In Fei Long's eyes, he was no different from a monster, and the aura he emanated just by standing there was incredibly suffocating. While he was still frozen, the underling, oblivious to the danger, continued to shout, Guild leader, hurry and teach this brat a lesson. You blind dog, daring to provoke us. Damn it, you have a death wish, don't you? Just you wait. Fei Long gritted his teeth, hesitating slightly. Damn it, this aura, plus, that sword was most likely dropped by a boss monster. This guy is 9 times out of 10 that Lin Yuan. He was currently hesitating, not daring to act rashly. These idiots could have provoked anyone but chose him instead. They're good for nothing but causing trouble. Meanwhile, the henchmen in the back were still making a scene. You're dead meat. Just you wait and see, he spoke slowly. You are the leader of the Blood Crow Guild. Lost in thought, Fei Long didn't reply, trying to save face. After some thought, he made his decision. It seems today's battle is unavoidable. Suddenly, another man lunged at Lin Yuan from behind. Amai panicked, moving to shield him. Watch your back. Fei Hu roared, gripping his dual swords. Go to hell. He charged forward like a madman, bent on revenge. At the same time, Fei Long smugly twirled the double-headed axe in his hands. Kid, making an enemy of our Blood Crow Guild is the stupidest decision of your life. He thought to himself, the opportunity is here. Immediately, Fei Long and Fei Hu charged from 2 sides, aiming for the pair. Just as they were about to connect, he froze. What? He saw that where Amai had been standing, she'd been replaced by a leader zombie, a dog-headed man. Seeing its enemy, it bared its fangs and roared, quickly raising its weapon. It smashed the giant hammer into his gut. Fei Hu couldn't defend in time and was sent flying several yards. Lin Yuan seized the chance, immediately rushing toward Fei Long. To the man's complete shock, he coldly pronounced his judgment. Next, it's your turn. Fei Long was so stunned he just froze on the spot. Before he could utter a word, Lin Yuan swung his sword in a long slash. Fei Long then died a horrible death on the ground. He glanced at the corpse, his face devoid of any emotion. The number 1 guild, not even qualified to make me get serious. The system interface suddenly appeared. Warning, you have been detected killing a human player. Crime index plus 2 points. Lin Yuan read it and paused, 2 points. He wasn't afraid at all, calculating to himself that it would disappear on its own if he didn't gain more within a week. In the distance, Mai suddenly cried out, "Oh no, they're running away. Should we chase them?" Lin Yuan calmly reassured her, "They're just small fry, no need." With that, he turned and approached Fei Hu's corpse. The weapons dropped from the battle included Fei Long's double-headed axe, the violent battle axe, silver grade, weapon type, effect. On hit, unleashes a powerful explosion, dealing area damage to the target and nearby enemies. Attack plus 40, strength plus 30. Next were his dual swords. The Dragon Fang crossblades, silver grade, weapon type, effect, ignites the target on hit. The flames will cling to the target, dealing continuous burn damage, speed plus 30, attack plus 40. Finally, there was a compact dagger, the Thorn Dagger, bronze grade, weapon type, effect, attack plus 15, speed plus 20. Lin Yuan rested his chin on his hand, examining the items. The stats aren't bad, and even if I don't use them, they'll sell for a good price. Once everything settled, Mai felt safe enough to approach him. She spoke gratefully. "Great master, thank you for saving me today." Mai's voice was sincere. "I still don't know your name." Her sudden proximity startled Lin Yuan. He turned away, his lips barely moving. "My name." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "One day you'll see my name at the top of the global top 10 combat power rankings." Hearing this, Mai froze in astonishment. Top 10. She quickly composed herself and rushed after him. Who cares about some stupid leaderboard? "Great master, please take me with you." Lin Yuan's journey soon brought him to the Ihao Desert. Just then, the tough scales of monsters suddenly appeared behind him. They were Ihao scorpions, typically level 6, with 400 health, 110 attack, and 20 defense, skill, paralyzing thunderstrike. Now Lin Yuan faced not just one, but 3 of them at once. He reacted quickly, dropping into a stance. With just a few slashes, Lin Yuan easily sent them to their demise. His brows knitted together, his sharp gaze cold enough to kill everything in sight. Lin Yuan continued with a 360-degree spin, wiping out the Ihao scorpions. The system displayed a notification. Total of 60 Ihao scorpions eliminated in this area, level up to level 8. After reading the system panel, he smirked in satisfaction, straight to level 8. Although collecting the paralysis grass was a bit annoying, it was an unexpected gain. The scene shifts to 2 days ago. Lin Yuan then met an old man. The old man seriously extended his hand to speak. "Hero, I have finally been waiting for you." The system immediately displayed a notification, detecting a quest from the alchemist Amo. "Do you want to accept the quest?" Amo's request. Quest content. Go to the Ihao Desert, collect 100 paralysis grasses and deliver them to Amo. Quest time limit, 1 day. Quest level, Black Iron. Paralysis grass is a lightning attribute herb that grows in the desert. After reading, Lin Yuan had to ponder for a few minutes. After some time, a special dungeon would open in the main city area. Inside the dungeon are all lightning attribute monsters, requiring extremely high lightning resistance to clear. Therefore, a strong electric resistance potion with lightning-proof capabilities would become scarce, its value possibly reaching over 10,000 gold. In his past life, someone had made a huge profit from this, and completing the paralysis grass collection quest, this time would award the recipe for a high-efficiency electric resistance potion. He continued to glance at the old man. Today was Amo's first day in Black Sand Town. After giving out this quest, he would also retire into seclusion forever. In other words, this was the only chance for a player to get this recipe. The only chance. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan chose yes without hesitation. Back to the present, after he finished dealing with them, the Ihao scorpions arrogantly kicked at their corpses. Ihao scorpion, a level 6 lightning beast guarding the paralysis grass, it posed no threat to his current strength for the time being. Lin Yuan easily approached the herb successfully, got the quest items, and practiced his newly learned gathering skill to master it. He used his hands to collect them, and the system simultaneously displayed a notification. Black Iron Gathering Skill Level 2. Effect: increases gathering speed, has a 5% chance to gather rare herbs, consumes 1 spirit point, 3-second cooldown. Proficiency 120 out of 200. All done. Lin Yuan stood up to observe and see what was inside. Suddenly, the ground where he was standing began to shake violently. Lin Yuan was surprised and a bit confused. A monster then emerged from beneath the ground. It used its sharp head to attack him. Lin Yuan was quick on his feet and managed to escape. White-silver slash. He fell back a few meters, keeping his distance from the monster. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly became panicked and stunned. Right in front of him was a mutated monster. The star-scourged scorpion appeared, its arrival accompanied by a series of danger warnings. Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock, not expecting a mutated class beast to appear here. A load of information appeared above its head. Star-scourge, scorpion, level 10, 2,800 health, 400 attack, 55 defense, and skills named Paralyzing Lightning Strike, Piercing Venom, Earth-Rending Explosive Pincers, and Thunderstorm Core. After a moment, he regained his composure, smirking slightly, although it's a bit difficult to deal with right now. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan charged forward excitedly. But today, I will use you to truly sharpen my silver slash. He used his lightning-fast speed and successfully approached the star-scourged scorpion. Lin Yuan's sword repeatedly struck its shell, but it had no effect. Seeing this, he fell silent and thought the shell armor was seamless, with absolutely no weak points to penetrate. Suddenly, the star-scourged scorpion's entire body emitted a blue light. The system quickly warned that the boss was casting the Paralyzing Lightning Strike skill. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength to drive his sword through the shell, the lightning strike. But before he could act, it thrust its tail forward. The boss cast the Piercing Venom skill. Lin Yuan's quick reflexes allowed him to successfully dodge the attack. He retreated some distance, swinging his sword. Lin Yuan frowned, judging its power to exceed his expectations. He had to distract its combat strength first. Just as the star-scourged scorpion charged, he activated his ability and called out a summons. Dog-headed men, come forth. As he spoke, a group of dog-headed men rushed out. One swung the hammer in its hand, dealing 200 damage to the star-scourged scorpion. Lin Yuan pursed his lips, observing silently. The double critical strike hasn't activated yet, huh? It suddenly went on a rampage, sending several dog-headed men flying. The boss cast the skill Earth-Shattering Pincers. Before the star-scourged scorpion could cause more chaos, he had already summoned several fireballs. The fireballs flew out to attack, causing it so much pain it couldn't dodge in time. Lin Yuan grew excited, continuously launching attacks. Taste the power of my upgraded fire magic. The star-scourged scorpion's health was now being constantly drained. -40. -50. He gave a cold smirk, his hands never stopping as he channeled his magic power. A rope quickly appeared and wrapped around its pincer. The elite scorpion struggled and roared as it was bound and pulled taut by the dog-headed men. One of the dog-headed men seized the opportunity and charged forward with a hammer. It brought down a powerful blow on the elite scorpion's head. Immediately, the damage numbers appeared, -200. Heavy strike triggered a double critical hit. Lin Yuan was also surprised and impressed. A double critical hit has appeared. The elite scorpion roared in pain and broke free from its bonds. It was smart enough to realize it had to attack him first. But before it could act, Lin Yuan was already hovering in mid-air. To the elite scorpion's astonishment, Lin Yuan clenched his fist as a stream of magical power surged out, leaving no weakness for armor to exploit. The system simultaneously displayed a message, detecting the player has equipped the Annihilator title, increasing attack power by 10%, increasing critical hit rate by 10%, and increasing magic damage by 10%. He didn't hesitate, clenching his fist and lunging forward. Then I'll shatter your entire body and turn you into a useless husk, so get ready. The elite scorpion, unaware that death was near, still roared threateningly. Moments later, Lin Yuan slammed it into the ground, shattering its bones. Pinned firmly to the ground, the elite scorpion immediately opened its mouth and let out a horrific scream of agony. Without delay, he drew his sword and finished the job. You have successfully defeated the mutated demonic beast. Elite Scorpion. The system quickly displayed the information, received 560 experience points. Corpse of a level 10 Elite Scorpion, health 2,800, attack 400, defense 55. Skills, Paralyzing Thunder Strike, Piercing Venom, Earth-Shattering Pincer, Thunderstorm, Crystal Body, Undead Spirit. Paralyzing Thunder Strike attacks with lightning, causing paralysis for 1 second. Piercing Venom attacks with its tail, adding 10 points of poison damage. Earth-Shattering Pincer deals damage equal to 250% of its attack power to the target's health. Crystal Thunderstorm shoots crystal shards in a 360-degree radius, dealing damage equal to 100% of attack power to targets. Suddenly, from the distance, a swarm of morning scorpions rushed over. The noise startled Lin Yuan, causing him to turn his head, only to see a horde of morning scorpions charging from afar. They were heading straight for his position. Lin Yuan slowly glanced at the swarm of morning scorpions. Perfect timing. He activated his skill and took control of the elite scorpion from before. Go on. Let my newly tamed pet have a little fun with you all. The system displayed the use of the Thunderstorm skill. A series of attacks significantly reduced the Ihua scorpion's health bars. -50, -60. Lin Yuan took the opportunity to quickly move behind them. He landed a few slashes and tore the swarm of Ihua scorpions into pieces, hitting their weak spots. Soon enough, the last one fell at Lin Yuan's hands. The ground was now littered with the corpses of Ihua scorpions. The system continuously announced his level ups. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. At the same time, the status panel displayed Player Lin Yuan, level 10. Class, Forbidden Necromancer Hunter. Talent, Dark Summoning. Gate of the Underworld 20 out of 1, Strength 32, Constitution 28, Agility 47, Spirit 53, Experience 152 out of 1,519. He read it and felt satisfied. Gaining 2 levels at once felt pretty good. The system began to grant Lin Yuan his rewards, receiving a silver-grade weapon, the Lightning Spear, Guardian's Greaves, and a Paralysis Ring, and a Phantom Crossbow. He mentally calculated his spoils, all of them silver-grade weapons. Selling a few of them should be enough to significantly improve his parents' lives. Lin Yuan turned to look at the Ihua scorpion corpses scattered on the ground. The system displayed a notification. All monsters in this area have been eliminated. Congratulations, you have received a gold-grade skill book exclusive to your class. A bright light began to appear around his body. Lin Yuan looked at the book slowly materializing in his hand. Just as he thought it, the system introduced it. Dark Lightning Source, Gold Grade. Learning Condition, Necromancer Hunter only. He placed his hand on the book to feel it, quietly remarking that his luck wasn't bad. As soon as Lin Yuan channeled his magic to use the book, the system appeared. The skill book was automatically committed to the player's memory. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the exclusive skill of the Necromancer Hunter. A dazzling pillar of light now appeared around him. Inside, the system displayed Dark Lightning Source. Dark Lightning Source, Gold Grade, Level 1. Effect: deals 20% damage to the target's health or restores 20% health to a corpse. Consumes 100 mana. Cooldown time of 10 seconds. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Lin Yuan looked at the glowing flame in his hand with curiosity. Restore 20% of a zombie's life force, huh? A new idea flashed in his mind as he turned back. In front of Lin Yuan was a scorpion fiend with 60% of its life force remaining. Without hesitation, he decided to give it a try. The flame quickly shot toward the scorpion fiend. Instantly, its life force seemed to be restored, and it roared with excitement. Above the scorpion fiend's head, its life force value appeared restored to 80%. Only then did Lin Yuan nod in satisfaction. The warm-up is over. It's time to head to the main city through the wind and sand to find that first believer. An unidentified object suddenly appeared behind him, silently touching his shoulder. Lin Yuan turned around in surprise. Wait, is the scene just going to switch outside? The unidentified object was Mrs. Lin. She frantically tapped his shoulder. We're in trouble. Yuan, your father just threw out his back. Come quick and lend a hand. Lin Yuan rushed over to help Mr. Lin into a chair. Dad goes slowly. Mrs. Lin chided him helplessly. You're getting old. Why do you still try so hard? You weren't careful fixing the air conditioner. Wouldn't it have been better to call a repairman? Now look at you. You've really thrown out your back this time. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin was trembling in pain. Though his face was pale with pain, he remained stubborn. We save money where we can. Didn't I fix the washing machine last week with just a simple tweak? Mr. Lin continued. This little injury is nothing to worry about. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Besides, I have to pick up Xiao Tan from school tomorrow. He left the room quietly without saying a word. Lin Yuan pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Time passed, and the next day arrived. While he was still fast asleep in bed, Mrs. Lin was woken up. She helped Mr. Lin up and headed for the door. Yuan, is that you? Why all the noise so early in the morning? In front of them, 2 workers were mounting a television on the wall. One of them suddenly approached to speak, making Mr. and Mrs. Lin jump. Excuse me, are you Mr. and Mrs. Lin? It's the new product Mr. Lin Yuan ordered. We brought it right over for installation. Could you please confirm and sign for the delivery? She pinched her cheek in disbelief. Hey, old Lin, am I dreaming? What is going on? Meanwhile, he was working out hard at the gym. Lin Yuan was focused on his run when a voice suddenly spoke. Excuse me, A gym employee approached and asked, "Excuse me, are you interested in signing up for the VIP package? We require a 1-year deposit up front." Hearing this, he immediately pulled out his bank card. "Here's my bank card." Lin Yuan thought about selling some unused equipment. After renovating the house, he might as well get a family gym membership. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression darkened. After all, his parents and little Dan should start training early so it will be easier to adapt when they become immortal. The staffer, on the other hand, was still daydreaming about Lin Yuan. Wow, this customer has been working out for so long, yet his face isn't flushed and he isn't even out of breath. Plus, his physique is amazing. The gym employee suddenly froze. She stared in shock at the card in her hand. It was a Supreme VIP card, only issued to those with over 5 million yuan in the bank. He seemed to ignore her stare as he turned to answer his phone. "Hello. Yes, that's right. It was prize money from a previous gaming tournament. Yes, you two just rest at home today. I'll take care of little Dan." Hearing this, the gym employee's eyes grew even more infatuated. This customer is so young, yet so capable. The scene shifts again to Shushui No. 1 High School. As soon as school let out, a crowd of students rushed out. "School's over, let's go. Let's head to the internet cafe next door and team up for a match." "Hey, wait for me." A figure slowly emerged from inside. Lin Dan's eyes were constantly scanning her surroundings. Behind her, 2 other classmates were chatting. "Wait, come to my house today. I'm having a birthday party. My brother bought me my favorite strawberry cake. Wow, having an older brother is the best. I'm so jealous. I wish I had an older brother too." Hearing that, Lin Dan's expression darkened. Is having an older brother that admirable? Memories of a disheveled Lin Yuan flashed through her mind. At that thought, Lin Dan felt annoyed and quickened her pace. "I don't need an older brother." She hadn't gone far before a guy blocked her way. Campus belle Lin is so arrogant. 4 shady-looking guys appeared. "My friends and I have asked you out so many times with no luck. We came to invite you in person this time. Aren't you going to give us some face?" Lin Dan frowned, questioning them irritably. "What do you guys want?" Her 2 classmates also hesitated before moving closer. "Class president, who are they?" Andung took the opportunity to harass Lin Dan. "Look at this soft skin. Let me see if I can squeeze some water out of it." She immediately slapped his hand away in anger. "Damn it, don't touch me. Get lost." Lin Dan pointed at them and threatened, "If you keep bothering me, I'll call the police." Seeing this, Andung rushed forward and struck her hard on the back. "You ungrateful brat." Caught off guard, Lin Dan fell to the ground. Her 2 classmates were immediately terrified. Class president. He wasn't satisfied and wanted to hit her again, all while spewing filthy words. "Touching you is doing you a favor. Why pretend to be so high and mighty?" Unable to fight back, she could only raise her hands to shield herself. At that critical moment, a hand suddenly shot out and grabbed Andung's arm. Lin Dan was stunned, her eyes widening in surprise. Lin Yuan glared at him with murderous intent. He growled, "Who gave you permission to bully my sister?" She called out his name in astonishment, Lin Yuan. When he saw the mark on Lin Dan's face, his expression darkened. Stopped in his tracks, Andung furiously tried to attack. "Damn it, where did this stray dog come from?" His friends also rushed over to back him up. "I'm gonna knock all your teeth out today. You're asking for it, huh? Enough talk, let's break his arm first." But just then, Lin Yuan dodged and punched the first guy in the face. He quickly took down the second guy, then swiftly spun and kicked the third in the head. And finally, without holding back, Lin Yuan kicked Andung straight in the face. He was so furious he stomped on his face again and again. The 4 of them could only lie there, crying in pain as everyone watched. Lin Yuan turned and signaled to her, "Let's go." Meanwhile, Lin Dan and her friend were still frozen in shock. The 2 of them slowly walked away. On the way home, she hesitantly broke the silence. "Why did you come here today?" Lin Dan was confused. This guy usually just buries his head in games all day. Why would he suddenly come to school to pick me up? Lin Yuan explained impassively. "Dad's back hurts, and Mom is at home taking care of him." Hearing this, she was startled. Lin Dan whipped her head around in alarm. "His back hurts. Is it serious?" He calmly reassured her that it wasn't too serious. After Lin Yuan replied, the atmosphere fell silent again. Her gaze began to waver. Had it really been that long since she talked to him like this? Awkwardly, he remained completely expressionless. Suddenly, 2 girls from behind waved and called out to them. "Class president." The 2 girls got close to Lin Dan and whispered to her nonstop. "Class president, your brother is so nice, he even picks you up from school, unlike mine." "That lazy bum." "That's right, so you have such a handsome and capable brother. Why have I never heard you mention him?" She was just now starting to realize. She observed Lin Yuan more closely. This guy is handsome? Meanwhile, someone passing by whispered in awe, "Ah, who is he?" He's so handsome. Yeah, he looks like an alumnus visiting the school. He's way more charming than the guys here. Lin Dan thoughtfully observed the reactions of those around her. His popularity is so high, isn't it? Suddenly, a girl ran up to start a conversation. Hello. Lin Yuan replied politely. Hello. The girl suddenly pouted. His height is pretty impressive too. I never noticed before. Maybe I just wasn't close enough to see it clearly. Lin Dan was lost in her thoughts. He must have started working out a long time ago. His muscles are really defined. I can't believe he's so strong right after a fight. What a surprise. She recalled his previous appearance. He was clearly the same person. Lin Yuan used to look so sloppy and careless, just burying his face in video games. Thinking about it, Lin Dan fell into thought again. How could he have changed so much so suddenly? Lin Dan's two friends waved goodbye. See you tomorrow then, she smiled and said, see you tomorrow. But right after they turned away, Lin Dan stood there stunned, her eyes wide open. She saw Lin Yuan crouch down to give her a piggyback ride, making her friends behind them cheer. Get on. Lin Dan blushed, flusteredly waving her hands and no need, I can walk by myself. What the heck is this? I don't want a piggyback ride in front of so many people. But before she could take a step, a strong force suddenly pulled her back, causing Lin Dan's body to stumble. Lin Yuan decisively bent down, pulled her toward him, and hoisted her onto his back, ignoring Lin Dan's struggles. Hey. Lin Yuan stood up, his expression calm and indifferent. Your classmates have left, so if you can't walk, don't force it. His gaze rested on her ankle, where the wound was still oozing blood. You sprained it when you fell earlier, didn't you? Lin Dan fell silent, no longer struggling, and simply lowered her head. When did he figure it out? Lin Yuan quietly gave her a piggyback ride into the house. We're home, Mom, Dad. Their parents exchanged a confused look. Mr. Lin glanced at his wife before slowly turning to observe the two of them. It's good that you're home. He went into the kitchen and began washing the pile of dishes in the sink. Mrs. Lin sat nearby, cupping her cheeks proudly. Dan, look at your brother. Isn't he like a completely different person now? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That's right. He can cook and wash dishes, and he even fixes the electronics around the house. Lin Dan's lip twitched upon hearing that. Her mother scooted closer and whispered, also, your relationship is back to how it was when you were kids, maybe even better. Lin Dan, holding her glass, almost choked before even taking a sip. Is that so? She gently blew on her drink to cool it, her gaze growing pensive. This guy is so weird. Has he actually changed? Lin Yuan stood in the kitchen, wearing a neat apron. I'm done cleaning up. With that, he coolly took off the apron. I'm heading to my room. Lin Yuan gently closed his door, and Lin Dan's gaze instinctively followed. She suddenly felt a pang of sadness. What was I even expecting? As I thought, he's still just a game-addicted shut-in who avoids his duties. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Dan saw a small bottle of medicine placed in front of her. He turned to leave, adding, use this after your shower. This stuff is very effective for injuries. After saying that, Lin Yuan went into his room, ready to close the door. I'm going to play games now, so don't bother me unless it's important. She didn't respond, and Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Lin Dan's cheeks turned a little red as she smiled faintly. I get it. Nobody wants to go in your room anyway. Her eyes landed on the medicine bottle, and a soft smile graced her lips. Inside his room, he sighed as he overheard Mrs. Lin talking to Lin Dan. See, I told you so. You two are getting along much better. What happened at school today? It was nothing, Mom. I'm going to go shower now. Lin Yuan sighed, leaning back in his chair. Perhaps the recent family drama was finally over. He rubbed his head and turned to the hat beside him. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan put it on. Time to get back to the game. He entered the game, landing in a cloud of smoke. Feng Shui Sha City Lord's District. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. Time to go catch that rat. A system notification suddenly lit up before his eyes. You have entered Feng Shui Sha. Elsewhere, a man was kicked hard to the ground. My respected chief, I swear to the heavens, this is just a misunderstanding. He let out a hoarse cry. Shut your mouth and take your filthy lies to prison to repent. Lin Yuan's figure slowly emerged from the hazy smoke. The chief glanced back with suspicion, but seeing no one, he squinted, a strange look of doubt on his face. Am I seeing things? He calmly hid behind a wall, not acting rashly. Lin Yuan's face was blank, but his deep eyes were lost in thought. The street patrol guards are highly sensitive to criminals. Calculating the time needed for his crime value to reset to 0, he would need to hide for at least 3 days. He silently turned and left. It's time to go get it. Been a while, has it not, my old friend? The scene changes to a grand, magnificent street. From the highest steps of the cathedral, Father Lawrence spread his arms wide, giving a blessing. In the name of the Lord, I cleanse the mists of your past. From this moment on, your soul will be as pure as freshly fallen snow, and your path will be guided by holy light. Now I shall baptize you." Just as the ceremony was about to begin, Lin Yuan's figure slowly appeared. "I am from the pest house." The father's gaze slowly shifted over, a mix of suspicion and wariness in his eyes. Seeing that Lauren was not speaking, he spoke in a deep voice. "I heard you took in someone who is gravely ill, so I have come to treat him." Behind a closed wooden door in a corner. "Dear Sir Victor, regarding Mr. Dak's condition, we must bother you," he replied. "Understood." On the bed, the man lay motionless, his face unusually gaunt, with a green liquid oozing from his chest. Darkway was once a member of the Scorpion-tailed Lion Knights and one of the strongest knights in the ancient kingdom of West Deer. Lin Yuan recalled his memories of Dak, a member of the Scorpion-tailed Lion Knights from his past life. When he had just reached level 15, thanks to him, he had obtained a gold-grade weapon. He frowned, looking at that pale face. "Mr. Dak, I came specifically to treat the toxins in your body." Beneath the pale skin, blue veins bulged on Dak's forehead. He stared intently at Lin Yuan, assessing his level 10 power. Dak struggled to sit up, the corner of his mouth twisting into a self-deprecating smile. "Just you? A level 10 mage? The street patrol guards are a higher level than you are." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent coughing fit seized him. He bent over, spitting out mouthfuls of thick, black blood. Amidst the viscous black blood, a strange object was also expelled. "The toxins in your body have already begun to corrode your internal organs, unless you accept my treatment method." He glanced over, his low voice echoing, "If not, you won't live for more than a month." After a moment of contemplation, he looked up and whispered, "To purge the toxins from my body, you need 1,000 grams of rotten gill fish oil. If you're not afraid to die, then go try your luck in the Gobi Swamp." As he finished speaking, the system sound rang out. "System, you have triggered a request. Dak's mission. Will you accept?" Mission name, Dak's request. Mission rank, gold. Mission content, collect 1,000 grams of rotten gill fish oil to treat the toxins in his body. Seeing this, Lin Yuan wasn't scared at all, just smirking as he agreed. Of course. The scene shifts to the Gobi Swamp. The rotten gill fish slowly surfaced in the murky water, where pale white skulls floated, their blood-red eyes moving slowly, their gaze like a cutting knife. Immediately after, the rotten gill fish opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, and attacked the group of people. Elite rotten gill fish, level 15, health 3,500, attack 500, defense 45, skills. Tail-lash wave, resonant ear curse. Tu Min tightened his grip on his weapon, rushing forward and shouting to hold the line. "These beasts have incredibly sharp teeth, don't let them bite you. Charge." His subordinates lay on the ground, groaning. "My back." A spiky tail whipped towards him, creating a fierce gust of wind. Tu Min's men couldn't dodge in time, and were all hit, only he was nimble enough to dodge aside. Two men fell into the water and were surrounded by them. "Help us." It raised its tail, preparing to attack by activating the skill Tail Lash Wave. Nearby, a rotten gill fish roared with its mouth wide open, charging towards Tu Min. He could only grit his teeth and stare as it rushed in to attack. The stench gill fish stuck out its long, slimy tongue, letting out a terrifying hiss. Xu Ming's eyes widened, his whole body frozen, thinking he was dead for sure this time. Suddenly, a sharp aura rushed in from behind as a figure darted forward. It was him. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him away. He forcefully threw Xu Ming behind him, his hand forming a blue orb. "Don't get in the way." Lin Yuan's blast of power shot straight towards the stench gill fish. The blow hit it directly on the head, causing a massive explosion. He grabbed him and landed squarely on the ground. Xu Ming was confused, not knowing what was happening. Xu Ming clutched his throat, coughing dryly as he sank to his knees in disbelief. Was I saved? The black cloak flashed by, and Xu Ming quickly stood up to stop him. Wait a minute. Along the path Lin Yuan took, streams of green energy radiated from him. Xu Ming was stunned, realizing it was that master from before. Lin Yuan leaped up, the power gathering in his hand to form a magic orb. Lin Yuan unleashed his technique on the stench gill fish, causing them to continuously lose health. Minus 320. They screamed in pain and thrashed their tails violently to escape the swamp. The school of stench gill fish roared and charged, attacking the lone Lin Yuan. Witnessing this, a terrified Xu Ming shouted a warning. "Master, be careful. They're trying to bite you." But Lin Yuan simply leaped back, effortlessly dodging every attack. "Is this all you've got?" He knelt on one knee on the ground, one hand braced on the ground while the other was clenched into a fist. Lin Yuan then pulled his sword from thin air, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He looked straight at them and said coldly, "A school of small fry is still just small fry." He moved at the speed of light, continuously felling several stench gill fish. Xu Ming and the others witnessed this display, and he exclaimed in amazement, "Holy crap, where did this master come from? Just a moment ago, the 8 of us were almost defeated, and he's already slain 5 of them by himself. He's got some real skill. But unfortunately, you can't kill a stench gill fish by fighting it one-on-one." Hearing his friend Yin Xuan add this, he grew even more panicked. After all, the best way to deal with a mob of monsters is with an area of effect skill. Down in the swamp, the stench gill fish growled and linked up to create a bolt of chain lightning with each other. A green smoke suddenly erupted, completely obscuring Lin Yuan's vision as he couldn't assess the situation below. His face darkened, a hint of excitement in his eyes. The green smoke enveloped his body, and a system warning sounded in his head. The rotten gill fish activated a group skill, Resonant Curse. Enemies within range will be afflicted with bone poison. This triggered negative statuses like confusion and hallucinations. Lin Yuan sneered. A magic circle had already appeared on his hand. "I won't fall for this kind of trick in this world." He summoned the Undead Direwolf and gave it a command. "Undead Direwolf, go. Use your skill." Starving Wolf's howl. It stood on the cliff and roared, a circle of wind striking the rotten gill fish. The system promptly announced a successful hit. The rotten gill fish fell into a comatose state. Lin Yuan covered his face as system messages scrolled continuously. The system screen displayed, sobering mask effect activated. Single-use item, gas mask. A mask appeared on his face, covering the lower half. Lin Yuan moved quickly with his sword, the undead direwolf standing guard behind him. He descended into the swamp. "Just lie down and die." Each time Lin Yuan passed a rotten gill fish, the system announced, "Weak point hit." One by one, he took them down, accompanied by the system's announcement, "Weak point hit." Lin Yuan leaped onto one's head, thrusting his sword down. "Die." The system screen displayed the text as the fish shrieked. "Weak point hit." Xu Ming pointed at Lin Yuan, jaw dropped. "So powerful." Yin Xuan reminded him, "It's still too early to let your guard down." More rotten gill fish emerged from beneath the swamp. "Look, more fish are coming." He commanded the elite assassin Scorpion Undead. "Go." Undead Thunder Core. It growled as purple energy began to gather. Activating the skill, Crystal Thunderstorm. Purple magic orbs shot out from the elite assassin Scorpion's head. The magic orbs shot straight down at the rotten gill fish, forcing them to dive into the swamp. Carpet bombing. The sharp projectiles pierced through the mud, impaling the bodies of the rotten gill fish. They opened their mouths and wailed. Yi Zhang held his head in disbelief. "It's no use. The difference in level and numbers is too great. It's completely impossible to catch the entire school of fish in one net." Lin Yuan leaped up from the head of a stinky gill fish. He landed on the cliff opposite Yi Zhang's group and spoke coolly. "Who said we couldn't kill them all?" He pulled his hood over his head, adding to his mystique. Xu Ming's eyes widened as he looked down into the swamp. "Wait, this is..." Li He pointed fearfully. "This scorpion seems to always aim for the fish's bellies." Below in the swamp, glowing eyes watched the fallen stinky gilled fish. "Everyone, look, it seems the school of fish is starting." He stared wide-eyed in astonishment as he saw them attacking each other. The next wave of stinky gilled fish devoured the ones that had been defeated, creating gruesome sounds. Lin Yuan calculated internally that when a female rot gill dies or spawns, it releases a large amount of pheromones. This attracts the males into a frenzied state to protect the eggs, while also triggering an indiscriminate attack mode. He looked down from the high cliff into the swamp, exploiting this species' trait to make them kill each other. A stinky gilled fish dove under the mud, then leaped up, opening its mouth wide. It was attacking Lin Yuan. Xu Ming shouted a panicked warning. "Master, watch out." He just stood there, calmly watching the fish fly closer. Zhang Xuan jumped back defensively. "What is that? Is this a female too? How can its body be almost as big as a male's?" Lin Yuan lowered his head, his voice turning grim. Perfect timing. He summoned numerous desert wolf zombies and gave the order, "Go, zombie wolves." They vied to jump in and tear apart the unfortunate stinky gilled fish. Lin Yuan spoke with some surprise. Worthy of a level 15 elite monster. He stood before the sharp teeth of the stinky gilled fish without any fear. Deploying 6 wolf zombies didn't even deal a fatal blow. Lin Yuan drew his sword, but just making you unable to move makes this much easier. He only needed 1 slash to take it down. The system immediately announced the kill of the 6th elite rotgill fish. Lin Yuan ordered the dog-headed zombies forward. It brought an axe down hard on the stinky gilled fish's head. Yi Zhang watched with suspicion. That's the green poison sac from the male fish's body. He didn't let him wonder for long, speaking up to answer. "That's right, the green poison sac that grows inside the male fish is a type of parasite. The toxic gas and smell force the living fish to sense a danger signal. The rotten gill fish." that could still swim hurriedly dove into the water to escape. The others still struggled in the green water. They gasped for air, weakly flapping their tails, staying at least 5 meters away, not daring to stop. Moreover, they were not completely immune to their own toxins. Once poisoned, they were sitting ducks. Xu Ming jumped for joy. They're gone. The school of fish is really gone. Lin Yuan leaped down from the cliff into the swamp, ready to collect his loot. He was stunned, unable to believe his ears. One person clearing out the entire area was truly unbelievable. Xu Ming retorted with an admiring gaze. It's so unbelievable, I just want to become a lucky charm on his thigh. Down in the swamp. With just a few slashes, Lin Yuan finished cleaning up the school of rotten gill fish. In less than 30 seconds, he reappeared on the cliff before Xu Ming and the others. The system displayed a notification. He had received 12,000 experience points, and his level increased to 11. Lin Yuan stood still, thinking to himself. Thanks to the hundreds of runs he'd experienced in this dungeon in his past life, he was able to clear it this quickly. He smiled and took off his mask, silently praising it. The mask had made a significant contribution in this battle. The bottle in Lin Yuan's hand collected all the life force from the rotten gill fish. He regretted that it cost 5 gold coins and was only single use. A bit of a loss, but it was still worth the money. The system screen displayed text containing details for 1,000 grams of rotten gill fish oil produced from the glands of fish in the Gobi Marsh, an ingredient for high-grade healing potions. Effect: it has a miraculous effect on wounds caused by necrotizing rot poison, causing dead tissue to regenerate into healthy flesh. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something and said, I almost forgot about this. A red ball appeared in his hand. The system displayed more information about it. Nose of the Wave Rider, a silver-grade item made from rotten gill fish skin. It's an elastic, ball-shaped nose cover. Squeezing it produces a clucking sound, and it can also vibrate and glow. Effect: releases rotten gill fish pheromones, causing a fear effect on small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. Lin Yan looked with some disgust at the floating trickster's nose. He imagined wearing it and looking like a clown, his face darkening at the thought. At first, he wondered if the mission reward was just that good or if the game designer had a strange taste to drop such a monstrous item. Xu Ming appeared next to Lin Yan out of nowhere. He covered his mouth and praised how cool it was, and that it could even glow. He stared at the trickster's nose with fascination. Oh my god, it's moving. Lin Yan asked doubtfully. You like? Xu Ming smiled so wide his eyes crinkled. It's so unique. Master, can you sell it to me? Name your price. Lin Yan broke into a sweat at his enthusiasm. Yi Zhang helplessly placed a hand on Xu Ming's shoulder, feeling secondhand embarrassment for his teammate, enough to make him want to live on a mountain. He said awkwardly, Sorry, he's always like this. Lin Yan generously tossed the item. He quickly tried to stop him. Wait, at least let me pay one. Lin Yan cut him off. No need. In Xu Ming's mind, angel wings had already sprouted on Lin Yan's back. He was moved to the verge of tears. Master, you truly are an angel. The two people behind them were speechless. What the heck? Someone would actually pay money for this thing. Later, at the church, 2 guards stood outside a room. Inside, Lin Yan poured the green liquid from within him onto the man's chest. The man's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, What? D sat up abruptly, looking at him with surprise, not expecting that he could actually collect it. The system's notification sound rang out. You have successfully completed the gold rank mission. D's request received a gold rank weapon mission reward. The soul cleansing blade. Lin Yan looked at the sword with satisfaction, thinking, finally, the soul cleansing blade. The detailed information panel appeared. Soul cleansing blade, gold, weapon type, attack effect plus 150, magic damage plus 150, spirit plus soul cleansing seal, radius of 100 to 150 meters, deals 150% spirit damage to the target enemy. No cooldown, no MP cost. The sword was coated in a layer of lightning magic. Its base effect was rather ordinary, but its attached skill, Soul Cleansing Seal, had an extremely effective combat property, especially its hidden effect. Lin Yan's eyes sharpened as he thought about attacking monsters with the sword. Each hit would accumulate Soul Cleansing Ki in the enemy's body, and after 3 hits, it would deal an additional 250%. He imagined himself standing on a cliff with the sword, with countless defeated people below. Back then, it was the Soul Cleansing Blade that helped me sweep through the western desert until I reached the top and became the number. Lin Yan lightly touched the blade, and the system's voice echoed in his head, receiving reputation rewards. Main City Reputation plus 1,000, Lion Scorpion Knight Order Reputation plus 500. Lin Yan calculated in his head the reputation gained was the same as in his previous life, only at a neutral level, but it was enough to operate within the main city. He glanced at the system panel, but then the system said, Because your character has completed the mission, you have received an NPC favorability reward, D's favorability plus 10. D looked at his hand joyfully, while Lin Yuan thought with confusion, something seems different this time. The man looked at him sincerely and said, "Thank you so much, little brother. Without you, I might have died in bed next month." Lin Yuan was polite, that's a hidden effect. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened as he thought of attacking monsters with his sword. Each strike would accumulate Azure Soul Chi in the enemy's body. After 3 strikes, it would deal an additional 250% spirit damage. He imagined himself standing on a cliff with his sword. Below were countless defeated foes. Back then, it was the Azure Soul that helped me sweep through the Western Desert until I reached the pinnacle and became the #1 mage of the Western Desert. Lin Yuan lightly touched the blade. The system's voice rang in his head, announcing the reputation rewards. Main City District reputation plus 1,000, Lion Scorpion Knight Order reputation plus 500. Lin Yuan calculated internally. The reputation he received was just like in his past life, only at a neutral level, but it was enough to operate within the Main City District. He glanced at the system panel, and the system spoke again. As your character has completed the quest, you receive an NPC affinity reward, affinity with D plus 10. Lin Yuan looked at his hands happily, thinking with doubt, this time something seems different. The man looked at him sincerely and said, "Thank you so much, little brother. If it weren't for you, I probably would have died in my bed next month." Lin Yuan replied politely, "Don't mention it." W added, "As a token of my gratitude, there is something I must warn you about." He wondered suspiciously in his mind. Did I trigger a hidden plotline because I received those extra 10 affinity points? The old man cautiously issued a warning. "If you meet someone named Gui, you must stay far away from him." Lin Yuan asked in confusion, "Gui is my guide. Why do you say that?" W exclaimed in shock. "What? He's your guide?" The old man turned and stepped out from under the covers. "Although you've hidden your class," W suddenly stood up and asked, "You're a Necro Hunter, aren't you?" Lin Yuan's face darkened. "How do you know I'm a Necro Hunter?" he thought with suspicion. "After hiding my information, even QC shouldn't know my identity." The old man explained to him seriously, "I am a member of the Scorpion Knights under the king, responsible for secret missions, including hunting Necro Hunters. Therefore, I learned a special skill called Dark Sense." Lin Yuan was skeptical. Dark Sense. Without letting him wonder for long, W answered, "Dark Sense is a unique skill of the Scorpion Knights. Whenever a Necro Hunter appears, I automatically sense them, and the perception becomes clearer the closer they are." Lin Yuan looked at him and asked, "So you discovered my identity a while ago?" He was incredibly surprised. To think there was a special skill just for dealing with necromancer hunters. W looked at his own palm in disbelief. "No. At first I was severely poisoned and my perception was dulled, so I didn't notice. Now that the poison is gone, you carry the special aura of the Dark Lord." "Of course, it couldn't escape my notice." Lin Yuan asked vaguely. "The Dark Lord," he explained seriously. "For that, we must start from a long, long time ago." W began to tell the most common legend among the undead. This world once had a total of 5 gods: the god of light, the moon shadow monarch, the goddess of nature, the tide lord, and the soulless one. But in reality, from the very beginning, there was a 6th god. A figure in a black cloak and a crow mask appeared, the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was also known as the King of the Undead, the most powerful existence among the 6 gods. And because he was so powerful, the Dark Lord relied on his strength to act as he pleased, showing no restraint. Many followers knelt before the Dark Lord. He even granted his most loyal followers immense dark power, causing them to reclass into necromancer hunters to carry out his divine will for him. W's voice was filled with resentment. Under the tyrannical rule of the Dark Lord, the necromancer hunters not only spread plagues that killed tens of millions of people, his voice grew heavier as he spoke, but also turned the spirits under their command into zombies, causing countless disasters everywhere. So the major nations began to resist the Dark Lord. The temples, once used to worship him, were destroyed one after another. All records related to him were also burned to ashes, and any necromancer hunter, once discovered, would be executed on the spot. From then on, this class was designated as a forbidden one, hated and hunted by everyone. W clutched the shirt on his chest and said, "Years ago, it was because I was poisoned by a necromancer hunter in a battle that I was tormented by illness for 10 long years. At first, I thought I could only wait for death. Until you appeared." Lin Yuan finished listening to the story. 10 long years. "At first, I thought I could only wait for death. Until you appeared." After hearing the story, Lin Yuan frowned, a murderous glint appearing in his eyes. "In my past life, I was just a mage. I never imagined such a secret was hidden behind those legends." He recalled his status screen: Player, Lin Yuan, Level 6. Class, Forbidden Necro Hunter. Talent, Shadow Summoning. Gate of the Underworld, 35 out of 100. Strength 32, Constitution 28, Agility 49, Spirit 156, Experience 527 out of 8,726. No wonder the Necro Hunter became a forbidden class. Luckily, I've always been in stealth mode. Lin Yuan silently stroked his chin and thought, "This is starting to get complicated. I thought after clearing my sin points I could secretly investigate clues about the medallion in the Holy City." His eyes sharpened. "But now it seems if I don't quickly find a way to hide the Dark Lord's aura, my identity might be exposed immediately." Lin Yuan asked, "Is there any way to avoid the dark sense of the Scorpion Knight Order?" W looked tense, his fists clenched. "Unless Quincy is willing to help you, but once he knows your true identity, Quincy will definitely kill you." He added a shocking piece of information. Because years ago, a Necro Hunter killed the wife he loved most. Lin Yuan's expression grew grim. He sincerely warned, "That's why I'm telling you, you must stay away from him." Later, he walked alone across the shattered stone desert. Lin Yuan heard the system's voice. "You have returned to the shattered stone desert." 10 minutes earlier, W saw Lin Yuan leaving grimly and rushed to stop him. "Are you crazy? You're really going to find Q? He'd love to chop every last Necro Hunter into 100 pieces." He stopped, glanced back at the man and said, "I have no other choice." Back in the present, Lin Yuan clenched his fist, thinking, if I'm carrying this dark aura with me, never mind the main city, even going to other maps would be a huge problem. I have to solve this at the source. From out of nowhere, ice magic arrows flew at him. He glanced over cautiously. What the? The ice magic hit the desert. Lin Yuan leaped back, dodging the attack. What is this? He landed safely on one knee. In Lin Yuan's vision, figures in the distance were charging toward him like a Mongol horde. Fei Long, leading the group, spoke up. "After lurking in this godforsaken place for days, I finally caught you, you little brat." He stood among the crowd, laughing maliciously. "You tricked me last time, so today I brought over 30 of my men." Fei Hu walked behind Fei Long with a blade, ready to see how you die. The corner of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smirk. "When your head hits the ground in a moment, remember to scream a little louder." I love listening to the camera drones whirring high above, filming the scene in this crowded wasteland. Their eyes are super high-definition cameras. A notification popped up on a phone. The Blood Crow Guild you follow is now live. On the subway, many heard Fei Hu's voice coming from their phones. "Viewers, you're lucky to be able to catch this broadcast." He rubbed his chin with a wicked smile. "Now, we're about to show you how to slowly disassemble a person piece by piece." The stream's viewer count jumped from 88 to 123, and then to 212. In an office, 4 curious people watched on a computer. The person in the middle exclaimed in surprise, "What? The Blood Crow Guild is live streaming themselves tormenting a weakling again." Out on the street, everyone was glued to their phones, and a guy in a black cap commented. He exclaimed, "Over 30 against 1. Who is this unlucky guy to have provoked this gang?" Meanwhile, in another company office, the person in the middle moved the mouse, looking puzzled. "He looks kind of familiar, huh?" The girl beside him sighed. "This guy is pretty handsome, which means he's a goner." At the same time, out in the wasteland, Lin Yuan coolly rolled his wrists. "Just you 2 stray dogs aren't even enough for a warm-up. Since you've all come to offer up your lives, then I'll gladly accept them." After that, the comment section went wild. "So cool, this guy actually dares to talk back to the Blood Crow Guild. I think he's pretty badass too. Selling popcorn and drinks in the front row, just waiting for the slaughter to begin." Fei Long roared furiously. "Everyone, get him." The force of 30 men charged forward at his command. A mage cast a lightning spell. An archer aimed from a high vantage point, shouting, "Die." The crowd of men wielded axes. Some held swords and even dual blades, all rushing to attack Lin Yuan. A system notification appeared. Malicious ambush detected. Counter-attack window, 15 minutes. During this time, killing any of the attackers will not generate any crime points. He was just waiting for this, smugly pulling a sword from his inventory. 15 minutes is enough to kill about 3 of them. Lin Yuan summoned a horde of undead. They growled and charged at Fei Long's group. "Time for my zombie army to go out and play." He glanced contemptuously at the approaching purple orb. "You dare call this tiny spark lightning?" On the other side, the elite scorpion zombie used its tail to take down a poison thunder scorpion zombie. Seeing the disadvantage, Fei Long yelled out a command. "Attention everyone. Warriors, fall back and form a shield wall to protect the mages. Focus your attacks on the target. Rogues and archers, commence harassing attacks." The group fell back, following his strategy. The shield bearers stood at the front, blocking the blows. The mages planted their staffs firmly into the sand. The 3 of them combined their formation magic. "Power up." The one in front gripped his staff, creating a massive lightning orb. He yelled, swinging his staff toward Lin Yuan. Lightning bolts shot out, aimed at the elite zombies. Elsewhere, two archers also combined their skills, firing their arrows simultaneously. Those arrows pierced through the bodies of the dog-headed zombies. They were continuously losing several hundred health points. The online viewer count dropped from 212 to 168. The bored audience started commenting. Against level 78 elites, these summoned beasts are just easy pickings. This is boring. Just as I thought, he's all bark and no bite. Let's start a betting pool on how many minutes that kid can last. Fei Long sneered. So what if he can summon zombies? Even if he summons that powerful one from before, it'll just become a pile of mush under our constant attacks. Fei Hu said smugly. You're dead for sure today. Lin Yuan, showing no fear, smirked coldly. Is that so? He wondered in confusion. That guy is smiling. The live comments flew by too fast to read, but one stood out. What the hell is going on? Underneath Fei Long's group, the sand suddenly trembled. Golden sand shot upwards, attacking the weakly defended mages in the back. They were dragged into a pitch-black pit, screaming for help in front of their bewildered teammates. Help! We're being attacked by the sand and surrounded by the dog-headed zombies. The terrified mage's jaw dropped in shock. It moved erratically, continuously taking down the well-protected mages. They screamed in fear. They're getting one-shotted. Quick, retreat. The front line was struggling against the ferocious attacks from the dog-headed zombies. The air was filled with constant cries for help. Help! Save me. Fei Long and Fei Hu's faces turned pale. What? Because of this scene, the viewer count jumped from 168 to 302. The confused viewers spammed the comments. What is going on? Look, an underground ambush. Since when do zombies know how to coordinate attacks? I thought they were just sending scrubs to get beat, not torn to shreds. The ground is now littered with parts. The surviving mages warned each other to be careful. The wounds are poisoned. Purify them before healing. Before they could finish, they were struck by a devastatingly powerful attack. And the attacker was none other than Lin Yuan. There was a fate movement behind Lin Yuan. He coldly swung his sword in that direction, without even turning his head. The assassin in black, impaled through the stomach by the blade, asked in disbelief, How? How did you know? Lin Yuan glanced at him and replied scornfully, At least I'm not stupid enough to hide on a sandy beach. The undead he summoned were enthusiastically slaughtering the Blood Crow Guild members. Cries of despair rang out. He's too strong. The vanguard is dead. Everyone, run. Fei Hu gripped his sword tightly, seething with rage. He angrily ground his teeth, growling, veins popping on his face, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. Fei Hu leaped high with his sword. I'll kill you myself. Lin Yuan frowned, his lips pursed slightly, as a faint smile crept across his face. Magic gathered around his sword, the energy unleashing flying skeletons. Then give it your best shot. The skulls opened their mouths wide, as if they could swallow Fei Hu whole. Hidden soul curse. He froze, stumbling backward in utter fear. Fei Hu's jaw dropped, his eyes widening at the skulls. This is. Lin Yuan moved like the wind, piercing straight through Fei Hu. Slash. His feet landed firmly on the ground. He had already completed his technique, landing successfully. His hair obscured his expression, revealing only a faint smile as he stood back to back with Fei Hu. He opened his mouth and began to count. 1. Fei Hu's face trembled as sweat beaded on his brow, Lin Yuan's voice echoing in his ear. 2. When he reached the final number, his entire body exploded in a cloud of rock debris and dust. Lin Yuan rested his sword on the ground and said with satisfaction, as expected, an old friend is the best tool. On the livestream screen, the number of online viewers increased from 302 to 558. Astonished comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Damn, did he pay for these special effects? Fei Hu's threat. The big shot is setting off fireworks. This is about someone who claimed he cut people up, but ended up being scattered like flower petals himself. Hey big shot, you need any accessories? I'm screaming 666, you're the GOAT. System player Fei Hu has been physically logged out of the livestream. At the scene, Fei Long stood frozen in the middle, as cries of pain and pleas for help washed over him. He stood stiffly, as if he'd been stunned. Am I hallucinating? Reflected in Fei Long's eyes was the image of Lin Yuan, like a demon felling one man after another. It had only been a few days since they last met, yet that kid was just standing there. A fear grew from the depths of his heart, like facing a demon from hell. After dealing with the minions, Lin Yuan cast a sharp glance behind him. Fei Long's entire body trembled and he couldn't stand firm, his voice becoming desperate. Don't kill me. Help. He coldly pulled the sword from a soldier's back. Lin Yuan slowly walked towards him and said, Now you will take the sword and stab it into Fei Long's head. It's your turn to taste despair. He fell backwards, blood splattering everywhere. watching Fei Long fall completely as his body emitted a blue light. Lin Yuan said flatly, "It's over." His crimson eyes narrowed when he heard a buzzing sound by his ear. A live stream drone buzzed over. Lin Yuan casually reached out his hand. I almost forgot. He cast a spell that blew the live stream drone to smithereens. Lin Yuan stood casually as device fragments rained down on him. Now for some peace and quiet. The dark sky was full of twinkling stars, and in a skyscraper mansion somewhere on Blue Star, a bewildered netizen exclaimed, "Why did the big shot even blow up the live stream drone?" Another person left a comment, "Does anyone know who the big shot is?" Someone else replied immediately, I know. He's the same master who killed the Death Dire Wolf before. I was at the scene when it all was." The young man with two servants came into view. On the computer screen, people were still leaving comments, asking where the master was now. "I want to go meet him. It looks like a gravel desert." The Mercenary Guild has issued an S-rank invitation. A mysterious young man gripped his wine glass, growling out the name Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, in Everdark Town, Quincy was sound asleep, hugging a wooden barrel. Lin Yuan casually opened the door. He noticed the sound. Opening his eyes immediately, "It's you again." Quincy raised his wine glass, refusing in a sluggish voice. "I'm not getting up. I have enough wine money, and I'm too lazy to move today." Lin Yuan didn't seem to care, saying coolly, "I want to talk to you." The system screen displayed the words to cancel his hidden class. His information panel appeared in detail. Player Lin Yuan, level 11. Class Taboo, Necro Hunter, Talent Dark Summoning Arts. Gate of the Underworld 35 out of 100, Strength 32, Constitution 28, Agility 49, Spirit 156, Experience 527 out of 8,726. A wine jug fell to the floor and shattered with a crack. His eyes became bloodshot. "You're a Necro Hunter." The room fell unusually silent. Their eyes locked onto each other. Quincy spoke first, hissing each word. "How many years has it been?" He activated his own ability, Necro Hunter. His aura turned blue as lightning elements swirled around him. "Yet you still dare appear before me." Quincy converted all his pent-up resentment into power, unleashed it. The wine barrels were caught in the blast and shattered. The lightning fell like meteors from above, causing the ground to crack. Not a single one of his attacks hit Lin Yuan. His eyes widened in utter shock. So fast. Quincy gritted his teeth, helplessly watching the shadow move like the wind. Lin Yuan suddenly appeared before him, his sword aimed straight at him. Seeing the sword's tip just inches away from him, Quincy froze completely. His eyes were sharp, his voice carrying a commanding tone. "Can we talk properly now?" He secretly clenched his fists, conceding with his words. "What is it that you want?" Flashing back to Lin Yuan's memory, W sighed in defeat. "Fine, if you insist on going, take this clue as repayment." Back in the days under the shadow of the Lord of Darkness, the world of the undead was drowning in endless despair. To uphold justice, Quincy led his wife into a war against a necromancer, a loyal servant of the Dark Lord. After the bloody battle, the necromancer was defeated, but his wife was struck by the curse of the undead while saving a grievously injured Quincy, her soul tainted by the forces of darkness, turning her into a creature with no memory, forever unable to find peace. He watched in agony as the wife he loved turned into a monster. No, to break the death curse and save his wife, the only way was to personally destroy her tainted soul. But ever since that battle, Quincy was so injured he could no longer even hold a sword steady. Everyone thought Quincy would drink his life away in sorrow, wasting away his days, until one day he announced a mysterious quest. This quest could save his wife, and the righteous would receive his lifetime's treasure. Meanwhile, necromancers would receive the method to break the dark sense. It was a secret artifact he recovered from a dead necromancer's corpse. Quincy planned to use the spoils as bait, to both save his wife from the curse and make the remaining necromancers pay in blood. But of the 158 people who took the quest, not a single one has survived to this day. Back in the present, Lin Yuan pointed his sword at Quincy threateningly. "Tell me what your quest is." He bowed his head slightly and let out a breath. "Very well, you've come knocking yourself. I was worried no one would play with my dear wife for a while." Just then, the system screen displayed the text. Quest from Quincy detected. Accept. Quest name. Soul of the Wife. Quest objective. Help Quincy's wife find release so she can rest in peace. Time limit 10 days. Quest rank silver. He glanced at it, replying with a single word. Accept. Lin Yuan turned and left coldly. Quincy scrambled to his feet and said, "Well then, good luck. Maybe you can actually complete my quest." Behind him, he wore a vile smirk, thinking, "Of course, that's if you manage to come back in one piece." A while later, at the memorial sanctuary for the departed, north of Hakra town, Lin Yuan's footsteps echoed down the corridor. His crimson eyes lit up, having used a night vision potion. Lin Yuan was escorted by 2 alpha wolves and a scorpion at the rear. He moved with extreme caution. The memorial sanctuary for the deceased had 5 floors. All the dead NPCs from Black Sand Town were buried here. Suddenly, a mutant leaped out from a coffin. It roared and lunged at Lin Yuan. Before it could touch him, the mutant was pierced by the death scorpion's tail. He stared at it and thought, undead monsters like zombies, skeletons, and specters also appear here sometimes. The level of these undead monsters increased with each floor of the sanctuary. The first floor had low-level zombies from level 1 to 3. The second floor had skeleton monsters from level 4 to 6. The third floor monsters were specters, level 7 to 9. The monsters on the fourth floor were level 10 ghouls. The death wolf with the torch stopped before a dimensional gate. Lin Yuan's eyes showed unconcealed excitement, and his lips curled up. Then I'll just clear these 4 floors in one go. Lin Yuan reached the 4th floor with ease. The dark space was silent. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, finally stopping before the 4th floor funeral home. He stood at the entrance, watching warily. He saw dozens of bloodshot red eyes in the darkness. Lin Yuan thought he heard a sound. Ghouls appeared out of nowhere, activating their wall-crawling skill. 3 more appeared from another side, activating their inverted shred skill. Lin Yuan quickly counted over a dozen of them as the system panel displayed their stats. Elite Ghoul level 10, health 2000, attack 400, defense 40, skills are poisonous bite, wall crawling, and inverted shred. His eyes sharpened as he commanded in a powerful voice, charge. The words had barely left his mouth when the elite scorpion zombie activated its earth-shattering pincer skill, crushing the ghouls. It roared as the orb on its tail began to gather lightning. The elite scorpion zombie slammed its tail into the ghouls, sending them flying far away. Lin Yuan flew in with his sword to join the fun. He moved in a zigzag pattern, decapitating the ghouls before they could react. He paused to look at the chaos behind him. Some ghouls were sliced in half, while others were impaled into the ground. A struggling ghoul was still trying to crawl up. Lin Yuan coldly stomped on its head. I almost missed you. The monsters he defeated lay scattered on the ground, and a system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 12. He thought to himself, that was much faster than I expected. He watched the dog-headed zombie's eyes light up at the sight of the ghoul's corpse. Lin Yuan thought with regret, it's a pity that the dark corpse control technique can control zombies, but it's completely useless against undead monsters. A dark purple energy suddenly appeared behind him. Lin Yuan's eyes filled with alarm as he warily glanced back. A pillar of purple magic shot straight toward him from out of nowhere. Lin Yuan leaped up, luckily managing to slice the attack in half with his sword. What is this? He felt something was terribly wrong. He gritted his teeth in fear and said, I'm screwed. Lin Yuan was enveloped by the energy, with no strength left to fight back. In a place lit by blue flames, at the top of a staircase, stood a stone statue of a demon with its mouth wide open. The pillar of dark purple energy shot out from the void. Pulled by the dark energy, Lin Yuan stabbed his sword into the ground to hold his ground. He glanced around to survey the scene. Above Lin Yuan's head hung a coffin bound by pitch-black iron chains to a ring high above. He looked on in disbelief. Have I been moved to another area? Inside the coffin was a woman with brown hair and long, brilliant red claws. She licked her lips with a bewitching smile. I've finally been waiting for you. A loud explosion erupted as the female demon broke free from the coffin, shattering the chains. She said smugly, the delicious smell of fresh blood. The system panel displayed the details. Vengeful Spirit, Lord. Level 18. Health, 6000, Attack 800, Defense 200, Skills, Corpse Bloom, Demoness's Wrath, Corpse Explosion. Lin Yuan used his arm to shield himself from the debris. Is this the 5th floor? The vengeful spirit laughed maniacally as she flew toward him. I will tear you to shreds. Lin Yuan quickly used his blade to block her attack. Vines shot out from behind the vengeful spirit. The system prompted that the boss had activated the Corpse Bloom skill. All the vines targeted Lin Yuan. He jumped up to dodge. Then Lin Yuan landed far from the vines as their sharp thorns struck the ground, instantly turning it poisonous. The hateful wraith controlled the vines to attack him again. Lin Yuan wondered if this poison was also corrosive. Debris from the objects flew everywhere. Facing this level of attack, he gripped his sword hilt with determination. Lin Yuan directly slashed through all the incoming vines. Useless against me. Lin Yuan continued to sever the hateful wraith's vines. Black, resentful energy clung to his sword blade. Her body began to crack and fall apart. She covered her face with her arms in terror. The hateful wraith clenched its fists, veins popping on its forehead, its eyes bloodshot and its mouth snarling. She screamed loudly, and circles of resentful energy radiated from her body. A system notification appeared. The boss has activated the Banshee's Scream skill. Lin Yuan was nearly blown away. This is an area of effect skill. No, This is a summoning. The hateful wraith's shriek echoed throughout the space. Pale, purple, resentful energy flew out, seeping through every crack in the door. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening as a white, bony hand reached out from the wooden door. Lin Yuan's grip on his sword tightened. Could this be? He stared in shock as the skeletons smashed through the door. The NPCs of Black Sand Town are buried here. Looking at the life force rising from the shattered objects on the ground, Lin Yuan thought, not only that, but besides the original townspeople, there are also the challengers who failed the Western mission. He frowned in annoyance, sinking into a fighting stance. Damn it, she's trying to resurrect them. Skeletons crawled out from the cave, roaring continuously. Lin Yuan's face was partially obscured by his hair, but his anger was still visible. The number behind that door was definitely more than one. I can't believe this boss can even resurrect those skeletons. He summoned and ordered all the cynocephali zombies to come out. Lin Yuan pointed his sword and said coolly, block their door. Immediately, a cynocephali zombie rushed forward, using its scythe to block the doorway. He calculated to himself, first, let the zombie army act as cannon fodder to stop those guys. Lin Yuan pointed and commanded, add the bloodthirsty state. In another direction, the scorpion fiend zombie also received the order to block her. The cynocephali leader used its staff to pull the vines taut. It and the scorpion fiend zombie had blazing sharp eyes, fearlessly attacking the vines with enthusiasm, entering a bloodthirsty state. The dog-headed zombie leader gripped its weapon, growling continuously. Lin Yuan's face darkened, and his voice was ice-cold as he called, Elite Thunder Scorpion, dog-headed leader. He gave the command. The moment he finished speaking, the undead charged forward ferociously. They rushed to attack the vengeful spirit, simultaneously activating the earth-shattering pincer skill and launching a heavy strike. She was violently whipped by the giant tail of the elite scorpion zombie. The vengeful spirit was smashed into the wall, shattering the surrounding masonry. She frowned in surprise and looked up. Boulders began to rain down from above on the vengeful spirit's position. She still escaped the rubble with her vines, smiling smugly. Lin Yuan was astonished by the vengeful spirit's terrifying power. Watching her gloat from above, he mentally reviewed what he knew. The vengeful spirit was a monster of the Spectre clan. Its body could phase through buildings and was immune to half of all physical attacks. Lin Yuan grasped the vengeful spirit's weakness. He focused power into his sword, but they would also take double magic damage. Lin Yuan slashed and moved relentlessly, but she still dodged with ease, so he decided to use the Soul Curse seal to deal damage. The vengeful spirit showed no fear, easily evading the blows. He looked at her, bewildered, and wondered to himself, how did her speed suddenly increase so much? He also glanced at where the dog-headed zombie was holding off the skeletons. Beads of sweat broke out on Lin Yuan's face. The NPCs in the tomb could break through his zombie army's defensive line at any moment. Therefore, he had to win this fight quickly. He pulled a ring from his storage space. First, he had to find a way to restrict her movements. Lin Yuan clenched the ring, and small arcs of lightning continuously sparked from it. The system window displayed the information. Paralysis ring equipped. Paralysis ring, silver grade, jewelry type. Effects: Health plus 100, Mana plus 100, Agility plus 15, Spirit plus 15. Additional skill: Paralyzing Toxin. Paralyzing Toxin, when equipped, grants a 5% chance to paralyze the enemy for 3 seconds upon a successful attack. With the effect active, Lin Yuan flew towards the vengeful spirit with his sword. As soon as he got close to her, Lin Yuan immediately activated the additional skill, Paralyzing Toxin. The hateful wraith was caught off guard and struck by Lin Yuan's paralyzing toxin. At that moment, the system announced the target was hit, activating the paralyzing toxin. He leaped up again, attacking with his sword. It's not over yet. She couldn't cast a spell in time and could only take the hit. The hateful wraith was sent flying, smashing into a crumbling wall, her vines sliced to pieces. Seizing the chance, Lin Yuan landed and kicked the rubble at her. The hateful wraith nimbly jumped down, luckily dodging the blow. He praised her. Not bad luck. Lin Yuan concluded that, as expected, after being hit by the Azure Soul Curse seal, her speed had slowed. He summoned the dire wolf undead and pointed to the sky, giving it an order. Vicious wolf's howl. The dire wolf undead raised its head and roared, activating its skill. The hateful wraith was hit by its technique. The system prompted, target stunned. Lin Yuan began to channel power into his sword. Although the stun was only for 5 seconds, it was more than enough. He moved like lightning, unleashing a relentless flurry of attacks. How many of my moves can you take? She was helpless against the onslaught. The system continuously displayed damage numbers, minus 280. The hateful wraith was enraged, veins bulging on her face. The system kept announcing minus 280 health. Even a cornered beast will lash out. She leaned back, preparing her final attack. Click. The system sensed the danger and warned Lin Yuan. The boss is activating the skill Corpse Explosion Art. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted. Purple lightning filled the area. The zombies he had summoned were all struck dead by the thunder as the cellar filled with smoke and dust. A moment later, when the Hateful Wraith's spell ended, Lin Yuan stood, surrounded by his gnoll zombies, completely unharmed. He planted his sword in the rubble to steady himself. Its Corpse Explosion Art, she directly detonated the NPC zombies to blow up the whole crypt. Beside Lin Yuan, only the Scorpion Fiend Undead, the Gnoll Chieftain Undead, and the Dire Wolf Undead remained. He looked at her and made a painful calculation. His zombie legion was now down to only 3, a truly devastating loss. The Hateful Wraith collapsed to her knees. Lin Yuan stood his ground, his gaze sharpening as he said seriously, "Now, it's time to end you." Lin Yuan summoned numerous skulls and charged with his sword, then vanished. A swarm of skulls flew forward, piercing the vengeful spirit's abdomen. Her eyes widened at the powerful magic as she let out a loud, agonized scream. No! The system continuously flashed warnings. Boss entering near-death state. Health points at 300. The boss is entering a near-death state. Health points at 200. The boss is entering a near-death state. Health points at 100. The boss is entering a near-death state. Health points at 30. Congratulations on slaying the vengeful spirit. You have received 800 experience points. Lin Yuan landed gently on the ground. He stood alone amidst the rubble, wondering aloud. It's over. Small orbs of light gathered together, catching Lin Yuan's eye. The spirit of Gui's wife bowed and said sincerely, "Thank you, brave human." Then, her spirit began to fade away. Before disappearing, she offered a smile of relief. Lin Yuan reached out, gathering the light into his palm. A gold ring with a purple gem materialized. The system screen displayed its information. Ring of True Love, a quest item that cannot be discarded or sold. Note, this is the engagement ring Gui gave to his wife, and it is a symbol of their love. His face fell as he stared at the ring, thinking with disappointment, is this ring the only loot from this boss? Suddenly, a red book with a demonic symbol on its cover appeared, emanating a murderous aura and a clanking sound. Lin Yuan stared suspiciously at the book as he picked it up. Lin Yuan marveled inwardly, not expecting that the corpse explosion technique the vengeful spirit used was an exclusive skill of the Necro Hunter. The system immediately announced, Corpse Explosion, Gold Tier. Learning is restricted to the Necro Hunter class. Looking at the book, he pondered if it was because the sealer was a trusted confidant of the Dark Lord. Then, rays of light shot out from the book and enveloped Lin Yuan. The system announced, Skill Book automatically saved to player's memory. The book in Lin Yuan's hand vanished, turning into a pillar of light that fused into his body. The system notification rang out again. Golden Corpse Explosion Technique, Level 1, Effect, Detonate 1 Zombie. It deals fire damage equal to 60% of its own health to surrounding enemies, consumes 100 mana, has a 10-second cooldown, and proficiency is 0 out of 1. Hearing the system, Lin Yuan let out a small laugh. Although this skill consumes his zombies, its attack power and area of effect are excellent, making it a pleasant surprise. Returning to the familiar Black G town, Lin Yuan held out a ring to QC. The man looked at him in surprise. Is this the engagement ring I gave her back then? He took the ring, unable to help but remember his beloved. When sealed, souls are unconscious. Only when a soul is released can it recover its memories and drop the item it cherished most in life. His voice trembled slightly. Gui asked, My wife. When she passed, she was no longer in pain, right? Lin Yuan, with his hand still out, replied, That's right. His hand trembled, holding the ring. Remembering his wife, he couldn't help but cry. That's wonderful then. He bowed his head slightly, gratefully, he said. To think that in the end, it was a necromancer, whom I resent most, who helped me resolve my regret. Regardless, I will forever remember this kindness. Then, a wooden box appeared in Gui's hand. Opening the box revealed a crown emitting a dark aura. It is now time to fulfill my promise. The system notification sounded once more. Crown of Darkness, Special Equipment, Headgear Type. Effect 1. When equipped, crime value becomes invisible. Effect 2. Conceals dark aura, making it undetectable. Note, exclusive equipment for necromancers, cannot be sold or destroyed. Holding the jet black crown in his hand, he couldn't help but think. Although the Crown of Darkness has no extra bonuses, hiding my crime value and dark aura is exactly what I need most. Thinking of all the monsters I've slain, this will solve my problems with the scorpion-tailed lion knights. I won't have to be so restricted when acting in the main city anymore. At that moment, the system posed a question. Does the player choose to equip the Crown of Darkness? Lin Yuan immediately replied, yes. Instantly, streams of dark green energy enveloped him. All right, the crown automatically placed itself on Lin Yuan's head, Is he finally one step closer to the truth? Stepping outside, he walked through Windfall Town, where guilds were recruiting new members. There were countless guilds, big and small, but he looked at the list the system provided to see the truly powerful ones. Number 1. The Fury Guild. Number 2. The Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. Number 3. The Wolfstar Spirit Guild. Number 4. The Sacred Hymn Guild. Number 5. The Eternal Guild. And number 10. The Black Tree Guild. He wondered to himself, only 10 guilds, could that person be hiding among them? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, thinking, right now, I'm just a newcomer to Windfall Town. Trying to get close to these major guilds won't be easy. Walking down the street, he kept looking around, figuring he had to find an opportunity first. Suddenly, he felt someone following him. Lin Yuan immediately changed direction and went into a small alley. The moment the person stepped in, he had completely vanished. Suddenly, a cold blade was pressed against his neck from behind. Lin Yuan's dangerous voice came from behind. Who is it? He spoke, his voice trembling slightly. In the end, it was Xu Ming. He joyfully lunged forward. Yuan Shen, it really is you. Startled, he instinctively dodged to the side, causing Xu Ming to fall to the ground. Lin Yuan asked helplessly, it's you? Sitting on the ground, he rubbed his leg, looking aggrieved. Yuan Shen, do you still remember me? Lin Yuan instantly became alert, his gaze sharp. You know my name? Xu Ming quickly got up and said proudly, back when I was scrolling and saw the live stream of that guild called Blood something, I recognized you. He thought back to reading tons of comments on the screen. I had to work hard to find a trace of you, Yuan Shen, among tens of thousands of comments. Xu Ming rubbed his nose, his voice smug. Then I spent another 2 million to upgrade to the corporation's latest facial recognition system just to confirm it was you. Hurry up and praise me. Lin Yuan asked helplessly. 2 million? Just to find me? He scratched his head, a bit confused. Is that a lot? Our Han Corporation spends millions on routine system checks. He frowned slightly, calculating in his head. The Han Corporation? The $100 billion giant that controls the global high-tech market? This guy has such a background. What else does he even know? Should I finish him off right here? Xu Ming's eyes shone like stars as he raised his hands in excitement. God Yuan, please team up with me. There's an S-rank hunt in the Bloodscale Cave tomorrow. As he dashed forward, his foot slipped, and he tripped over a rock. It said someone discovered the devout lizard molting nest, just as Xu Ming lost his balance and fell flat on his face. Lin Yuan's eyes remained cold as he turned and walked away. You go on, don't follow me. Oh well, why bother with this fool? After a mischievous pause, he sat cross-legged and burst out laughing. A god-tier player like you can solo clear the Bloodstained Guild's elite group like it's a piece of cake. You don't need a team. Seeing Lin Yuan remain indifferent, Xu Ming rubbed his head and sighed. For this hunt, 3 teams from the Black Tree Guild will come to test the rookies. If I perform well, there might still be a chance. He silently opened his system panel to check. Guild 720, Guild 820, Guild 920, the 10 Black Tree Guild. He stood up, his face contorted in mock anguish. Looks like I'll have to try my luck alone. While Xu Ming was dazed, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang in his ear, a specific time. Hearing that, his face beamed with joy as he turned around. He turned back impatiently and said coldly, I asked for the specific departure time for the hunt. Upon hearing this, he dropped to his knees and scrambled to hug Lin Yuan's leg. 8 in the morning tomorrow. God Yuan, you agreed? Feeling annoyed, he quickly covered Xu Ming's mouth. Just call me Lin Yuan. He glanced over, seeing him red-faced and struggling for air, but we need to make some preparations before we leave. Xu Ming's eyes widened in complete surprise. Elsewhere, a skull floated in the air, dangling as if it were observing its surroundings. The skull was impaled on a tree, and amidst the thick haze, it marked the camp of the vulture bandits. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the area. On the ground, dead vultures lay scattered, and in their midst stood Lin Yuan, observing coldly. The Lord must be just ahead. He lowered his head and let out a heavy sigh. The system immediately ran a check and displayed a notification. Undead Vulture Bandit, level 12, 1600 HP, 250 attack, 70 defense. Skill, Undead Curved Dagger Throw. They surrounded Lin Yuan, while he stood his ground, hands ready to take them all on. When Lin Yuan turned, the flock of vultures stood eerily still and silent. A moment later, they all raised their heads and screeched loudly. Instantly, their eyes turned bloodshot as they let out horrifying squawks. He swung his cloaked arm forward. Go. And so, the zombies and vultures crashed into each other in a frenzied melee. A vulture soared up, daggers launching from its talons straight towards him. Skill activated, Curved Dagger. Lin Yuan watched with cold eyes as the dagger approached, plunging straight into the ground and sending rocks flying. The vulture's eyes widened in suspicion, but he was nowhere in sight. Lin Yuan suddenly appeared behind it, landing a vicious slash. In just a moment, he wildly slashed, decimating every vulture in sight. "I'll be taking your lives now. You have successfully eliminated a group of 3 vulture raiders. You have successfully eliminated a group of 6 vulture raiders. You have successfully eliminated a group of 10 vulture raiders." The last one collapsed onto the ground right behind Lin Yuan. His eyes gazed forward with suspicion. The vulture bandit was gone from its high perch. It had vanished. Suddenly, it appeared from behind, attacking Lin Yuan. Vulture Raider Lord, a level 19 Lord class with 6,200 health, 820 attack, and 220 defense. Skills: Curved Dagger, Stealth Backstab. It activates Stealth Backstab. He stood still, his hands moving slightly, activating the Corpse Explosion technique. The undead vultures swarmed in from all directions, surrounding their lord. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant green light. A violent explosion erupted, shaking the area. As the smoke cleared, the lord was still intact, merely coughing a little. Lin Yuan bent his knees and lunged forward. He shot towards the vulture, his hand emitting a powerful aura. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed, radiating a terrifying coldness. The Phantom Fist technique had taken effect. He threw his silver-white fist forward, a powerful punch slamming into its body. The vulture's eyes rolled back in pain, sending you to hell. The blow sent it crashing to the ground, kicking up a straight line of dust. As Lin Yuan landed, he held his pose. "You have slain the vulture bandit lord. It's over. Congratulations, you have advanced to level 13. With a quick action, he opened the system panel and a notification popped up. Dark Thunder Origin. Golden Tier Level 3. Effect. Deals 20% of target's health as damage or restores 20. Consumes 60 mana. 6-second cooldown. Proficiency 20 out of 300. Corpse Explosion. Golden Tier. Level 2. Effect is to detonate a zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies. Damage is 80% of the zombie's own health. Consumes 100 mana. 10-second cooldown. Proficiency 2 out of 100. Dark Thunder Origin. Golden Tier Level 3. Effect. Deals 20% of target's health as damage or restores 20% health to a zombie. Consumes 60 mana. 6-second cooldown. Proficiency 20 out of 300. Corpse Explosion. Golden Tier Level 2. Effect. Detonate a zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies. Damage is 80% of the zombie's own health. Consumes 100 mana. 10-second cooldown. Proficiency 2 out of 100. A system notification appeared asking if he would confirm using the skill scroll to upgrade this skill. Lin Yuan reached out to accept it. Yes. After completing the action, he stood still, thinking, the effect is pretty good. He had used a skill scroll to upgrade before. Dark Thunder Origin was level 1, now it's directly level 3, and it even leveled up Corpse Explosion at the same time. His face became a bit pensive. As for the Zombie Legion, it was temporarily sufficient with the 130 new zombie beasts. The system continued to announce, Vulture Rogue Zombie Leader, level 15, health 3,500, attack 500, defense 100, skills, Scimitar Toss, Nightwalk, Undead Aura. Vulture Rogue Zombie Lord, level 19, health 6,200, attack 820, defense 200, skills, Scimitar Toss, Venomous Hand. Venomous Hand attacks are imbued with 20 points of poison damage. Skills, Scimitar Toss, Stealthy Backstab, Undead Aura, Venomous Hand, Venom. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up with power. After the Vulture Rogue Lord was reborn as a zombie, it actually gained another skill. He suddenly recalled the battle with the Giant Wolf. Back when the Giant Wolf died and was resurrected, it also gained an extra, Vulture Rogue, level 19, health 6,200, attack 820, defense 220, skills, Scimitar Toss, Venomous Hand. Venomous Hand attacks are imbued with 20 points of poison damage. Skills, Scimitar Toss, Stealthy Backstab, Undead Aura, Venomous Hand. Venomous Hand attacks are imbued with 20 points of poison damage. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up with power. After the Vulture Rogue Lord was reborn as a zombie, it actually gained another skill. He suddenly recalled the battle with the Giant Wolf. Back when the Giant Wolf died and was resurrected, it also gained an extra. The new skill, Immortal Evil Wolf's Howl, deals 400% damage to surrounding enemies and stuns them. Colossal Beast's Gaze boosts the owner's health. Death's Claw boosts attack power, and Immortal's Wrath adds a 20% critical hit chance. Lin Yuan continued to analyze and speculate on each possibility. Could reviving a Lord-class monster grant it an additional skill besides its normal ones? That seems very interesting. As he was thinking, the system announced that the hunt he joined would officially begin in 2 hours. Hearing this, he just smirked. Lin Yuan flicked his tattered cloak, excitedly preparing to set out. The scene shifts to the Blood Forest cave, deep within a forest. He annoyedly shielded his eyes from something that was emitting a blinding glare. He was looking at Xu Ming writhing around up ahead in an outfit as bright as gold. Is he cosplaying a gilded knight statue? He continued to twirl confidently. God Yuan, I spent 50 gold coins to have a high-level blacksmith specially craft this super armor set. Don't worry, I absolutely won't slow you down today. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Ming's belt snapped. He kept rambling on, not noticing his pants had already fallen down. Suddenly, Xu Ming stopped, fell silent as he sensed something was wrong. Lin Yuan pointed, holding back a laugh as he teased. First time I've seen a separating armor set like this, very unique. He pulled his pants up while walking, justifying himself. That blacksmith said this was the latest model. As he spoke, Xu Ming's helmet fell, covering his vision. He struggled to lift it but couldn't. Wait, I can't see. God Yuan, help me. Xu Ming tripped over someone's foot and let out a terrified scream. His head slammed into something very hard. This impact caused the latch on Xu Ming's helmet to pop open. His vision returned and he looked up blankly, only to see a figure twice his size with a fierce face staring down at him. Zhao Kui tried to force a smile, but the more he smiled, the more terrifying he looked. Are you okay? System notification. Zhao Kui, captain of the Black Tree Guild's 3rd Squad, warrior class, level 15. Xu Ming froze on the spot, his heart pounding as he broke into a cold sweat. Why is this man clearly smiling, yet I feel like I've been bitten by a venomous snake? Was it a hallucination? Suddenly, from behind, a hand grabbed his collar. Losing patience, Lin Yuan sternly warned him. Hurry up and take off that stupid gear you're wearing. Xu Ming rubbed his head and gave a silly laugh. Oh, right. Zhao Kui glanced at him, his fierce expression unchanged, and snorted inwardly. Lin Yuan was calm and unafraid, looking directly at Zhao Kui. This made him grit his teeth as anger flared up inside. This kid, daring to look straight at me like that, he's really annoying. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hey, you lot. Huang Yu appeared, leading a shouting crowd. Which one of you is named Xu Ming? He held a resume in his hand, his eyes scanning Lin Yuan's group. Huang Yu kept his eyes glued to the paper, and then he pointed directly at him. It's you, isn't it? The one dressed weirdly. When he finished speaking, Huang Yu's entire group burst into sarcastic laughter. What kind of fashion sense is this? Look at his flashy gold outfit. Is he doing some kind of over-the-top cosplay? Xu Ming calmly stepped forward, pushing his hand aside with a smile, without a hint of anger. That's me. You three must be the leaders of the Black Beast Guild, right? Oh, right, this is my friend. Before he could finish his sentence, a sword tip shot out, pointed straight at him. Huang Yu smirked with contempt. All right, we're not interested in the names of any rookies. Remember this? We're letting you bring people not because of the double registration fee, but because our captain is particularly merciful. Lin Yuan lowered his gaze, remaining completely silent. Zhao Kui stepped up, speaking from the side. What are you doing? You should be a little friendlier to our new friend, he sneered. I was just kidding. Captain Huang Yu casually withdrew his sword and sheathed it. He tilted his chin up in a clear warning. Don't get arrogant just because our captain is easygoing. You should be grateful and cherish this opportunity. Got it? Xu Ming nodded fawningly. Yes, we'll definitely do our best. Yan Shang clapped loudly from the back. Everyone, at attention. I will now officially begin the roll call. A man behind them shifted around awkwardly. He was so nervous, unable to believe they could really work with members of a major guild. He remained silent. Is this a player participating in a star-level hunt? Up ahead, Huang Yu frowned. Is this equipment really going to be okay? It won't break midway, will it? Thinking this, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and thought, they all look like newbies who just entered the main city. He walked forward into the cave. All right, everyone is gathered now. We shouldn't delay any longer. Let's prepare to move out. Stopping in his tracks, Zhao Kui said with cold eyes, rest assured everyone, even the Grim Reaper makes way for the Black Beast Guild. Everything will be very safe. After hearing this, everyone behind him shouted out in unison. As he walked in front, Xu Ming just saw him holding a red item and grinning like an idiot. Xu Ming turned back. He shouted loudly, God Yuan, keep up. I heard this cave even has glowing slimes. Huang Yu was speechless at this. My God, did this guy come here for a picnic? He calmly moved forward, not responding at all. As they got closer, Lin Yuan couldn't hide his excitement. I can smell an exciting scent. In the blink of an eye, the whole group had entered the Bloodscale cave. A moment later, they had to stop as multiple entrances appeared ahead of them. So soon, there's already a fork in the road. And we haven't even encountered a single ironhide lizard along the way. These ironhide lizards are nocturnal, so they're probably gathered and resting deep within the cave right now. One of them raised a hand and asked doubtfully, "Captain Zhao, which path do you think we should take?" He didn't show any impatience, just smirking. "I think it would be best for us to split up." As soon as he finished speaking, they immediately erupted in disagreement. "Split up? But isn't that a little dangerous?" "That's right. What if we run into a level 16 elite?" Wu Hui stepped between them, his tone gentle as he tried to mediate. "Quiet. Everyone be quiet. Actually, to ensure the safety of this operation, our captain has already led us on a scouting mission beforehand. When you all met us today, we had just finished scouting and were resting to prepare for the assembly." That man frowned, annoyed and not believing what he heard. "What? Captain Zhao already scouted ahead?" With a sharp gaze, he stood blocking the entrance to the cave and nodded. "That's right. After our scouting mission this morning, of these 3 paths, the middle path has clear pheromones from the iron-eating rift lizard, making the risk of a surprise attack extremely high, while the other 2 paths are actually very safe." Zhao Kui spoke incessantly, rambling on and on. "The more dangerous the place, the higher the chance of finding precious discoveries. To ensure both efficiency and everyone's safety, I've decided our Black Tree Guild will take the middle path, and the rest of you can take the side paths." A cunning glint flashed in his eyes, followed by a scheming smile. "What do you all think?" They still blindly believed Zhao Kui's words. As expected of a major guild, so meticulous in every move, "You're the captain of the Black Tree Guild's 3rd squad, the highest-ranking senior here after all." In contrast, Lin Yuan pointed to the side. "We'll go left." Hearing his words, Zhao Kui let out a sarcastic smirk. "Of course that's no problem, so does anyone want to go with them?" The crowd looked at Xu Ming and his partner, still a bit worried. "Those 2?" A man mumbled. "One of them gives off a weird vibe. He doesn't seem very trustworthy." The other one. He looked him up and down, sizing him up. "He's just a stone-faced weirdo. Look at him. He's even hiding his level in class. Maybe because they're so low, he's afraid of losing face. But I think he looks kinda cool, though." "Then you go with them." Hearing their discussion, Zhao Kui couldn't help but mock them. "It seems you 2 aren't very popular. It's a pity. Although I'm the leader of this expedition, I can't force anyone to do anything." He ignored their words and glanced back. "Let's go." Zhao Kui stared intently at their backs as they entered the cave. A contemptuous smile played on Zhao Kui's lips. What a couple of clueless idiots. Inside the cave, sharp stalactites hung from the ceiling as drops of water silently dripped down. The quietly falling drops of water collected into a small puddle on the floor. The 2 walked cautiously, step by step, deeper into the cave. Following behind, Xu Ming held his sword and shield, his eyes showing a trace of fear. "Master Yuan, the temperature is dropping way too fast. It feels strange." Moreover, fear drained the color from his face. "I feel like I'm being watched, and the feeling is getting stronger and stronger." Lin Yuan's cold voice rang out, slowly emphasizing each word. "So you finally noticed? There is indeed something in here." Hearing this, Xu Ming felt panic rising within him. "What? But didn't Captain Zhao say he scouted this path? Isn't this path supposed to be safe?" He smirked sarcastically. "You actually believe him? An S-rank leading a group of rookies clearly plans to use live bait." He looked on with suspicion. "God, Yuan, so what about you just now?" Lin Yuan glanced at the wall, noticing small, flickering water bubbles. "You're not going to expose him?" His fist tightened slightly, crushing the water bubble. He suddenly yanked it from the wall and threw it forward. "Because I also want to see just how many we can lure out." A strange sound echoed from the darkness at the cave's entrance. Blood-red eyes flashed in the shadows. Interesting creatures. From the darkness, lizards crawled out one by one. Iron-eating lizard, elite, level 16, health 3300, attack 440, defense 100. Skill Iron-tail sweep, breaks through uncorroded walls. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down from above. In an instant, a vortex of fire erupted, swirling fiercely. The flames blazed, heading straight for them and incinerating everything in their path. From another direction, Huang Yu dashed forward like lightning, launching an attack. Before the lizard could counterattack, he immediately swung his sword. "You fools, witness my power." Afterward, Huang Yu turned back with a confident smile towards Zhao Kui. "Captain, those decoys are drawing the monsters for us. By sharing the combat load, it's much easier to breathe now." They actually believed those lies about scouting the path. He swung his mace forcefully, charging straight at the lizard. By the time most of them are dead, the 2 iron-eating lizards in the caves will be low on health. The blow sent it flying straight into the wall with great force. Then we can step in and reap the rewards, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. From behind, they swarmed forward, aiming straight for Zhao Kui. Unafraid, he clenched his fist, a confident smile on his lips. "Hey, you worthless pests, who are you roaring at? Just bring it on." In a flash, Zhao Kui unleashed his power, knocking all three down. He stood still with a twisted, excited expression. "Useless trash. You belong at the bottom of the food chain." On the other side, Xu Ming trembled and stammered. God Yuan. It's turning around to attack with its tail, activating the skill Iron Tail Sweep. Iron Tail Sweep uses its metal tail to sweep horizontally at its targets, dealing 60% damage. Lin Yuan ordered the vulture zombies to counterattack, activating his skill. Curved Dagger Throw. A retrievable curved dagger flies at a target up to 10 meters away, dealing 60% damage. Activate Stealth Skill. Stealth shifts the user to a semi-stealth state, reducing the chance of being detected by a target. Activate Skill. Backstab. Attacking from behind deals 80% damage to the target. The two sides clashed fiercely, with neither giving an inch. Since when did he subdue so many zombies? His eyes widened in disbelief. They were even more powerful than in the battle at the desert mudflat. So incredibly cool. He glanced over and replied coolly, "I did mention I was making some preparations on the side." Hearing this, Xu Ming was stunned. What? Yuan Chen subdued that many powerful monsters in less than a day. As they spoke, a system notification appeared. "You have successfully defeated 55 elite iron-eating lizards." He walked over, all done. Pretty efficient. Watching this from behind, his eyes welled up with tears. So admirable. If only I could be as strong as Yuan Chen. Suddenly, a slight tremor in the cave made Xu Ming lose his footing. Is this an earthquake? He was about to turn and inform him but stopped in shock. He saw Yuan Chen with his hand out, absorbing the lizard's life force. "Yuan Chen is busy. I'll check the situation myself. I can't bother him with everything. I have to pull my own weight, too." Xu Ming held up his shield and turned around. "It seems to be coming from this way." He felt the tremor under his feet getting closer. Xu Ming widened his eyes and looked down. The shaking seemed to have disappeared. Before he could feel relieved, a tongue shot up from the ground. He fell to the floor, his face etched with fear. Composing himself, he stood up. Xu Ming could only register the tongue wriggling menacingly before him, his eyes wide with shock and tension. Whoa, what in the world is this thing? Suddenly, the tongue lunged towards Xu Ming with dangerous force. He was struck and sent tumbling to the ground, screaming in agony. In an instant, the tongue shot into the air. It immediately wrapped tightly around Xu Ming, gagging him and holding him captive. "Help!" It powerfully wrapped around Tu Ming, dragging him straight to the ground. His eyes filled with horrified despair. "I'm done for." A streak of light slashed forward, tearing through the air at incredible speed. In an instant, the tongue was sliced in two. "You mud-eating beast hiding underground. How dare you pull these tricks in front of me?" Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. He walked over and grabbed the trembling man's collar. Lin Yuan dragged Tu Ming away like the wind, ignoring his fear. Moving to another corner, Tu Ming leaned against the wall, coughing repeatedly, his face pale. "Master Yuan, that thing is definitely a giant. We have to get out of here before it emerges." Before he could even calm down, the ground suddenly cracked and shook violently. Terrified, Tu Ming screamed, his trembling voice echoing through the cave. "We're in trouble. It's too late." From beneath the ground, a giant monster suddenly emerged, its roar shaking the heavens. Shu Tai Lai Z, Lord Class, Level 20. Health points 6,300. Attack 850. Defense 280. Skills: Iron Tail Sweep, Impenetrable Rampart, Earth Vein Stealth, Venomous Sand Spit. Reading this information, his face instantly turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. The mission information only said that Bloodscale Cave was home to an elite class Shu Tai Lai Shi, but this one is clearly a Lord class. Although Tu Ming was terrified, he gritted his teeth and stood in front of him. "Master Yuan, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying monster here. Let me hold it off. You retreat quickly." Lin Yuan wasn't afraid and just smirked. "A terrifying monster?" In that instant, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "It seems you're worthy of being my prey." He was stunned. "What?" It crawled on all fours. A growl echoed through the cave as it crept closer. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan drew his sword and charged straight at the Shu Tai Lai Shi. "Let's see then. Take it down." Tu Ming grew anxious. "Master Yuan." His voice deepened, ordering the vulture zombies to charge out immediately. "Vulture leader, throw your blades." At his command, they immediately hurled their weapons to attack, but it quickly blocked their attacks with its tail. The boss activated the skill Iron Tail Sweep. The vulture's weapons clanged against its tail. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to leap onto the Shu Tai Li Shi's head, taking advantage of this very moment. In an instant, he focused all his spiritual power, activating and firing his skill, Azure's Soul Seal. Immediately, a shocking explosion rang out. Lin Yuan slowly landed to observe, but when the dust settled, it was completely unharmed. The tough skin of the Shutai Lai Shi was only lightly scratched. He frowned in doubt. With such a powerful force, did it only create a small scorch mark? It angrily opened its mouth and roared, the sound echoing and shaking the entire cave. Poison shot out from the Shutai Lai Shi's mouth. The boss had activated his skill, Poison Sand Jet. Poison Sand Jet fires high-pressure poison attacks. After being hit, they will cause continuous poison damage, dealing 3 to 10% of health as damage per second, lasting for 5 seconds. The poison from the monster's mouth spread out in streams of green smoke. Xu Ming, standing to the side, cried out in fear and worry. Master Yuan, be careful. An attack struck the ground directly. The Shutai Lai Shi stared at Lin Yuan as he backed away. Looking closely at the ground, the spot just hit by its attack was corroded. It was a high-concentration corrosive attack. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, assessing the situation. This was a bit tougher than he had imagined. The Shutai Lai Shi's tail lashed out, trying to attack Lin Yuan while his guard was down, but he quickly jumped up and dodged its attack. Even so, it only made things more exciting. Lin Yuan's face darkened, and he immediately summoned his zombie. Come out, the foolish overlord. A vulture rogue zombie instantly appeared. As soon as it materialized, it immediately stabbed the dagger in its hand into the Shutai Lai Shi's tail. Xu Ming stood to the side with a shocked expression. Was the zombie monster Master Yuan summoned also his new subordinate? His eyes lit up with admiration. It was seriously cool. The vulture rogue zombie quickly moved behind the Shutai Lai Shi, raising the daggers in both hands. Then the system announced the skill activation, Backstab. It mercilessly stabbed down at the Shutai Lai Shi's tail. The boss activated the skill Impenetrable Rampart, increasing its defense by 150% for 10 seconds. Almost immediately, the Shutai Lai Shi's tail struck back. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly shouted a warning to his zombie. Watch out, but it reacted too slowly and was sent flying into the wall by the Shutai Lai Shi's tail. Xu Ming gasped, his face filled with horror. Whoosh, its reaction speed is too fast. Does this thing have eyes on its back? Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder. Eyes on its back? He recalled the Shu Iron Scale lizard's actions and reactions. Lizard species have simple eye structures, mainly relying on changes in light to perceive their surroundings. Once an enemy stands perfectly still, they'll be very hard to identify. Then Lin Yuan thought about the characteristics of lizards. However, their motion vision is extremely excellent. Their hearing and membrane senses can pick up an enemy's slightest movements. Some lizard species even have infrared sensory organs to detect an enemy's body heat. Therefore, a lizard's sensitivity to an enemy's movement trajectory far exceeds that of a human. As if he understood, Lin Yuan chuckled. It seems to deal with this guy. I have to make it walk into a trap. With that, he continuously threw fireballs at the Shu Iron Scale lizard. Not only that, Lin Yuan also provoked it loudly. Come on, let's see if your scales are tougher or my fireballs are hotter. Without a doubt, it quickly charged toward Lin Yuan. He fell back while throwing fireballs at it. Then Lin Yuan focused on luring the Shu Iron Scale lizard after him. Good, just keep this thing agitated, and make it focus all its attention on me. Xu Ming, on the other side, quickly tried to intervene. Yuan Shen, it's dangerous, he explained hastily. The defense of a Lord-level Shu Iron Scale lizard is too strong. These fireballs can't harm it at all. Yuan Shen is being too reckless. Suddenly, he realized something wasn't right. Wait a minute, Yuan Shen is running towards. Looking closely, it was clear Lin Yuan was running toward the pack of iron-eating lizards over there. The pack of iron-eating lizards. Lin Yuan quickly approached the group of iron-eating lizards ahead. Seeing the time was right, he immediately spun around. Now is the time. Then Lin Yuan dodged aside, leaving the Shu Iron Scale lizard bewildered. It lost its momentum and in an instant plunged into the middle of the iron-eating lizards and was quickly torn to shreds. Seeing the plan had succeeded, Lin Yuan couldn't help but let out a sarcastic remark. You big-headed fool. You don't even know how the plan succeeded. Lin Yuan couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. You big-headed idiot. You don't even know how to hit the brakes. It kept roaring with sounds of pain mixed with anger. Turning around, Lin Yuan prepared to use his skill. Enjoy this explosive feast. The system's voice rang out again, activating the skill, Corpse Explosion Art. Instantly, the iron-eating lizards exploded, dealing massive damage to the Shutai Lai Shi. Seeing it had lost quite a bit of health, Lin Yuan smirked. The armor is broken. It saw him standing there, roared in fury, and charged. Lin Yuan quickly retreated and commanded the Vulture Thief, Vulture Leader, to the left. The two landed on opposite sides, confusing the Shutai Lai Shi. The lizard had another weakness, which was its eyes. The lizard couldn't lock onto enemies on both sides at the same time. The Vulture Thief immediately drew a crossbow, aiming right at the Shutai Lai's eye. It opened its mouth wide, taking a breath to unleash a powerful attack. Lin Yuan leaped up and attacked from above. This single blow will send you to hell. Struck in its weak point, it roared in agony. The Shutai Lai Shi has been defeated. System notifications rang out continuously. Weak point hit. Leveled up, leveled up, leveled up. Congratulations, you have reached level 14. He stood silently and imposingly on the Shutai Lai Shi's corpse, surrounded by thick dust. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan turned the corpses into his own undead. At the same time, his system notification sounded. Health restored by 85%. Another notification appeared, Shadow Curse, Dark Gold, Level 3 effect. Drains 20% of the target's health, or restores 20% of an iron-eating lizard's health, costs 60 mana, 6-second cooldown. Proficiency, 200 out of 300. Seeing this notification, Lin Yuan pondered. It seems if I use the skill Scroll 1 more time, I can directly upgrade Shadow Curse to level 4. Looking at the Shutai Lai Zi before him, he thought that although the corpse explosion art used up many iron-eating lizards, obtaining this one was worth it. The system displayed its stats. Iron-eating lizard overlord, level 20. Health points, 6,300. Attack 850. Defense 280. Skills, Iron Tail, Cross Guard, Impenetrable Hide, Subterranean Movement, Poison Sand Spit, Undead Body. Looking at it, Lin Yuan made a decision. From now on, you'll be my meat shield. Just then, Xu Ming's urgent voice called out again. Yuan Shen. He was carrying a chest full of gear and rushed over to him with shining eyes. This is the first time I have seen so much loot. Now, should we start counting? Lin Yuan looked back at the mess. What is the hurry? There are still a few old rats to clean up. Amidst the charred corpses of the iron-eating lizards, Zhao Kui held his weapon, a sinister smile on his face. These idiots are not even worth mentioning at all. The warrior immediately began to flatter him. It is all thanks to the captain's command. With you here, even a lord-level monster would have to kneel and praise you. Wu Hui, standing nearby, reminded him, Captain, judging by the sounds, the battle between them is almost over. It is the perfect time for us to go over and scavenge. He kicked aside the corpse at his feet, then Zhao Kui led the other two forward. Let us go collect the bodies. Suddenly, a surprise attack left them no time to react. They quickly scattered, dodging the falling boulders. Zhao Kui roared furiously. Who dares to ambush the Black Tree Guild? As the dust cloud began to settle, a figure slowly emerged before them. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze ice cold. You wanted to collect corpses. Let me do the collecting for you. Wu Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. He stammered incoherently while pointing right at him. No, impossible. You two were supposed to have been eaten by those iron-eating lizards. Xu Ming shouted angrily, cursing him right to his face. You still have the nerve to say that. I actually thought the Black Tree Guild was an honorable guild. I never thought you would use other players as bait to clear a dungeon. Without thinking, Huang Yu instantly dashed in front of Zhao Kui. So what? Being used as a stepping stone for our Black Tree Guild is an honor for you bottom feeders. In contrast, his face turned pale, his lips pursed into an ugly line. Damn it, how did these two make it out alive? Could it be that when they entered the cave, there were not many iron-eating lizards inside, and all the monsters had gathered around those other unlucky fools? He was so furious he stomped his feet, cursing nonstop. You people are utterly shameless. Inwardly, Zhao Kui could not help but chuckle. A mocking look flashed in his eyes. The more I see that guy, the more annoying he gets. I might as well just take care of him. He slowly stepped forward, his voice low and deep. Even though I don't know what kind of insane luck you all had to survive out there. But now, in a flash, Zhao Kui suddenly made his move. His movements so fast no one could react. Your lucky streak is over. His mace swung down fiercely right where the two had just been standing. They immediately fell backward to dodge the blow, retreating. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan tightened his grip on his sword and lunged forward. I'm counting on you. He grabbed the mace's iron chain, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. The clang of metal on metal rang out, echoing through the area. He quickly retreated, planting one hand on the ground for balance. A contemptuous smile crept onto Zhao Kui's lips. So what? This is what the little devil wants to play. As Lin Yuan swung his sword, dark skulls appeared from thin air, and he charged, smashing them one by one. Zhao Kui stood in the thick smoke, his eyes fixed on what was ahead. For a moment, he froze, clearly startled. Damn it, you're not getting away. He swung his sword straight forward. Zhao Kui reacted in time, raising a shield to block the fierce attack. You think I wasn't prepared, you fool? He sneered, looking straight into Lin Yuan's eyes. This just proves who's been surviving on luck. As he finished speaking, Zhao Kui's figure vanished into thin air. You'd better sleep with one eye open. Lin Yuan said nothing, just stood there scanning his surroundings. Without a sound, he swung his weapon in a surprise attack from behind, an easy move against a weakling. Lin Yuan slightly tilted his head, his steel-like gaze pierced through the darkness, and without hesitation, he unleashed his magic as a torrent of power surged out, crashing down with a force that could toy with a fragile life at any moment. A shocking explosion erupted, sending rocks flying. Two men stood to the side, filled with fear and anxiety. Oh Hoi and Hoang Vu stood protectively in front of him with disdain. Leave this amateur to me. You didn't get a proper warm-up, so it has to be my turn now. Over here, Zhao Kui looked at him lying motionless under the rocks, his clothes in tatters. All right. I don't have much time to play this game with you. He laughed savagely, swinging his fist to send Lin Yuan on his way. Just obediently accept your death. But Zhao Kui's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? His fist was blocked by Lin Yuan's bare hand. You're the captain of the Black Tree Guild's third team, right? Now, Zhao Kui's heart was filled with absolute terror. How can this guy? Lin Yuan kept his head down, but a cold smile appeared on his lips. His eyes glowed red as magic gathered around him. I think I finally understand the skill level of the 10th ranked guild in the main city. Lin Yuan squeezed his wrist, the force making Zhao Kui tremble uncontrollably. He tried to pull free, but the grip held him like a steel prison. His eyes glowed red, his muscles tensing with power. Before Zhao Kui could react, Lin Yuan grabbed him and slammed him to the ground like a sandbag. Zhao Kui was thrown so far he carved a straight line into the ground. He skidded to a stop, gritting his teeth and coughing violently. I really underestimated a bastard like you. Enraged, Zhao Kui gripped his mace and charged in again. Don't just stand there, get him. Wu Hui and Huang Yu shouted in unison upon hearing the command. All right. The three of them charged towards Lin Yuan. Go to hell. He showed no fear, just stood there and watched them, smirking. A mob is still just a mob. This is hardly a challenge. Just as their attacks were about to land, Lin Yuan's figure vanished without a trace. From above, two undead vultures appeared, swooping down to attack them. Caught by surprise, they panicked and were too slow to react. What? His eyes widened with anger and panic. Skulls flew toward Zhao Kui, looking like they wanted to tear him to shreds. The impact made Zhao Kui cry out in pain as he was knocked to the ground, tumbling in front of his two comrades. As Zhao Kui looked up, a pair of legs appeared before his eyes. He panicked, his voice trembling as he said, "Wait, stop for me. Damn it, if you actually kill me, the Black Tree Guild is not to be messed with. You better think this through." Lin Yuan stared intently, his powerful gaze fixed on Zhao Kui, then he glanced down at his own feet, only to see Ziming with heart-shaped eyes hugging his leg. God, Yuan, I knew you'd never lose. You had me worried sick just now. He looked disgusted and kicked his leg, sending the man flying. Get out of my way. Lin Yuan's expression changed as he raised his sword high and coldly declared, From what I know, your Black Tree Guild is not only tyrannical to outsiders but also ruthless to its own members. If you lose rank and equipment due to death and cause losses for the guild, they will come after you, won't they? Have you thought about how you're going to explain it to them? He panicked a little, sweating bullets as he tried to negotiate. I admit defeat this time. Tell me, what will it take for you to spare my life? Lin Yuan lowered his sword, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Then give me a list of the high-ranking management players in your guild. Write down their classes, levels, and traits. Back then, lightning crackled around that person. In his past life, the skill used by the first disciple was something unheard of. No one knew what it was, nor how to deal with it. He must have had an extremely rare hidden class that no one ever found out about. Hearing this, Zhao Kui stammered. A list? What do you want that for? Lin Yuan ignored him and directly stabbed his sword through Zhao Kui's hand. Watching the blood pour from his hand, he sat down coldly. Are you going to write it or not? Zhao Kui's face turned pale. I'll write it right now. A moment later, the list was in Lin Yuan's hands. It seemed all the experts of the Black Tree Guild were on it. Although there were some rather unique classes, none of them matched the characteristics of the first disciple. From behind, he clutched his injured hand and asked cautiously, Sir, can you let me go now? He turned back, his words slightly hesitant. I can let you go. Before he could finish, Zhao Kui quickly spoke up. Thank you, sir, thank you. Without waiting for their reaction, Lin Yuan unleashed a magic spell that pierced through them. But you have harmed countless innocent players. It's time you gave them an explanation. The treasures from the three of them appeared one by one. Crescent Moon Magic Hammer. Silver Grade Type. Weapon. Effects. Attack Power plus 45. Critical Hit plus 30. Physical Attack plus 30. Attached Skill. Power Burst. Power Burst increases attack speed by 20% on the first attack. Frenzied Dance. Long Sword. Bronze Grade. Type. Weapon. Effects. attack power plus 30, accuracy plus 20, blue light robe, bronze grade, type, armor, magic damage plus 20, spirit plus 20. He glanced aside, a bit confused, only to see Ziming secretly hugging some kind of chest. Yuan Chen. Look, I got a treasure chest too. He brought it over to Lin Yuan without even inspecting it. I'll pick first, and the rest is all yours. Seeing him about to open it, Ziming quickly shook his head. No way, I can't do that. Seeing Lin Yuan sigh and withdraw his hand, he immediately smiled fawningly. I want to buy them. I can't take advantage of you, Yuan Chen. He didn't want to waste words on Ziming. Suit yourself. Lin Yuan examined the items in the chest and shook his head. There's nothing suitable for me. You can have it all. He nodded happily. Okay, Yuan Chen, I'll transfer the funds to you right now. Receive 54 gold coins. The two of them finally exited the cave. It was daytime outside. The Bloodscale cave indeed only yielded some silver-grade equipment. Getting gold-grade gear was not at all easy at this point. Ziming reached out as if to say something, but hesitated for a long time. Yuan Chen, there's something I don't know if I should say. He asked with confusion. What is it? As Ziming spoke, his body trembled uncontrollably. I heard the people from the Black Tree Guild are very vengeful. If they can't beat you online, they'll get revenge in real life. How about I have my bodyguards accompany you? After hearing this, Lin Yuan showed no reaction and just waved as he left. Thanks for the warning. They're just a bunch of pests. I have my own plans. Back home. Just as he took off his gaming helmet, a voice called from outside. Yuan, come on out. Dinner's ready. Lin Yuan got up from his chair and replied, coming right now. He walked to the door, his hand touching the knob to open it. As soon as he opened it, a large figure, wearing a device on his head just like his own, stood there imposingly. Mr. Lin held up the helmet and asked his son, Yuan, look, is this the helmet you need for your game? Is this one broken? He looked over, slightly surprised. It can still turn on. It doesn't seem to be broken. But Dad, why did you suddenly buy a gaming helmet? His father waved his hand, sounding a bit flustered. I didn't. Why would I buy this? Your mother found it while she was cleaning little Dan's room. In that instant, a strange feeling arose within him as a hazy memory flashed through his mind. In his past life, around this same time, Lin Dan had awakened a hidden class. Mrs. Lin came out of the kitchen, smiled, and said, All right, you two, stop standing around and come eat. She glanced at her husband and sighed softly. Your father doesn't get these new things. He spent all afternoon just trying to turn on the machine and couldn't figure it out. Mr. Lin laughed awkwardly in response. That's not it. Yuan, don't listen to your mother. I was just worried your mom might damage Xiao Dan's things while cleaning, so I was just checking. He lowered his head slightly, his gaze profound. If I let my parents get into the immortal world, I could use my in-game resources to support them. When the mutation happens, they'll also have a way to protect themselves. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, his eyes resolute. This game isn't hard. I'll buy 2 more gaming helmets tomorrow. Mom, you should try it too. Mrs. Lin frowned, her tone a bit stern. Don't waste money on frivolous things. He smiled faintly. It's okay, Mom, don't worry about it. Right, has Xiao Dan not come home yet? She looked at the clock and replied softly. Today is Friday. Xiao Dan probably went out with her friends. I'll call her in a bit, you go ahead and eat. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. Let me call her. He took out his phone, dialed the familiar number, and his phone screen showed it was connecting to his sister. An automated voice came on the line. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Lin Yuan stared at the screen, his expression gradually darkening. Even if Xiao Dan didn't want to take his call, she would have at least sent a message, not to the point of just ignoring it completely. Mrs. Lin looked at him and said softly, Eat your dinner, Yuan. Xiao Dan probably ate out, so we won't wait for her. He shook his head slightly, his voice calm. Mom, Dad, you eat first. I'm going to buy something before the store closes. She immediately grumbled. But then the food will get cold. Seeing this, he told her to let Yuan go. As he left, Mr. Lin's voice sounded softly. I remember when Yuan and Xiao Dan used to be inseparable. I don't know when they grew so distant. Just let them talk to each other more, and we should worry less. Mrs. Lin smiled. You're right, Yuan just isn't good at expressing himself, but he's still her big brother after all. He walked down the stairs heavily, the darkness seeming to envelop him. In his mind, fragmented memories came flooding back. In his past life, Lin Dan had opened the door, clutching her shoulder in pain, right as he was about to eat. Seeing this, he was startled and asked worriedly, Little Dan, are you? She ignored her brother, clutching her shoulder warily as she walked toward her room. At her bedroom door, Lin Dan suddenly suppressed her pain, saying it had nothing to do with him. Don't call the police, and don't tell their parents. Got it? He froze, his eyes filled with an unspeakable complexity. Back in the present, he continued to think to himself, in his past life. After Lin Dan started playing Immortal World, she soon awakened a hidden class. But she also shouldered many burdens that weren't hers to bear. It all started when that mysterious organization appeared, bringing them to her. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the Order Organization. The Order Organization was a mysterious group founded by 9 chosen ones, and only the chosen ones were qualified to join. Lin Yuan continued to ponder. Among them was a prophet who could sense the chosen ones in the real world and would send members to invite them to join. Unconsciously, the Order Organization's strength in the game had grown to an unstoppable level. Not only that, their influence in the real world also grew stronger. Although they acted mysteriously, they also did some good deeds. Maintaining social stability made it impossible for people to guess their true purpose. At this point, he thought bitterly. After little Dan was invited to join, she often carried out dangerous missions, but she never mentioned any of it to her family. Thinking of this, the image of a wounded Lin Dan, struggling to walk, appeared in his memory. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, hoping it wasn't them. Stepping out the door, a fire sparked in his eyes. He thought, but even if it is them, this time I won't let little Dan get involved so recklessly again. He strode through the night when suddenly he saw a familiar figure. He immediately ducked into a hidden spot, his eyes following the people chatting in a coffee shop not far away. His breathing slowed, sensing every slight movement in the space. Lin Yuan thought, just as expected, little Dan has already met them, but the distance is too great to hear their conversation. I can't risk blowing my cover just yet. He clenched his fist slightly and took a deep breath. It's been a while since I used this. Feels a bit rusty. I need to focus my mind and activate the stealth skill. A dim light enveloped his body, and the surrounding air fluctuated slightly. His breath and aura now completely vanished. He thought to himself, my current stealth skill is level 3, and it lasts for 5 minutes. Lin Yuan looked around again, then entered the coffee shop and stopped just close enough to overhear the conversation. He muttered to himself, this distance should be enough. Over here, Xiao Fan and He Sen were talking with Lin Dan. He Sen's deep, clear voice rang out. Little sister, I've told you what you need to know. As for its truth, you must judge for yourself. Joining us is not just for the organization, but for when disaster strikes 3 years from now. His gaze was calm yet carried a hint of pressure. You will be like us, bravely standing up for this world. Xiao Fan smirked, his voice light and tinged with a bit of teasing. Look, you're scaring the little girl. Hurry and withdraw that intimidating aura of yours. He Sen frowned slightly, his voice turning serious. I'm discussing something important, and it's also for her own good. The situation being what it is, it still involves. As he spoke, he was suddenly startled and looked towards where Lin Yuan stood, making his heart beat faster. He Sen's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. He lightly touched the ring on his hand, activating the Dispel skill. A powerful wave of energy spread out. The system announced, the stealth effect has been dispelled. The countdown has begun. He Sen frowned, looking speechlessly in the direction where he had just been standing. Fearing that others would notice something was wrong, he looked towards the counter and said, Boss, you have iced tea. You should have said so. I'll take one to go. The owner's voice came from the counter. Coming right up, just a moment. Not long after, the owner came out with 2 drinks, saying, Here you are. From a distance, Lin Yuan paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, thinking he used a dispel skill from the ring. Luckily, the stealth dispel has a 3-second delay. Just then, the system's voice announced, the stealth effect has been removed. He Sen picked up his drink, turned to look at Lin Dan, his voice low and firm. Lin Dan, I hope you will consider joining us. A person with a sense of justice would not stand idly by in the face of disaster. When you've thought it through, call the number on this. After saying that, he placed a business card on the table. Lin Dan then picked up the business card, lowered her head slightly, her voice soft but firm. Okay. With that, the 2 men stood up and left. Then Xiao Fan suddenly turned back, his teasing voice full of insinuation. Hey, pretty girl, I'll be waiting. You have to come, you hear? From a distance, Lin Yuan was activating his stealth skill to monitor the situation. Seeing the 2 of them leave, he immediately got up and followed. By the time he reached the door, they were nowhere in sight. He said with a start, they vanished. Suddenly, a glass of water was thrown at him, stunning him for a few seconds. From afar, He Sen's voice rang out. Just as I suspected, something is off. Then the system's cold voice suddenly echoed in his head, stealth effect ending soon. The space fell silent, leaving only the steady beat of his heart in his chest. An ominous feeling began to form. This was only the beginning. He Sen slowly walked over to where the glass of water had been thrown, his gaze stopping on the ground, where a faint glowing ring remained from the broken stealth skill. He furrowed his brows slightly, his steady voice rising. Maybe I've just been too paranoid lately. It's nothing at all. Xiao Fan stood nearby, hands in his pockets and a smirk on his face. Boss, you're way too on edge. Relax a little. After speaking, he turned to look around. Oh, right. Do you think that girl will join us? He said and stood up, was silent for a moment, then slowly replied. According to the prophet, she will come sooner or later. Xiao Fan shrugged, his eyes lighting up with amusement. That's true. The prophet's predictions have never been wrong so far. He chuckled softly. But I'm more interested in knowing which lucky lady I'll be flying high with. He then shot him a look, frowning slightly as he said, Let's see if you can even keep your own life in the coming apocalypse first. Xiao Fan laughed smugly. That's still a long way off. His voice was deep and cold, carrying a chilling finality, which made his smile falter for a split second. Not far away, Lin Yuan was standing on high ground, silently watching the two men's figures fade into the distance. Luckily, he had managed to activate a movement skill just before his stealth was destroyed. Escaping at the very last moment, he gently closed his eyes. These guys are harder to deal with than I thought. If I interact with them too often, I'm afraid my forbidden class will be exposed. The pale blue light slowly faded from around him. He looked at the starry sky, whispering to himself, I no longer have a place in this immortal world. I have to be more careful, and it's time to move out. Meanwhile, Lin Dan had just returned to the area near her home. Her hand fiddled with the business card Sen had just given her, leaving her feeling conflicted. As Lin Dan looked away, she saw a familiar figure and asked in a surprised tone, What are you doing here? Lin Yan stood there holding a bag of food, his hair slightly tousled by the wind. He said, I just came down to buy a few things. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Lin Dan shook her head. It's fine. He held up the bag of food and said softly, It's so late. Don't make Mom go through any trouble. I've already bought some food. When we get back, just eat whatever you'd like. She looked at him, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. This guy can barely even take care of himself. So why now? He turned to go inside and said, I'm heading in. As he walked, he looked back at Lin Dan and said softly, Come on home. The door swung open, and both their voices called out, We're home. Mrs. Lin rushed out, her worried voice directed at Lin Dan. This child, you always lose track of everything when you're out having fun. The time. Have you eaten? Do you need me to heat up some food for you? She pensively shook her head. That's okay, Mom. I'm heading to my room first. She watched her leave, then turned to her son. You haven't eaten either, right, Yuan? Let me make something for both of you. He gently shook his head, his voice soft. No need, Mom. You should get to bed early. At that moment, Lin Dan was in her room, letting out an exhausted sigh. Her mood suddenly sank, and she couldn't understand what in the world had been happening to her lately. She lay wearily on her bed, speaking in exhaustion. Ever since I started playing that game, all these weird and bizarre things have been happening. The scene in her memory darkened, showing Lin Dan fighting a ferocious monster, a girl with purple hair. The mage on her team suddenly screamed as if to tear space apart. Xiao Dan, run. Your movement speed is faster than mine. I'll hold the monster off. A blade flashed, sending dirt and rocks flying. In front of them stood a giant monster with a pair of long scythes. The system's cold voice announced, Common Praying Mantis, Long Scythe, Level 5, HP 300, Attack 50, Defense 8. Skill is Wild Scythe Dance. Skill effect is a rapid dual scythe swing that deals double damage. The monster was now getting closer and closer. A swift swing of the double scythes sent the mage and her team sprawling. Lin Dan gritted her teeth and yelled, You go first, I'll hold them off. Her eyes were resolute as she took a fighting stance, saying, I'm the front line, and there's no way the front line abandons the rear guard. Just leave this to me. But it wasn't just one. Dozens more moved in unison from the distance. The sound of hundreds of blades slicing the air merged into a piercing shriek, feeling like the world was about to be devoured. Lin Dan clenched her jaw, her hand tightening around the hilt of her sword. Spiritual energy erupted from her body as she lunged forward, her sword sweeping in a long blue arc, striking a monster's torso. A loud boom echoed as she spun to block a second monster's attack, but their power was immense, sending shudders up her arm with every clash. Lin Dan dropped to one knee, her breathing ragged, but her grip on the sword remained firm. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind her, slashing with its sharp blade, as a massive pillar of light cleared the dust. At that moment, Lin Dan's body began to glow, her hair flying wildly as a silver light enveloped her. The system's voice suddenly rang out, cold and mixed with a heartbeat. Congratulations, Player 4. Activating a hidden class to assist your awakening. Now Lin Dan had to use her sword to stay standing, coughing hoarsely. Suddenly, she gripped her sword, her gaze turning as sharp and cold as its blade. Her following slashes were too fast to see. The horde of mantis blades screamed in agony, their bodies exploding in a brilliant flash of light. As the dust settled, Lin Dan leaned on her sword for support. She panted heavily, her lips trembling, her body almost completely out of strength. The system's voice echoed once more. Chen Xiang directly impacts the mind of the sword of Li Ming. At that very moment, a colossal pillar of golden light erupted, banishing the darkness. In that blinding light, Lin Dan's eyes glowed a brilliant, deep green like gemstones, reflecting the golden rays spreading everywhere. They swirled around her body like 10,000 converging stars, forming a massive flow of energy. The system's voice still echoed through the air. Sword of Li Ming. Lin Dan froze on the fiery, smoke-filled battlefield. Her hands still gripped the sword tightly. Back in reality, she was exhausted, placing a hand on her forehead and thinking. That feeling was real. Even in reality, she could feel her body changing. Lin Dan took a deep breath as every vein seemed to light up from within. If a disaster, like he said, really happens, will I be able to protect everyone? Her hand rose into the air, enveloped by a mystical blue light, as if it were absorbing or releasing a huge amount of energy. Can I really do it? Lin Dan clenched her fist, her doubt fleeting before it turned into determination. If even this power can't withstand the disaster, what chance will anyone else have to survive? She suddenly sat up, turned to the shelf, and picked up a picture frame, saying, "Regardless of whether I join them or not, I must get stronger quickly. I have to protect them." At the same time, in another room, Lin Yuan was holding a picture frame and thinking the same thing. He told himself that the move couldn't be delayed. I need to focus my energy on the game. I can't be on guard all the time. It's time to let them have some peaceful days. The next morning, as sunlight lit the stone path to start a new day, a polite woman's voice was heard. "Hello, sir." The neatly dressed real estate agent stood beside Lin Yuan and asked gently, "Are you here to look at a house today?" He glanced around, his eyes showing a mix of unfamiliarity and pride, and asked the woman, "Are there any fully furnished villas? Security needs to be high." She thought to herself, he looks so young, does he really have money? The agent looked at him and asked, "Sir, have you researched the prices in this area? This neighborhood, after all." Lin Yuan interrupted her by holding up a shiny black card. "I haven't looked into it, but I think this should be enough." She took the card gleefully and said, This is a special VIP card, reserved for customers with a deposit of at least tens of millions. Oh my God, my jackpot." At that moment, the woman's voice was practically a scream, causing everyone nearby to gape in astonishment. "Welcome home, owner. Employees number 2, 3, 4, and 5 are at your full service." A few days later, he brought Mr. and Mrs. Lin to the villa he had purchased. His parents looked at the contract in a daze. Mrs. Lam asked, Wuyen, I didn't mishear you, did I? Did you just say, this is our new home?" Her voice was filled with both bewilderment and disbelief. As he led his parents inside for a tour, a stunned Mrs. Lam asked incredulously, "A private pool? This is just like on TV. It's so magnificent." Meanwhile, Mr. Lam was going through each room. The sight before him was so unbelievable that he trembled and broke into a sweat, saying, "This bed is just enormous." Inside the living room, golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling glass doors, reflecting off every piece of polished furniture. The living room was spacious, with a very soft sofa, and a coffee table in the center adorned with a vase of pristine white flowers. Seeing this, his parents suddenly froze on the spot. A dazed Mrs. Lam turned to ask him, Yuan, how many years is the mortgage on this house? Maybe we should just move back to the old place." His father quickly chimed in, "She's right, we don't want you to be under so much pressure." Lam Wuyan smiled reassuringly, "There's no mortgage. I used the prize money from my previous matches plus my income from the game to pay for it in full. You can all live here worry-free. I'm just next door. I usually just stay home and focus on the game." His brief yet confident words left his parents both surprised and proud. Mr. Lam held Mrs. Lam's hand and said joyfully, "I never thought in my entire life I'd be able to live in a mansion. It's truly all thanks to our son," she said with a happy smile. "In the blink of an eye, our son is all grown up and can handle everything himself now." Looking at the expressions in his parents' eyes at that moment, there was no mistaking it. It was pure pride, untainted by any expectations. The smile that spread across Lam Oyen's face wasn't a boastful smirk, but a genuine smile from the heart. Finally, all his efforts felt meaningful. That afternoon, he was taking a stroll in the twilight glow of the sunset. As he turned into the alley beside the shop, Lam Uyin thought to himself that the mansion's security was not a concern. Next, he would have to teach his parents a little about the game as a precaution against the shadow of the Order organization. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he seemed to notice something and stopped. His gaze followed his sense of confusion. What met his eyes were the dark silhouettes of an approaching group, their posture aggressive and threatening, the dim light barely outlining their large figures. Each of them was carrying a crude weapon like a club or a steel pipe. Suddenly, a man in the group spoke up. "I've been waiting for you." He and his cronies looked at him arrogantly and said, "It wasn't easy finding you." Lin Yuan immediately recognized the hostility and familiarity from the leader, thinking to himself, "Isn't that the captain of the Black Hand Guild, the one I already defeated?" Immediately, without waiting for an order, the surrounding cronies excitedly charged forward. Their menacing figures rushed toward him, his voice roaring, "Aren't you supposed to be a great fighter? Why drop the act now? Go on. Smash his damn head in for me." One of the cronies thought he was paralyzed with fear. He laughed gleefully, thinking the guy was scared stiff. He approached Lin Yuan, swinging the steel pipe toward him and yelling, "Daring to disrespect Master Kui is a death wish." But the crony had no idea what a fatal mistake he was making. Lin Yuan stood there with ice-cold eyes. He activated his stealth skill, looked at his attacker, and smirked. Too slow. Lin Yuan vanished before his eyes, and the steel pipe slammed into the pavement, shattering the stone with a sound that echoed through the alley. The cronies were startled, only managing to see a flash of blue light in midair. In that instant, Lin Yuan appeared in front of the captain, his body glowing with an aura of crackling energy. His eyes were terrifyingly sharp and focused. He clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating punch, causing a deafening explosion as wind swirled everywhere. The punch landed squarely on his stomach, causing his eyes to roll back as blood spewed from his mouth, his body doubling over from the force. Blue rays of light erupted violently from Lin Yuan's body, spreading out like a shockwave. All the henchmen were sent flying, collapsing to the ground and groaning as dust filled the air. The captain's body was slammed so hard into the pavement that it cracked. A heavy thud echoed as fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He thought in horror, "Is this guy a man or a demon?" As soon as that panicked thought crossed his mind, the harsh clang of heavy metal rang out. Lin Yuan slammed the steel pipe down onto the cement, right next to the captain's ear. It startled him, and a cold sweat broke out on his neck as his eyes widened. He looked over, only to see him standing there, his gloomy aura mixed with a thick killing intent. A cold red glint flashed in his eyes as his deep voice slowly enunciated each word. "It seems you don't value your life, do you?" Before the captain could even react, Lin Yuan had already stomped his foot down hard on the man. A choked groan of pain was stifled. Lin Yuan's gaze lowered as he muttered in annoyance, "These leech-like guys are so damn persistent." The man lay trembling on the ground, his body twitching and his voice quivering as he begged in desperation. "Wait, I was wrong. Please spare me, boss. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. I know about a hidden quest." His breath came in ragged gasps, his voice lost in the eerie silence. Lin Yuan's crimson eyes glared at him, his voice filled with menace. "Speak." The captain lay on the ground, panting as he hastily spilled the information. "In the main city, you'll find a blacksmith named Huo Qian. He always gives out strange quests. When your favorability is high enough, he'll craft a piece of gold-grade equipment for you." Lin Yuan frowned and thought. In his past life, someone had indeed obtained gold-grade equipment very quickly. The rumor was that it involved an NPC, so perhaps this guy wasn't lying. He asked, "Is that so?" But he squeezed the steel bar until it deformed. Lin Yuan's gaze was ice-cold as he looked straight at the captain, his voice carrying an unshakable threat. "I hope you don't do anything stupid, because I have plenty of ways to deal with you, both online and offline. If you dare touch my family." As he spoke, he squeezed the steel bar, shattering it into pieces. He growled, "This will be your consequence." The man cowered and replied in despair, "I understand." The scene shifts to a tavern in the main city of Simo, enveloped in the evening atmosphere. Under the bright moonlight, the air was thick with the strong scent of ale and the murmur of conversations. The evening here was bustling, but still held a hint of weariness from those who had endured a long day. The sound of clinking beer steins rang out, seemingly heating up the tavern's atmosphere. On the tables were steaming hot dishes, a plate of soft, white, freshly steamed buns, a dish of fragrant and spicy tofu, and a plate of bright yellow vegetables. The aromas mixed with the scent of ale, creating an atmosphere that was both cozy and lively under the moonlit sky. Huo Qian slammed his beer stein on the table, his eyes wide as he stared at him, his voice full of surprise and doubt. "You mean you can provide me with 100 portions of ore? You're not joking, are you?" He continued. "You look too clean. Clearly not suited for mining. If you can actually do it, then I'll forge you a weapon for free." Lin Yuan stood silently by the table, his gaze calm as he gave a slight nod. He thought to himself, "It seems Zhao Kui wasn't lying. The next step is to go mine some ore." As he turned to leave, he saw a drunk stumbling to his feet, slurring, "Hey, where are you off to?" "Let me buy you a drink, sweetie." He gave a lecherous grin, staggering towards a girl who had just walked by. She flinched and backed away, her voice annoyed. "Get away. I don't know you." The beautiful, curvy girl was walking in a daze. Her voice, slightly slurred, said, "Don't touch me." She dodged as she spoke, but he just laughed. All right, just come with me. I promise I won't lay a finger on you." The strong stench of booze made Lin Yuan frown. Before Lin Yuan could react, the drunk turned and yelled at him. "What are you looking at? You want me to gouge your eyes out?" The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Yuan swung his arm and sent the drunkard flying. Lin Yuan scoffed, clearly has a death wish. The entire bar suddenly fell silent. The beautiful girl turned, her voice cheerful. "Hey, handsome, thank you so much. Let me buy you a drink." Lin Yuan just glanced at her and cut her off. No need. Then he turned and walked away. He left her calling after him, "Hey, don't walk away so fast." The sound of hurried footsteps mixed with the tavern's noise. Her slender high heels slipped on the wooden floor. A soft click was heard as a heel got caught in a crack. The beautiful girl's body stumbled forward, her long brown hair swinging from the momentum. In that instant, a cold, fire-like red glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He reacted with almost pure instinct. He reached out and caught her, his strong arm wrapping firmly around her waist, their breaths catching in the suffocatingly close space. The beautiful girl's body swayed, leaning down. She looked up from within his arms, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, her gaze hazy but with a hint of mischief. "So you like dancing, little guy?" I. She was mid-sentence when she suddenly passed out. Lin Yuan frowned, a helpless look on his face as he said, "What a pain." He opened the door to his rented room. The sound of the hinges creaking softly in the quiet space. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on the cool stone floor. Lin Yuan gently laid her on the bed, her brown hair spilling over the pillow, her lips slightly parted as she breathed evenly. After that, he turned and left, closing the door silently, leaving the room bathed in the pale blue light of the western desert night. Silence. The scene shifts to the venomous snake mine, moisture seeping from the rock walls into the air. The light from torches mounted on both sides flared intensely. In the cramped space, the sharp strikes of pickaxes from the dog-headed miners echoed in a steady rhythm. In that hazy light, Lin Yuan stood in the middle of the cave, holding a stone, his sharp gaze scanning the area as he calculated, "I currently have 12 dog-headed zombies in my netherworld gate, just enough for mining. I can collect quite a few heads in a short time." Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from deep within the darkness, sending the dog-headed miners flying. He was also startled and couldn't react in time. In his vision, a swarm of small shadows charged forward. Hundreds of rats half the size of an adult human swarmed out from the crevices. They had shabby gray fur, sharp claws, and glowing red eyes. The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Common Berserk Rat, level 10, health 1200, attack 70, defense 15, skill, Frenzied Tear. Continuously attacks the target, damage plus 10%. Lin Yuan summoned the elite killer Scorpion, lowering his hand to command it to wipe them all out. Its voice roared. The sound of its claws tearing and scratching echoed through the tunnel. One by one, the Berserk Rats were torn to shreds. In just a few breaths, blood splattered everywhere, and the thick stench of heat and gore filled the air. The elite killer Scorpion swiftly annihilated them all, not stopping until none were left. The green light of a magic circle appeared, with glowing magic runes lighting up and spinning slowly in midair. Lin Yuan said softly, "Time to collect more different types of monsters will make my strategy more comprehensive." Demonic energy spread from the magic circle, enveloping each one in a glowing, dark blue light. It transformed them into hazy spiritual forms, which twisted and were sucked directly into the formation's center. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted behind him. Fire and dust filled the tunnel, the shockwaves so powerful that the stone walls trembled. Lin Yuan immediately leaped back, his cloak billowing in the swirling blast. He raised a hand to shield his face, his eyes narrowing as he exclaimed in shock, "What?" A giant red figure charged out from the darkness. Its fur stood on end, its eyes blazed blood red, and its sharp teeth gnashed together with a terrifying screech amidst the hazy rock dust. He glimpsed a figure standing behind the monster. A person in a gray cloak holding a long spear appeared. The system's voice announced, "Frenzied Rat, Spirit Host, level 16, health 3800, attack 300, defense 150, skills, Berserk Pursuit, and Keen Smell." Suddenly, the figure brandished the spear, causing it to roar even more ferociously. As if driven by an unseen force, its body charged toward Lin Yuan like a hurricane. He raised his sword into a defensive stance, the blue light on the blade surging like ocean waves. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "Is this the mine's boss? Someone is intentionally luring monsters here." An intense, blinding yellow light flared up. The weapon itself was beginning to show its power. Titan Taiyang raised his hand high. His attack shot straight forward, accompanied by the incessant growling of the dog-headed miner. Facing this surprise attack, Lin Yuan slid backward, trying to hold his ground. However, the overwhelming power was unimaginable, knocking him far away. A thought immediately flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Is this a target lock skill? No, that's not it. At the same time, the system panel displayed the details. Titan Taiyang has used the Holy Armor skill on you. Holy Armor increases a friendly target's defense by 20 points. Duration, 60 seconds. Facing the storm of light, Lin Yuan froze, confirming it was a priest's buff skill. Amidst the tense battle, a scout glanced around and muttered, "What's going on today? Why did all the iron ore disappear? Isn't that the priest from the godly Iron Triangle? Why is he acting alone?" This guy's eyes glinted menacingly as he ordered, "Go stir up some trouble." Then, he released a scheming demonic fly from his hand. "Over here," Tai Yang kept urging Lin Yuan. "I didn't mean to lure the monster. You should run. I caused this mess, so I'll take responsibility." The system panel updated with detailed stats. The current number of online viewers was 15, and a flood of comments erupted. Soloing the boss? Are all the priests from the Mirror Flower Guild this overpowered? This priest is as agile as an assassin. A battle priest has arrived. Lin Yuan looked at the engagement and nodded, an idea forming. Even at a time like this, he's still so righteous, and I just happened to buy a villa, which costs a lot of money. A boss delivering itself to my doorstep? I'll happily accept it. The atmosphere grew more intense as the online viewer count rose from 15 to 70, then to 130. The comments became even more curious. Why does this guy look so familiar? It's that great god who soloed the world boss. Pull up a chair. There's definitely going to be a good show today. Hasn't the great god made his move yet? Hurry up. A piercing shriek rang out, burrowing deep into their minds. The dog-headed miner relentlessly chased after Tai Yang. Its massive feet were about to stomp him flat, but luckily, Lin Yuan was there to block the attack. Tai Yang had a bewildered look, his face covered in sweat as he mumbled nonsense. The scene then shifted to another place. Zhao Kui's eyes were pensively observing something as he cursed in frustration. Damn it, losing to a monster like this isn't embarrassing at all. That guy Liu Yan walked by and interjected irritably. The internet is being spammed by some great god again. It's so annoying, they just keep hyping him up. The subordinate next to him readily agreed. That's right, if we're just talking about mechanics, I dare say no one can compare to our guild leader. Zhao Kui's eyes glinted menacingly as he spoke with a calculating tone. That's Liu Yan from the Rage Guild. He watched that live stream too. To be honest, Kuang Shen only has the advantage because of his guild and class. In terms of mechanics, no one has ever been able to match the great god. When Liu Yan heard this flattering praise, his eyes widened, and he demanded of the other person, "Say that again for me." Zhao Kui feigned surprise and continued, "You're Raging Flame of the Raging Fury Guild, aren't you?" Look, I'm not the only one saying it. There are a ton of comments on the live stream hyping him up. Some are even saying that Mad God, as the master of Feng Shui Cha's #1 guild, should have stepped down sooner. Furious, Raging Flame immediately pressed the tip of his blade to Zhao Kui's neck. Raging Flame's eyes glared as he asked firmly, "Who the hell do you think you are?" He tried to explain, "What good does it do taking your anger out on me? Everyone's saying it, but you should understand. It's just because Mad God is too humble. After all, when there are no true heroes, even punks can become famous." Raging Flame became more concerned with the situation. "So that kid is still live streaming, right?" Zhao Kui firmly confirmed. "That's right, inside the ore mine." Raging Flame began to furiously shout, demanding the guild be notified. "All members online. With me. Inside the ore mine." Lin Yuan was still fighting fiercely against the dog-headed miner. Each slash left behind a trail of brilliant light. At a critical moment, he told Tai Yang, "You can leave now. Its aggro is focused on me." True to his word, the dog-headed miner aggressively charged forward, ready to tear Lin Yuan to shreds. Its footsteps thundered, shattering the earth with every step. The tremors in the ground made him slightly unsteady, his body lowering to the ground, but it was just a feint to set up a powerful strike. Lin Yuan shouted loudly, "Go." The careless dog-headed miner took the direct hit he unleashed in the blink of an eye. The system interface updated again with shocking numbers. 1,297 viewers. I have to study this frame by frame, absolutely frame by frame. This pro's mechanics are insane. His aggro control is so stable, he's moving so fast he's leaving after images. Oh my god, this pro's fighting style is so intelligent, so strong. The dog-headed miner's hands grew weak, trying to claw at the ground. It was still struggling with all its might to catch up to Lin Yuan right in front of it. But then, the unexpected happened. Zombified dog-headed miners suddenly swarmed out. They mercilessly tore the dog-headed miner to pieces. Lin Yuan stood nearby and taunted the opponent. "If you get lost in your frenzy and ignore attacks from behind, you're going to pay a heavy price. But you don't need to understand this principle, because I'll take it down with one unstoppable strike." The dog-headed miner was screaming in agony. A barrage of bites from the dog-headed. Zombies were stinging its body. One zombie leaped high, weapon held tight, ready to attack. Just a few seconds later, that weapon was slammed into the dog-headed miner's head. Over here, Lin Yuan was getting ready. The phantom gauntlets were equipped. He rushed forward, declaring it was time to end this. A fist plunged deep into the opponent, aiming to end its existence. Everyone was still buzzing with discussion. So who's the real boss? This is so confusing. They're even attacking each other. I'm officially a fan of this pro player. The system quickly sent a notification to Lin Yuan. Congratulations on defeating the Berserk Mole Lord. You have reached level 15 and obtained the Pursuit Dagger and Boots of Agility. The detailed item information was displayed. Pursuit Dagger, Silver Grade. Type, Weapon, Effect, Attack Power plus 20, Attack Speed plus 5, Agility plus 25. Attached Skill, Blade of Pursuit. Every 6 attacks enhances the next attack, increasing attack speed by 10%. Boots of Agility, Silver Grade. Type, Equipment. Effect, Agility plus 30, Movement Speed plus 5. Attached Skill, Swiftness. Swiftness. While not in combat, movement speed is increased by 10. A stunned Taiyang ran over and asked quietly, with moves like that, are you the pro player who single-handedly defeated the dire wolf of death? Pro player, let's be friends. If I support you, won't we be unstoppable? He turned his back and replied to Taiyang, you have the wrong person. The words left him bewildered, wondering to himself, no way, I've watched your videos so many times, I'd recognize you even if you were turned to ash. Just as the two were preparing to leave the mine, a fiery sneak attack shot at them from behind. Lin Yuan reacted quickly, his blade retaliating with a powerful blue flash of light. His eyes showed anger as he destroyed the sneak attack from those lowlifes. Incessant laughter echoed from the cave entrance, causing Lin Yuan and Taiyang to look back in confusion. The man, Raging Flame, appeared and spoke arrogantly. Then let's turn him to ash and see if you still recognize him. Fury Flame's underlings started murmuring among themselves. Over a piece of trash. Isn't this a bit much? What are you saying? He's a god-tier player. Start the live stream. Show them what happens when you mess with a raging guild. We have to make them remember. Our guild master, Berserk God, is the strongest player in the West District. Lin Yuan's eyes scanned the situation as a thought crossed his mind. The raging guild wants to defeat me to make an example of me? Looks like I can't refuse this free delivery of equipment. Meanwhile, the system analyzed and confirmed a malicious ambush, initiating a 15-minute counterattack period. Defeating ambushers during this time will not add to his crime points. Just as he was thinking of a move, a gleaming gold weapon appeared out of nowhere. Giant Solar Lotus declared war, saying he had been waiting for this for a long time. The feeling of fighting side by side with a comrade, while I shine in this desolate hell. In the name of this bond, I'll protect someone important, Lin Yuan thought hesitantly. Who's your close friend? Just stand a little further away. Fury Flame pointed and shouted, hey, you loser, listen up. Berserk God is. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan swiftly struck him down, followed by a provocative question. What were you saying? His attack didn't stop, his arm swung, and Fury Flame's face turned red from side to side. His seemingly large body couldn't take it and spun, crashing face first into the ground. The viewer count skyrocketed, jumping to 5,630. Everyone started chatting excitedly, getting slapped before the fight even began. Fury Flame is really something else. Using his face to block a god-tier player's attack, a live stream of pure self-humiliation. Damn, that's rare. So the god-tier player just took down a boss, and now he's soloing a whole group. Fury Flame, beaten to a pulp, still managed to shout. A stray dog that no guild wants dares to attack people? You really think you're a god-tier player, don't you? Get him for me, he ordered his underlings decisively. Take him down. An underling rushed forward and shouted, on my command, all warriors attack. Mages and priests in the back, archers move freely. I don't believe he can handle this alone. Lin Yuan analyzed in his head. These guys coordinate quite well, so I'll cut off their backline first. He then activated his stealth skill. One of Nu Yan's subordinates furiously shouted, that kid went invisible, mage, quickly activate dispel mode. The mage in the back nodded at the command. Okay. However, Lin Yuan reappeared too quickly. It was too late to warn anyone. The sudden situation made the group scream in terror. What? He's behind us? Nu Yan, standing on the outside, was still directing them with bravado. He's just an arrow at the end of its flight. He just killed a boss. He definitely doesn't have enough HP and mana. Just charge forward. We have the advantage in numbers. Take him down. A series of comments were racing to the top. So awesome. First time I've heard a group ganging up on one person talk so high and mighty. It's really something else. After all, The Raging Fury Guild is ranked number 1 in the Western Desert. If the Master God turns the tables, they'll have nowhere to hide their faces. That guy, Lin Yuan, stood in the back, using his words to motivate his subordinates. Take him down, just take him down, and come to me for payment based on damage dealt. No limit. Get him. The group charged forward crazily. Continuous fire attacks surged towards Lin Yuan. However, he only needed a few light sword slashes to nullify these pathetic spells. Lin Yuan assessed the current situation and formed a strategy. The terrain in the narrow mine tunnel couldn't be used to leverage the numerical advantage of the zombies, but dealing with them all at once wouldn't be difficult. Facing the massive fireballs rushing towards him, he stood firm as if he already had a plan. The group watched Lin Yuan in unison. Even the online viewers were on the edge of their seats, commenting, "The Master God is still only human after all. Who could withstand being cornered like this? A pity. What a pity. They've caught him in a moment of weakness." Everyone remember, the Master God is just one person. The opposing side is a whole group. Go, Master God. Lin Yuan's feet soared high above the massive fireball spells. The group watched him and shouted, "Look, that loser is about to run. Da Can, hurry and defeat him." That guy, Lin Yuan, still looking arrogant, gave the order to those below. "Chase after him for me. Absolutely don't let him escape." The guy kept muttering, oblivious to Lin Yuan ambushing him from behind. "Today, I'm going to catch a turtle in a jar." As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he looked up to see Lin Yuan diving down for a fatal stomp. He showed no mercy, pinning Lin Yuan firmly to the ground. The guy's blood splattered everywhere, a painful and fitting end for the arrogant fool. Even so, as he sat up, Lin Yuan still tried to retort, "Coward. What kind of skill is a sneak attack?" Right after that, he was silenced by Lin Yuan holding a sword to his throat. "Quick, call your men, he's here." He then whispered to Lin Yuan that they wouldn't be able to come back. "However, I want to know, when you lead an entire party to such a defeat, will your so-called mad god even blame you?" This guy still didn't understand. He replied in confusion, "What do you mean?" Sure enough, on the other side of the cave, the dog-headed zombie miners were all advancing on the other group. This time, Lin Yuan decided to activate his corpse explosion skill. His hands gripped Lin Yuan's head tightly, even as the man screamed, "What the hell are you trying to do?" Lin Yuan coldly replied, "Go and ask them yourself." Just a few seconds later, his sword swept across Lin Yuan's neck. The online viewers were completely shocked, with the viewer count hitting over 1 million. "Oh my god, I knew it. How could a pro player make such a stupid mistake? Lin Yuan looks like a complete idiot. Did he just wipe out his entire team? Is this even easier than grinding mobs? I'm impressed. That move was a perfect 10. As soon as Lin Yuan was defeated, the loot dropped. Lin Yuan thought quickly. It's an unexpected haul. I have to quickly pack up all the gear and get out of here. This place is about to be crawling with people. The weapon he received this time was the Golden Twin Spike Spear, a weapon with a physical attack bonus of plus 50, attack speed plus 20, and critical hit plus 30. Attached skill, Life Steal. 10% of the damage dealt is converted into the user's own health points. The scene shifts to another location, filled with an unnatural silence. Suddenly, Huo Qian's voice speaks up. "I take back what I said before. You truly are a capable young man. If possible, I hope you'll visit more often. I still need a lot more ore." Then the system displayed a new update. Blacksmith affinity increased by 100. Current status is friendly. Seeing this data, Lin Yuan pondered. The blacksmith only accepts a maximum of 100 iron ores a day, so it seems this is a long-term quest. But this mining trip is enough for a month. Too much equipment dropped from the Rage Guild this time. If I sell it all to Han Chang, it will cause him trouble. While selling to individual players, though a bit tedious, is faster than I thought. But finding the first believer through a guild is too passive. I should start with the clues I already have. I remember that the first believer's subordinate in my past life could control snakes. This might be related to the clue about the Snakeman civilization hidden in the sewers. The breakthrough might be right there. His feet began to move forward quickly. Everything seemed rushed. The scene inside appeared much darker and more oppressive. After moving for a while, Lin Yuan encountered the rat spirits and immediately started planning carefully. The quest received from Police Chief Satu is to eliminate 30 rat spirits. This quest is ordinary, but there's a hidden dungeon in the sewers, the Snake Demon's Lair, a hidden dungeon that can drop a flesh and blood seed. This is a rare item that can permanently increase stats, but the hidden dungeon has a weekly entry limit. If it gets out, there will be fierce competition, so I must use my undead to secure the entrance first. I just need to find the room with snakes. That's where the hidden dungeon is. This is also the only dungeon I know of related to sewers and snakes. After walking for a while, Lin Yuan finally confirmed that this was his main objective. A furious clash was unfolding right before his eyes. The sound of movement was also incredibly heavy. Lin Yuan was subconsciously shocked. This isn't right. Are the snakes in the snake demon's lair this big? This is the Hades serpent, level 60. Its health, attack, defense, and skills are all unknown. Lin Yuan was a little panicked. His feet kept running, his mind racing with fear. Is this a product of the Snakeman civilization? Why is its level so high? Level 60. I absolutely can't let it touch me. In this emergency, he decided to activate his stealth skill. Otherwise, activating the stealth skill would mean a huge loss from death penalties and dropped gear. Besides, hiding in this dangerous situation was completely useless. Running away forever wasn't an option. Lin Yuan gradually planned to use the terrain to his advantage. Just like that, he dashed straight into a nook with a triangular opening, preventing the Hades serpent from reaching him immediately. However, after less than 3 steps, Lin Yuan's eyes widened in realization. The Hades serpent was too massive. It rammed through the entire terrain structure to charge inside, its huge mouth waiting for Lin Yuan up ahead. Boulders crashed down continuously, and thick dust obscured the scene inside. The Hades serpent used its massive body to smash everything obstructing it. Up ahead, he ran while worrying about the situation. This is bad. I can't stop it. After running for a while, Lin Yuan reached the position of the iron scale lizard and immediately devised a strategy to use it. I'll use Lei Si to buy time. I must fight magic with magic. I refuse to believe it still can't handle you. The iron scale lizard quickly teleported to confront the Hades serpent. The tense clash began to unfold. The Hades serpent was still very aggressive, its mouth always gaping wide, making even Lin Yuan glance back with some concern. Fortunately, he had used the triangular opening in the terrain to temporarily escape the immediate danger. Outside, the Hades serpent was still trying to destroy the surface, sending rocks flying. The tremors also made Lin Yuan lose his balance and fall to his knee. However, that was just a minor detail within his calculations. His eyes were filled with confidence. The Hades serpent tried to look down, but it couldn't get in no matter how much it wanted to. Everything had been carefully calculated by him. Lin Yuan's confident posture and words showed that even a monster like this couldn't cause any real trouble here. After all, this was the Western Desert Imperial Palace, where the National Protector was stationed. Any monster that got close would be easily eliminated, with no exceptions. The Hades serpent looked around outside, still appearing very wary. Lin Yuan sat down to analyze. The Serpent Men civilization and the Western Desert Kingdom have a deep-seated blood feud. The strength of the Western Desert Kingdom overpowers the Serpent Men civilization, forcing a portion of them to move underground. They plot for revenge. When any beast or monster sets foot near the Imperial Palace, the National Protector will eliminate them without hesitation. Although this snake was strong, it was no match for the Grand Master. The snake demon's lair might be near that monster, so following its trail could be rewarding. But to prevent this from happening again, I still need to go to the market and try to find a snake-luring potion that can attract low-level snake demons. This potion only attracts low-level snake demons, so I shouldn't run into another huge beast like that one. The scene becomes clearer in the Zhimo nation, where everything appears magnificent and grand. The shopkeeper here is happily thanking him for his visit, welcoming him back again. The item Lin Yuan bought was the snake-luring potion. Its effect emits a special scent, attracting low-level snake demons. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from somewhere. I've traveled all over just looking for any sign of you. My brother, long time no see. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the voice of the guy who was being chased by the mine boss. Juni and Tai Yang approached, suggesting they add each other as friends. Brother, finding you on this huge map wasn't easy at all, but I could feel our souls calling to each other. Ignoring the other's enthusiasm, he asked coldly, what do you want? At the same time, a notification sound went off. Juni and Tai Yang has sent you a friend request. Tai Yang stated loudly, of course, I want something. Hey, wanna go raid the Jinji Valley together? If we fight side by side, it'll be much faster. Lin Yuan coldly walked away. No, I'm busy. Tai Yang didn't stop trying to persuade him, starting his pitch. Hold on, brother. Don't you think this Super God Iron Triangle sounds awesome? You should join us. With Leng Yue Xinghen, we could become the Super God Quadrilateral. We can be each other's wings and awaken this slumbering world. Hearing the name Leng Yue from his past life memories, he suddenly stopped to analyze the situation in his head. Leng Yue is the guild master of the Jinghua Shui Yue Guild, ranked 2nd on the Wind Serpent server, and also a core member of the Order organization. Rumor has it he's one of the 9 chosen ones who founded that very organization. This is an opportunity, whether for a clue about the Order organization or the First Believer. But tomorrow the hidden dungeon entries will reset. If I miss it, I'll forfeit this week's rewards. I should get the rewards first, then contact Leng Yue. Because of that clue, Lin Yue immediately accepted the friend request from the senior, Tai Yang. Before leaving, he told Tai Yang, let's run a dungeon together next time. I really have something to do now, so I'm heading out. He replied cheerfully. All right, I'll be waiting for your invitation anytime. Lin Yuan wandered inside the cave, thinking, according to my experience from my past life, there should be a snake near the entrance of the hidden dungeon. Then I'll try searching for traces of the giant snake around here. His focused gaze observed a crack on the ground. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up as if he saw something suspicious. Swarms of small snakes were moving, their long tongues flicking out to sense their surroundings. He began to realize these small snakes were the monsters from the snake demon's lair, but it was still best to be more careful. Continuous strikes slammed down, sending cracked earth and rocks flying everywhere. Lin Yuan appeared with the dog-headed beast. He exclaimed happily, I finally found it. The scene inside appeared illusory as a torch lit up the surroundings. The system updated the location. You have entered the hidden dungeon, the snake demon's lair. Looking over some relevant data, this was a normal hidden world snake demon, level 10. Health points 1000, flesh and blood seed, plus 500. Attack 100, defense 10. Skill, flesh and blood condensation. Condenses the flesh and blood seed within the snake demon larva's body. Health points plus 500. Lin Yuan watched and simultaneously gave the command to attack. Immediately after that command, the Shushi Liexis appeared in unison to confront the horde of small snakes below. As soon as the Liexis were ready, he shouted the order to wipe them all out. The skills were gradually activated in sync. The Star-Slaying Thunder Bead activated the Crystal Thunderstorm skill. Two beams of blue and purple light clashed intensely. The system continuously sent a notification. Do you want to use the special medicinal item, the Flesh and Blood Seed? It increases the player's main attribute points randomly from +1 to 5. For the human race, using this will increase endurance by 1%. Lin Yuan was curious about this seed. He deduced this was the item dropped from the hidden dungeon. Flesh and Blood Seed. Without hesitation, he used 1 Flesh and Blood Seed. Spirit points +3, endurance +1%. Right after using the seed, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. It seems he can only eat it 100 times, but the effect increase is very significant. Moreover, the supply of this rare item that permanently increases stats is limited, so it can sell on the market for at least 4 or 5 gold coins each. As for me, I can get 1,000 of them just by clearing the hidden dungeon once a week. This way, even without joining a guild, I'll never be short on gold. With that, he resolved to use more of them. The system sound rang out chaotically. You have used 1 Flesh Blood Seed, Constitution +5, Resistance 2 out of 100. You have used 1 Flesh Blood Seed, Strength +3, Resistance 3 out of 100. You have used 1 Flesh Blood Seed, Spirit points +5, Resistance 4 out of 100. Lin Yuan's eyes grew more energetic, his determination higher than ever. Not stopping yet, he continued to use 1 Flesh Blood Seed, Spirit points +3, Resistance 100 out of 100. His current actual stats are: Player Lin Yuan level 15. Profession Forbidden Necro Hunter. Talent Dark Summoning Arts. Gate of the Underworld 89 out of 150. Strength 77. Constitution 101. Agility 119. Spirit 318. Experience 2040 out of 16,739. With these impressive current stats, Lin Yuan thought he had used enough. I'll just store the remaining 900 Flesh Blood Seeds for now. I'll sell them after I rent a shop, and then I can just clear the dungeon once a week. He prepared to leave, but his eyes still glanced back to assess the situation. Leaving just 3 undead ghouls is enough to scare off normal players. No one will find this place anytime soon. The snakes here compared to the impression of the snakes he controlled are completely different. You could say he has some kind of monster mutation ability. A level 60 monster is definitely not something that should appear at this stage. The system suddenly announced a call from the real world. Your little sister is calling you. Lin Yuan found it a bit strange and thought, Xiao Dan, with her personality, for her to actively contact me. Could something have happened? He answered the call and asked, Xiao Dan, did something happen? Lin Dan replied softly, No, I just wanted to ask if you've eaten yet. Lin Yuan was a little flustered as he answered, I've eaten. On the other end of the line, Lin Dan's friend spoke up, Class President's brother. The class president actually wants to ask you if you're free to help her run a dungeon right now. He didn't hesitate to say yes, but he was a little surprised. Little Dan is asking me to take her through a dungeon. Suddenly, a judgmental voice cut in. See, I told you so. Lin Dan is a liar and her brother is a braggart. Just listen to him, so full of himself. He didn't even bother to ask which dungeon it is. Lin Dan, has your brother played so many games he's gone mad? Do you two siblings coordinate your lies often? Is your chemistry that perfect? A sister beside him chimed in annoyedly. I agree. Brother Yan, let's pick the Ash Valley dungeon on heroic difficulty then. No team has managed to clear it yet. Lin Dan whispered into the phone to remind Lin Yuan. Ash Valley? Heroic difficulty. Did you hear me clearly? That guy Wang Yan scoffed, sneering at the mention of Ash Valley. Stop lying, Lin Dan. Your brother is a liar and you're a liar too. To have raised two pieces of trash like you, I bet your parents are no good either. Hearing her parents insulted, Lin Dan couldn't hide her fury. She screamed, "You!" But her brother quickly cut in. It's all right, little Dan. Don't waste your breath on him. I'm heading to Ash Valley now. Lin Dan was worried, thinking that although her brother played this game often and had made quite a bit of money, the Ash Valley dungeon on heroic difficulty was second only to death difficulty. Had she just caused more trouble for him? Just then, a voice called out, "Little Dan." She turned around with a surprised and questioning look. Qian, why are you? At that moment, a system notification appeared. Qian Hang Zhang Ye has joined the party. Qian replied to Lin Dan. I heard what happened. This morning, when we were congratulating you on moving into the new villa, that idiot Wang Yan overheard. That Wang Yan is a real piece of work. I came to be a witness, so we can make him apologize to you in front of everyone. Lin Dan suddenly felt a rush of gratitude for her friend. Thank you, Qian. It's good to have a witness. Just wait for the results. You all better watch closely. From nearby, Wang Yan's sarcastic voice rang out. I've seen plenty of materialistic girls like you before. Aren't your parents just servants in someone else's mansion? I guess that counts as living in a mansion, right? To be precise, this guy is Yan Xiao Wu Shuang, a hired player for Team Yan Xiao and Team Mo Dao, who's also desperate for a wife to join his squad. Lin Dan angrily retorted, Wang Yan, you were just lucky to be born into a good family. What right do you have to mock others? Seeing her friend getting angry, Qian tried to intervene. Little Dan, don't stoop to his level. It's not worth it. Wang Yan couldn't contain his anger and shouted, I've had enough of this. You two, go teach her a lesson. I'll pay double. The two henchmen eagerly jumped forward. I've been wanting to touch that face of hers for a long time. All right. The other boasted, watch me tear her clothes to shreds. However, the situation wasn't as easy as they hoped, as a series of slashes came flying from the side. The weak henchmen struggled to defend themselves, screaming pathetically. Lin Yuan had arrived, and his appearance immediately drew blood from his opponents. He asked, Are you okay, little Dan? She replied softly, No, I'm fine. Behind her, Qian was full of admiration. So fast, so cool. Wang Yan threw an unreasonable fit. Did you just ambush the players I hired? Do you have any idea how much I paid for them? Can you even afford to compensate me? Without them, how can we clear the instance? Immediately after he spoke, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to teleport in front of him. You bullied my sister and you badmouthed my parents. Wang Yan started to get nervous. He stammered, Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Only seconds later, Lin Yuan had already made Wang Yan's face swell up. He clutched his face as blood spurted out. Then he lectured his opponent. I don't care whose dog you are. If you like to bark and bite people, you deserve to be put down. Lying on the floor, Wang Yan still tried to argue. Are you mistaken? This instance requires a minimum of 6 people. Now that you've taken out 2 of them, how are we supposed to get in? Lin Yuan coldly declared, I'll take care of the missing members myself. You just need to shut your mouth and wait. He already had a plan in his head. Conveniently, the Ash Valley instance drops a combat technique scroll. I'll need this skill sooner or later anyway. I can call Zhu Nian Taiyang, which will also bring me one step closer to Leng Yu. He immediately sent a party invitation to Zhu Nian Taiyang. Tian's eyes widened as she whispered to her friend, Xiao Dan, your brother is cooler than I thought. He's so awesome. Lin Dan grimaced in reply, Really? He's just average. Before Wang Yan could finish, he yelled, What kind of poor trash like you could find anyone decent? Probably just some loser who can't even beat the mobs at the dungeon entrance. The girl beside him was speechless with surprise. Young Master Yan, look, isn't that Dao Lao from the Super God Iron Triangle? Junian Taiyang appeared and made a declaration. When the bell of fate rings, you and I are destined to drown in a sea of ambition with no way back. From this moment, Junian Taiyang officially joined the team. Teleport successful. Wang Yan's eyes widened in admiration. It's the great Junian, main priest of Mirror Flower Water Moon, the second-ranked guild in the West Desert. Brother Junian, are you taking us into the dungeon? Thank you so much. Tian was taken aback. Junian Taiyang, why is he here too? A big shot like him wouldn't just join a random party. Lin Dan was bewildered. I don't know either. However, the image of Taiyang as a big shot quickly vanished upon meeting Lin Yuan. He ran over and yelled, Best buddy, you finally remembered me. I knew it. You were definitely going to take me into the dungeon. I rushed right over as soon as I got your party invite. It would be awesome for us to form a super squad. Lin Yuan quickly shut Tai Yang's mouth, his face clearly showing his disgust. Wang Yan's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. What? The Great Jiunian wants that guy to carry him through a dungeon? How is that possible? Isn't her brother just some average player? The girl's jaw dropped too. Brother Yan, did the big shot join the wrong party? Let me go talk to the Great Jiunian. Jiunian Taiyang stepped up to explain to the crowd. An average player? I came here specifically for my best buddy. He's the big shot of all big shots. A god-tier player, for short. Have you never? Lin Yuan quickly cut him off and urged him on. All right, let's just get into the dungeon. That Wang Yan guy pointed an accusing finger. I see, Lin Dan. So your brother is also a hired player for a heroic dungeon like Ashfall. Ashfall Valley is a dungeon that even the top-ranked Fury Guild failed to conquer. How could a priest from the second-ranked guild possibly succeed? Lin Yuan angrily turned his head and warned, shut your mouth, and watch carefully how I clear this. The system is updating the situation. The team is entering the heroic difficulty of Ashfall Valley. A whirlwind of energy is teleporting around Lin Yuan's body. The teleportation is ready, and monsters are already waiting inside. It's a common Ashfall lizard, level 18, with 4,700 health, 580 attack, 75 defense, and the Scorching Flame Jet skill. Scorching Flame Jet launches a fiery attack, adding a burn effect that lasts for 10 seconds. The truth is the monster stats here are too strong, making Lin Dan even more worried. Will he really be okay? If only my level were a bit higher. Wang Yan followed behind, his mouth never ceasing its judgment. He was looking for a priest. Wasn't the goal to kill monsters? I just won't let him achieve his goal. Go and lure all the surrounding monsters over here. His sister eagerly nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Young Master Yan, let's see how he handles this now. An Ashfall lizard was raising its neck in anticipation, dust billowing everywhere. A roar echoed, and Lin Yuan stared intently in that direction. A swarm of Ashfall lizards gradually appeared, shocking Qian. How did so many monsters appear in just a moment? Lin Dan also began to question reality. I don't remember seeing this in the videos. Without waiting, they immediately charged towards them. Wang Yan leaned back, a sarcastic smirk on his face. It seems like your luck isn't very good. Over here, Tai Yang also excitedly entered a combat stance. This situation is truly exhilarating. My friends, your will to fight has also been awakened. This battle will elevate both you and me. He calmly summoned a lightning scorpion. The moment the elite scorpion appeared, it took down the group of Ashfall lizards. The elite zombie lightning scorpion activated its crystal lightning burst skill. Before anyone could react, Lin Yuan dashed forward like a flash of lightning. Everyone, protect yourselves well. With a few swings of his sword, he brought down several of the monsters. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he vigilantly observed everything. Over here, she also began to raise her sword to fight. Lin Dan suggested hiding behind her, offering to deal with it herself. Qian quickly warned, be careful. Before she could even act, Lin Yuan had already rushed over to handle that ashen ooze. Seeing this, Lin Dan was stunned. She marveled at how incredibly powerful he was in the game. So strong. He slowly turned around and gently patted her head. Lin Yuan earnestly reassured Lin Dan. Don't worry, I'm here. I will never let you fall into any danger. She felt embarrassed, so she lowered her head and pressed her lips together. Although Lin Yuan didn't get a response, he was still very happy. While she was blushing and pushing his hand away, Qian watched from the side with her eyes sparkling in admiration. This feeling of safety, having an older brother, is so great. Wang Yan, feeling left out, suddenly spoke up arrogantly. I've finally seen it. The Valley of Ashes isn't so tough after all. One person is enough to suppress it. With my full set of silver gear, how could I be any less than them? Ma Ling, beside him, immediately chimed in. That's right, young Master Yan's equipment. There's no way they could afford that, right? Wang Yan turned, wanting to show off. You fools, watch me closely. As he spoke, he dashed straight towards the ashen ooze. This is the true power of young Master Yan. However, before Wang Yan could show off, it slapped him silly. He fell to the ground, crying and throwing a fit. Damn it, this monster is too strong, so strong it's killing me. Seeing Wang Yan like this, Lin Yuan coldly tossed out a remark. If you want to die, wait until I've cleared the stage. With that, he slowly unleashed his powers, originally intending to get a gold tier item for Xiao Dan, but for now, he could only use silver tier. Lin Yuan took out a few pieces of equipment but gave them directly to Lin Dan instead of using them. This gear is suitable for you, take it and use it. The equipment included the Fearless Battle Armor, a silver tier item with effects of Constitution plus 50, critical damage plus 15, and an accompanying skill. Fearless Soul, upon dealing critical damage, 8% of defense power will be converted into a shield of equivalent value. The moment Ma Ling saw these items, her eyes lit up like car headlights. So awesome. A single piece of silver equipment could buy so many luxury goods. It's worth millions, yet he gave it away without even blinking. Meanwhile, Wang Yan was still struggling, reminding her, "That's enough. Is it necessary to be so pathetic?" However, Lin Dan refused to accept them and decided to be self-reliant. "You should keep it for your own protection. I'll figure out a way myself." Lin Yan saw this scene and just gave a helpless smirk. Still, the same stubborn personality as before. He said no more and moved to coordinate with Tai Yang, defeating the ash lizard with perfect sync. Xin Qian also rushed forward to join the decisive battle. On the other side, Wang Yan and Mei Ling didn't want to be outdone. An ash lizard whipped its tail hard against Lin Dan's sword. She frowned, reassuring herself, "I can do this." Seeing this, it roared with excitement. Immediately after, a barrage of abilities rained down on that ash lizard. The system's interface showed its health points at 24 out of 4,700. Lin Dan looked toward Lin Yuan in astonishment. It must be him. With that thought, she regained her focus and continued to fight. Lin Dan resolved silently, "It's just like before. He always treats me like a child. I don't want him interfering in my business." He noticed her attitude and sighed softly. Is it this hard just to give her some gear? The two siblings competed like that, defeating the swarming ash lizards. Qian, standing to one side, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. One of them is secretly giving loot and support, while the other knows the truth but remains obstinate. The chemistry between these siblings is truly amazing. Watching them fight is more fun than killing monsters. Meanwhile, behind her, Wang Yan and Mei Ling were being chased nearly to their deaths. After a long and arduous battle, the group finally had a moment of peace. Tai Yang stopped, resting his hands on his knees as he sighed with determination. The boss is finally inside. He turned back to discuss with Lin Yuan. "Let's head back first. We won't be penalized for leaving the instance now. But if we fight the boss, once our entire party is wiped out, we'll lose levels and equipment. The risk is too great." He couldn't help but frown in agreement. "You're right." Suddenly, the weak and cowardly Wang Yan shouted, "Huh? We were just getting killed out there. The mobs were that strong. And now you're chickening out when we see the boss?" Qian paid him no mind and turned to Lin Dan. "Dan, your brother is actually amazing for leading us this far." Hearing that, she sank into thought. "I've only caused him more trouble. If I were just a little stronger, would things have ended up this way?" Lin Yan quickly regained her composure and led the team. Tai Yang was right, the death penalty is too severe. As he spoke, he unleashed his powers, so no one else needed to act. Lin Yuan smirked, opening a summoning portal. "I alone am enough." He was horrified at the sight. So many summoned beasts, just what kind of guy is he? He sneered contemptuously. "You've partied up with Jigu and you still don't know his true strength. Whether it's soloing a world boss or single-handedly defeating the Blood Crow Guild, he's the strongest player I know." Inside the cave, King Hujin Shiyi was resting quietly with its eyes closed. Suddenly, a ball of energy flew towards it. King Hujin Shiyi immediately sensed it and snapped its eyes open. Even so, it couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the attack. Enraged, King Hujin Shiyi immediately charged out of the cave, roaring incessantly. The system displayed the information: King Hujin Shiyi, King level 21, 10,000 health points, 1,200 attack, 300 defense, skills, Blazing Spew, Flame Shield, and Vicious Bite. Lin Yuan was unfazed, slowly walking towards it. Chang Qian's group watched from behind in terror. 1,200 attack points, a single touch would mean instant death. Being stubborn, Dan secretly decided to move forward and help. "This is clearly all my fault. How can I let him face this danger alone?" She shouted, "Let me draw its aggro for you." But before she could do anything, Dan was bound by a magic circle. Tai Yang had activated his skill, Holy Light Imprisonment. He casually walked over and advised her, "Just watch from here. You rushing in will only cause him more trouble." His words stunned her. "What did you say?" Tai Yang calmly suggested, "Let's all just enjoy Zigu's elegant maneuvers." Lin Yuan stood calmly before its massive mouth, which was continuously gathering energy. King Hujin Shiyi activated its skill. The moment it unleashed its blazing spew, he leaped high into the air. Gasps of amazement came from behind. His control over the boss's skill range was perfect. The summoned beasts also seized the opportunity to charge forward. By the time the Howling Lizard King realized it, they were already on top of it. The summoned beasts swarmed and took bites out of the Howling Lizard King's flesh. The situation immediately became more chaotic than ever. A sigh of admiration was heard. He had perfectly calculated the cooldown time of all the boss's skills. Tai Yang excitedly praised him without stopping. It was as if he knew all the monster's information beforehand. This fight is truly a work of art. Trapped, Lin Dan could only watch the battle quietly. Is this his true strength? Mo Ling was also completely mesmerized. Lin Dan's brother is so amazing. Go on and kill that big lizard. Her words made Wang Yan's face darken with anger. Shut your mouth for me. He gritted his teeth, gripping his sword tightly, still calculating non-stop. At this rate, they'll really clear the stage. Won't I lose face in front of the class then? That's right, if my sneak attack succeeds and makes him careless, one hit from the boss can kill him. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, was still focusing his strength to fight the monster. The system displayed an update. Howling Lizard King activates Ren's skill, health points at 315 out of 10,000. He immediately wanted to seize this opportunity. It used the Ren skill. The cooldown is 8 seconds, a perfect chance. Wang Yan suddenly charged forward, intending to launch a sneak attack. You still want to solo the boss? In your next life. He was now right behind him, and Lin Yuan had already noticed Wang Yan. He glanced over, pursing his lips and cursing silently. Idiot. With that thought, Lin Yuan gracefully spun around to dodge. It seems you're tired of living. This action made him charge forward, dumbfounded. What? You think I can't dodge? Lin Yuan lifted his leg to prepare a kick, then just disappear along with it. He kicked Wang Yan hard in the side, leaving him no time to react. Wang Yan was knocked to the ground, and above him was the Howling Lizard King, baring its ferocious teeth. Without another word, Lin Yuan activated his skill, unleashing the corpse explosion technique. An explosion instantly erupted, affecting both Wang Yan and the Howling Lizard King. The system displayed a congratulatory server-wide announcement congratulating the hidden anonymous player, Kouyu Nian Tai Yang. The Xian Hang Changi party, following Yan Xiao, cleared the hero difficulty instance for the first time. Hutan Valley. Seeing this, Chan Chan grinned from ear to ear. I can't believe we actually cleared it. Xiao Dan, your brother is so cool and powerful. Can we ask him to lead us through dungeons from now on? Lin Dan was stunned. She stammered in reply. He's very busy. We'll see if there's a chance later. Tai Yang couldn't help but celebrate, shouting excitedly. As expected of our leader, I'll let you have the spotlight this time, but next time I'll show you what a top-tier priest can do. Mei Ling was striking poses behind them. Great master, big brother, can I add you as a friend? Hearing her, Tai Yang glared angrily. Shut up. I see it now, he roared, constantly spinning his staff to cast a spell. You're in cahoots with the villain who ambushed our leader. Go to hell. The game system displayed another message. Tracy Yan Xiao has been killed. Use dark summoning on the corpse of the Hutan Monitor Lizard King. He answered without a moment's hesitation. Yes. Lin Yuan scanned the area, deciding to take this big guy with him first. With that thought, he spoke up. Now that the trash has been taken out, let's divide the gear. Hearing this, Chan Chan shyly refused. You did all the attacking the entire way. How could we ask for any gear? Just clearing the instance is enough for us. Lin Yuan explained softly. He only needed the skill book and the skill scroll. You guys can sort out the rest. In his hands were 3 technical combat items, a skill book, and a skill scroll. The remaining loot included Hutan leg guards, silver, type, equipment, effect, constitution plus 30, movement speed plus 20, spirit plus 10, attached skill, blazing steps. Skill effect increases fire damage resistance by 10%, burning, bracers, bronze, type, equipment. Effect, constitution plus 10, strength plus 15, critical damage plus 5, quench fire longsword, bronze, type, weapon, effect, attack power plus 15, strength plus 5, constitution plus 5, agile boots, bronze, type, equipment, effect, movement speed plus 10, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 5. Tai Yang quickly picked the Hutan leg guards. It just so happens our guild leader is collecting leg armor. This is a real lifesaver. Suddenly, he got an idea. How about this? I'll buy all this equipment and split the money based on everyone's contribution. Lin Yan politely replied, just go ahead and do it. I don't need any. Lin Dan had no objections, while Qian just smiled at her coming fortune. With everything settled, he decided to leave. So Wang Yan wouldn't cause you trouble anymore. Next time you have problems, just tell me directly. I'm going to do a few quests now. Seeing this, she quickly called him back. Wait a minute. Lin Yan turned around, confused. What's wrong? Do you need equipment? Lin Dan's heart was already full of suspicion. Ever since entering the dungeon, he has demonstrated incredible maneuvers. I have never seen such an endless stream of summoned beasts. Could he also be one of the chosen ones who is hiding his class? Thinking this, she cautiously inquired, since you started playing this game, have you felt any changes in your body? Lin Yan frowned in silence. Have I been noticed? But Lin Dan has been in contact with people from the Order. I still can't reveal the secret of being a necromancer. This is to protect her. He turned and lied without batting an eye. Not at all. Why do you ask? Have you had any changes? Lin Dan felt awkward after hearing that. She hesitated and turned to leave. No, nothing. Oh right, I still have a quest to turn in, so I'll be going now. Lin Yuan smirked slightly, looking at Lin Dan helplessly. She's all grown up, but her acting is still so bad. But this time, she was able to tell me, so I guess she's finally acknowledged me as her brother, right? Suddenly, Tai Yang called out. Ace, he brought over a squad, waving his hand nonstop. That's great, you haven't left yet. Xiao Yue just decided she wants to start the Ashwell Canyon on death difficulty. I told her we must invite Ace to join so there won't be any mistakes. Lin Yuan frowned and thought. He didn't expect to make contact with Lang Yue so soon. This was a good opportunity to investigate if the first follower was hiding in the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. After thinking, he slowly opened his mouth. All right, I was planning to try the next death difficulty anyway. Tai Yang cheerfully put his arm around Lin Yuan. That's our ace for you. Come on, let me introduce you. These are all the core members of our guild. He introduced the captain of the Divine Iron Triangle, who is also the guild master of the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild, the Cold Beauty Lady Lang Yue. She also nodded in greeting. Hello, I've heard a lot about you for a long time. Welcome to our core team. Seeing that he didn't introduce himself, Tai Yang had to step in. This is Exing Yin, an expert magic caster and the rare mage of the Iron Triangle, yet he showed him no respect whatsoever. All right, Tai Yang, I haven't accepted him as a teammate yet. Casually bringing a stranger into the team isn't a wise move. Xing Yin clearly showed his displeasure. The death difficulty has a very low margin for error. A random player like him can't coordinate with us. He'll just get in the way. I don't want to take the risk, you get what I mean? Hearing this, Tai Yang angrily stood up to defend Lin Yuan. Xing Yin, what are you talking about? Jigu was the one who guided me earlier. He didn't listen at all, and just sneered sarcastically. I've met plenty of braggarts like this before. Don't say we're ganging up on you. I'll give you a chance. Xing Yin set a condition for him, as long as you can take down one. With us, he'll just get in the way. I don't want to take the risk, you get me? Hearing this, Tai Yang angrily stood up to defend Lin Yuan. Xing Yin, what are you saying? Jigu was the one who guided me earlier. He didn't listen and just sneered sarcastically. I've met plenty of braggarts like this before. Don't say we're ganging up on you, I'll give you a chance. Xing Yin laid out a condition for him. If you can just take down half of the boss's health, I'll give you the golden equipment I'm wearing. But if you get in the way and make us fail, you'll have to compensate us for all our losses. At this point, he ordered bluntly. Did you hear me clearly? It's not too late to get lost now. Hearing this, Lin Yuan was provoked, but he replied calmly. Free golden equipment? Of course I'm in. Then I invite you all to supervise, to prevent someone from backing out on the deal later. The two of them openly confronted each other, just like that. Finally, Lang Yue had to step in to mediate. All right, Xing Yin, letting Tai Yang's friend join was something we already agreed on. If you had an objection, you should have brought it up then. Now that it's decided, let's just stick to the original plan. We all just need to cooperate to clear this dungeon. Being called out like that, he growled in anger. Lang Yue, you're helping an outsider? The death penalty in this dungeon is severe, you know. If you don't reconsider. Lang Yue, however, paid him no mind and decisively turned to leave. I don't like to repeat what I've already decided. Let's just enter the dungeon. Xing Yin didn't argue back, only silently making a resolution. Lang Yue, I'll prove to you that a stray dog from the streets is not trustworthy. I'm the teammate you can't live without. His eyes filled with more and more hatred, directed only at me. The scene shifts inside, a system interface appears. Ash Lizard, common level 18, 4,700 health points, 580 attack, 75 defense. Skill, Blazing Jet. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down to the ground. The Ash Lizard immediately looked over with caution. Lang Yue and Lin Yuan's group had just arrived and were already surrounded. Tai Yang was terrified. He whined and complained. The monster density in this death difficulty dungeon is insane. We're surrounded right after entering. She quickly regained her composure and gave orders. Melee classes hold the line. There are too many monsters. We have to find a chance to break the encirclement. The whole team immediately got into position, everyone holding their ground. Let me draw their aggro. You guys find a chance to break out. Okay. Xiao Yue, Xing Yin, standing behind him, had long wanted to get rid of this pest. She found this clingy guy annoying, and really wanted to smash these lightning orbs into his head. An ash lizard suddenly charged towards them. Tai Yang was startled by this. What is going on? He was now horrified. This is bad. I left the rear unguarded. Lang Yu and her teammates had to charge forward. She didn't forget to remind him. What are you thinking? Xing Yin, get your head in the game. On his side, he also quickly shouted, "We're done for. There are monsters behind us too. We don't have enough tanks." The team's situation immediately descended into chaos. "I can't hold on. I'm using my baby brown bear beast. That's just a suicide mission. It'll get killed by the monsters." That's the battle pet she traded silver-grade equipment for. Lin Yuan finally made his move slowly. "Leave this to me." He immediately summoned countless undead beasts to attack. Lin Yuan's summoned beasts, with their overwhelming power, made the horde of ash lizards fall back. They charged forward frantically, attacking continuously from all sides. Of course, he didn't just stand by, but rushed in to fight alongside them. This one move saved Leng Yue's team from certain defeat. They were actually stopped. "That's great. My battle pet doesn't have to be sacrificed now." Xing Yin, in the back, had her thunder stolen and gritted her teeth, making me lose face in front of Leng Yue. "You're not getting out of this dungeon, you country bumpkin." Just as he was about to speak, Leng Yue, whom I was just with, dashed in front of Xing Yin. "Everyone hold on, don't split up anymore." The mechanical game system showed that a new wave of monsters had appeared. The group immediately regained their fighting spirit. "All right." Tai Yang closed his eyes, trying to concentrate on unleashing his power. Lin Yuan was continuously attacking the horde of ash slimes. He was forced to quickly catch up with the team's pace. Leng Yue secretly observed his fighting style, able to analyze and neutralize threats in the blink of an eye. This reaction speed and execution are an extremely rare talent. After this dungeon ends, I'll try inviting him to join the guild. Over here, Xing Yin could only stand frozen on the spot. He secretly decided to play dirty. Leng Yue's impression of me must be terrible now. This won't do. I have to find a way to embarrass him. With that thought, Xing Yin approached Lin Yuan under the guise of providing support. "Let me back you up. Be careful not to get hit by friendly fire." He couldn't help but frown, cursing inwardly. What an idiot, but this is also an opportunity. I'll use this chance to get closer to Leng Yue so she lets her guard down, then I'll get information from her. Lin Yuan struggled to dodge his intentional attacks, but because the ash slimes were in front of him, he was put on the defensive. Damn it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lin Yuan's. Leng Yue pulled him away from the spot and suggested they coordinate. "I'll handle the ones on the right, you deal with the ones on the left." "Got it?" Lin Yuan quickly replied. "Got it." Immediately after, she spun, released him, and charged forward. The moment Lin Yuan landed, he and Leng Yue successfully took down 2 ash slimes. She and he attacked from different directions to deal with them. Charging at the same time, the two of them broke through the encirclement. The teammates behind them saw this, their eyes lighting up. That's a real combination skill that gets your blood pumping. The guild leader and that handsome guy are so in sync, so awesome. After they were done, Lin Yuan spoke with a slight smile. "That's the first time I've ever seen a skill like that. Is it a skill you learn after a class advancement?" Leng Yue replied humbly. "It's nothing special. I was just lucky enough to learn it from a skill book." He took the opportunity to remark that the number 2 guild was truly full of hidden masters. "Are there any other masters in your group with special skills? I'd like to exchange techniques with them," Leng Yue said bluntly. "Then you can join Jinghua, Shui Yue, and find out for yourself." But Lin Yuan adamantly refused. "Never mind, I'm more used to playing solo." That look on his face made her pause. Was that familiar smile an illusion? It was a perfect match. Xing Yin, left behind, gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell did that bastard say to Leng Yu? Why did she have that expression? Suddenly, Tai Yang rushed over to report. "I've already collected the dropped equipment. We'll split it after we're done." "Xiao Yue, are we still fighting the boss according to the original plan?" She just calmly agreed, but he took that as an excuse to make a request. "Hold on, I want to address our friend here. You all saw what happened earlier. His strength is far beyond what we imagined, and with his abilities, he could be put to much better use." Xing Yin's eyes turned sinister. "I suggest we have him draw the aggro from the next boss." Lin Yuan analyzed the situation. "If I'm drawing aggro, I won't get a chance to attack the boss, let alone take down half its health. Are you trying to back out of the deal because you can't part with the gold-grade equipment?" Xing Yin replied, "You think you can actually last a few rounds with the boss? In your dreams. You're overthinking it, friend. As long as you complete the task, I can still give you the gold-grade equipment." Leng Yue interjected. "I disagree. Changing tactics mid-battle introduces too many unknown variables." He cut her off. Now, Leng Yue. I can see you think highly of him too, so why don't we let him decide for himself?" Lin Yuan thought to himself, "If I want to get closer to the second guild and Leng Yu, this Xing Yin guy is a problem. I need to shut him up for now and deal with him later." He agreed to their proposal. "All right, I accept." The group moved to the Ashen Valley. Tai Yang said earnestly, "Show me the full extent of your power." Xing Yin sneered, This idiot surely doesn't know that the boss's AoE attack is a hard counter to his summoned beasts. This is going to be a good show. He gathered power in his hands, thinking that the boss in this death difficulty dungeon was indeed a tough one, but based on my past life's experience, I already have its mechanics down pat. A lightning orb shot towards the target, hitting the unsuspecting beast. The system displayed its information. Scorching Plague King, a King tier level 25 monster. 15,000 health points, 1,500 attack, 500 defense, and the Flaming Jet skill. All Melting Furnace, Tail Whip Strike, and Flame Shield. The party members were shocked. A death difficulty boss is level 25. Current players are only level 15 at most. The gap is too large. Everyone, stop spacing out. Meanwhile, Xing Yin thought to himself as he attacked, that kid will definitely regret this. Lin Yuan approached the boss without hesitation, giving the same command to start by hitting the ground. The strategy remained unchanged. The group acted immediately, faced with the beast's enormous figure. They had to seize the moment. Xing Yin stood aside, smirking instead of helping. This sight is just perfect, like a pathetic little mouse. The team looked tiny before the powerful foe. Lang Yue urged Xing Yin to use a control skill, but he cursed, "Damn it, it's too late." The fiery blast sent everyone flying. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Xing Yin, what the hell are you doing?" She questioned why he hadn't used the lightning spell to paralyze the boss's tail. Wasn't that his assigned task? "Do you realize what a golden opportunity you just wasted?" he stammered. Lang Yue, "I'm sorry." The other two members despaired. "We're all done for. Healing takes time. How can Zhigu handle the boss alone? There is no chance this time. Leaving a death difficulty dungeon midway still results in heavy losses. We are now truly caught between a rock and a hard place." Lang Yue reminded them sternly. "Since it has come to this, I just hope everyone learns their lesson. Our new teammate made no mistakes. Instead, it was us, the coordinated team, who held him back. I will inform him that we are withdrawing from the dungeon. The guild will cover all the losses." A team member exclaimed in shock, "Wait, guild leader, look." It seems he was not affected. He is still fighting the monster alone. He understood. It looks like they can't rejoin the fight for now, so I should just fight alone. The Ashu's King's back is its weak point. Just use lightning to paralyze its tail, and you can attack freely. Watching the boss charge forward, Lin Yuan casually swung his sword. Too slow. Lei Xie was summoned. He ordered it to interrupt. The system announced that the Thunder Scorpion had activated the paralyzing Thunder Strike skill. A stream of power spread through the boss's body, paralyzing it. Lin Yuan instructed further. "Good job. The boss's rear is safe now. Charge." The beasts he summoned rushed aggressively towards the target. Lang Yue was shocked. He still has a lightning attribute summoned beast. Moreover, he knows how to deal with the boss. Xing Yin thought with particular embarrassment, "How does he know that? Doesn't that mean I'm not even as good as a summoned beast?" Tai Yang regained his fighting spirit. "This is great. Shikos is really confident about handling the boss. Let's heal up quickly and go help him." Meanwhile, he discovered something. Wait a minute, he's just putting on a smart act. His summoned beasts can't last for long. Just the boss's shockwave damage is enough to crush them. The summoned beast's health bar was nearly empty, its body staggering unsteadily. Lin Yuan activated the Dark Curse skill. The summoned beast's health bar filled up, and its power surged back. Jing Yin was stunned. No way. How can he still heal? A summoned beast? At this rate, couldn't he kill the boss all by himself? He shouted with great energy. "Everyone get ready. The boss is on the brink of death. Let's charge together." The system announced the Ash Ooze King activated the Myriad Lava skill. Lang Yue kindly warned him, "Be careful. That's the boss's strongest area of effect skill before it dies." Xing Yin tensed up, thinking of a plan. "No, I can't let him win. I want the gear. I want Lang Yue. He and the monster should all just disappear." So, he attacked first. "Get out of the way. Let me interrupt the boss." The system activated the skill. Ring of Thunder Resistance. Lightning radiated out in a circle from the center. Lang Yue was almost struck by the lightning and quickly dodged back, shouting, "What?" Lin Yuan calmly leaped high. Having already predicted this idiot would backstab him, her face clearly showed panic at this unexpected situation. Lang Yue was sent flying backward. Seeing this, he thought it was a hassle, then Lin Yuan instantly flew to save her. Lang Yue landed securely in his arms. Lin Yuan reminded her, "Don't be afraid, hold on tight to me." A system prompt announced the corpse explosion skill, and the area below them suddenly blew up. A server-wide message appeared, congratulating the hidden anonymous player, Junian, Tai Yang, Lang Yue, Xing Yin, the Blade Master, and the Barbarian Controller, for being the first to clear the death difficulty dungeon, Valley of Ashes. Lang Yue blushed and said shyly, "I didn't expect someone so young to be so experienced." You didn't panic at all. Lin Yuan replied humbly. Really? Maybe it was just luck. She extended an invitation. Even if you don't join the guild, I would still like to get to know someone, like you, so we can tackle higher difficulty dungeons later. Lin Yuan casually agreed. Sure. The notification board updated. Lang Yue has sent a friend request. You have accepted Lang Yue's friend request. Tai Yang could sense. This was the first time he had seen Xiao Yue act so shy. She coughed awkwardly. You can put me down. Xing Yin felt a pang of jealousy. How did this happen? I've never even touched her hair. The system updated, stating the hidden anonymous player had an 87% contribution in the Death Difficulty Valley of Ashes. He spoke up. My contribution rate is 87%. According to our bet, the gold tier equipment should belong to me, right? Xing Yin dodged the question. The gold tier equipment. The boss has been killed. Let's check the loot first. We can split it then. Lin Yuan refused. No need. Just give me the gold tier equipment first. He stammered. I'll give it to you. Just don't be hasty. Wait until I find a replacement, then I'll give it to you. Lin Yuan cut him off. Looks like you're trying to back out of the deal. Lang Yue stepped in. Actually, Xing Yin's equipment may not be suitable for you. How about this? You can have first pick of the loot from this run. Plus, I'll use my own money to buy a suitable piece of equipment for you. How about that? Lin Yuan accepted. All right, we'll do it your way. But honestly, more than equipment, I'd rather exchange techniques with an expert with special skills, she confirmed. An expert? All right, we were really lucky to have you this time. I'll go back and ask the others in the guild if they agree. Lin Yuan approached the boss, almost forgetting someone else was there. A notification popped up that he was using a dark summoning technique on the Ash Ooze King's corpse. The 3 dog-headed miner zombies had been killed in the sewers. Receiving this news, he exclaimed in shock, What? My undead were killed. There aren't any players leveling up near the hidden dungeon, and 3 undead zombies are enough to scare them off. Does this mean that Snake Controller has appeared? Lin Yuan told himself to seize this opportunity. The clue to finding the first apostle was on him. Seeing him run towards the portal, Tai Yang shouted from behind, Buddy, you haven't gotten the gear yet. Lin Yuan checked. The entrance seemed normal, but it was better to take the hidden path to be safe. He went to inspect the condition of the beasts' corpses and concluded there were no signs of a fight. The undead died as if they were strangled. It seemed the opponent was an expert in assassination. Lin Yuan noticed a few small wounds on its body. These are snake bites. The bites from snakes in the hidden dungeon wouldn't be this big. With the underworld serpent's power, the corpse wouldn't have been left whole, so it must be the work of the snake controller. Suddenly, a dangerous aura rushed from behind. He turned his head to look, his stealth already broken. Behind him was a bone-eating demon snake, a level 15 leader, with 4,500 health points, 300 attack, 130 defense, and the skills bone-eating nether poison, suffocating strangulation, and flesh and bone fusion. Lin Yuan hurriedly dodged its surprise attack. His body shot backward, maintaining a safe distance from the demon snake. Power condensed in Lin Yuan's hands. He lunged towards the demon snake. These snakes' levels weren't low and their skills were unknown, so caution was key. This demon snake couldn't escape the attack, but another one appeared from behind. Lin Yuan was shocked. There's more. He quickly blocked the demon snake's mouth with his sword before it was too late. As Lin Yuan struggled to fight back, he commanded his death wolf. The wolf held them back. Lin Yuan carefully analyzed the situation. This swarm wasn't good. That guy was always hiding in the shadows, manipulating the snakes. He had to be dragged out. His gaze suddenly shifted as if he realized something. Lin Yuan looked towards the snake that was transmitting a signal. Found it. He dashed off at his fastest speed. Lin Yuan raised his fist in triumph. You have nowhere left to hide. All right. Phantom gauntlets equipped. Lin Yuan's punch, cloaked in blue fire, shot straight toward its prey. But when Lin Yuan struck the iron bars, nothing happened. He then paused for a beat. This is not right. Lin Yuan carefully observed and analyzed. This door has the marks I left before. This is the King Serpent's location. He is luring me to my death. The dire wolf of death behind him intentionally gave a signal. At that moment, Lin Yuan also detected the serpent spirits behind him. Well then, let's see who can't resist making the first move. He acted swiftly, activating his stealth skill. In an instant, Lin Yuan vanished, leaving the serpent spirits completely disoriented. The man before them had just disappeared into thin air. A voice echoed from the darkness saying he didn't fall for the bait, suddenly appearing amidst the snakes. I'm determined not to let a second person know the secret in the sewer. This is my territory. He scanned his surroundings, noticing a disturbance on the water's surface, as if he had spotted something unusual. Without hesitation, he immediately took action. An opening. Become food for my snakes. He then raised a snake-headed staff and unleashed a torrent of dark magic, destroying everything nearby. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared from behind. "Who are you trying to hit?" The man was startled by him. "What?" Lin Yuan slashed without hesitation, but the man dodged just in time, gritting his teeth in fury. "You dare to trick me." He slammed his staff into the ground, and the serpent spirits charged forward furiously, sealing their own doom. Lin Yuan silently assessed him. "It seems he's not skilled in close combat. He has been keeping his distance this whole time. I just need to use my undead spirits to hold these snakes back and I'll have a chance to win." With that thought, he charged forward to challenge him. "You are not the only one who can summon things. Let's let them play for a while." The man stubbornly refused to believe his own eyes. "Undead spirits again? How can this be a coincidence? Impossible." Lin Yuan taunted as he attacked. "Besides controlling these snakes, do you have any other skills?" The man roared in rage. "Shut up. A dead man like you doesn't need to know that much." Lin Yuan refused to back down and retorted sharply. "Cut the crap. Without those snakes, you couldn't take a single hit. You're a disgrace to the first apostle." Luke was surprised. "How do you know about that, master?" Suddenly, more snakes shot up from the ground, as Luke laughed with smug satisfaction. "Surprised, aren't you? I have more snakes. Let me capture you and interrogate you." Lin Yuan wasn't rushed. He carefully analyzed the situation. No wonder the initial ambush was so deceptive. His snakes even know how to use the terrain. So it's true that during this time he became a subordinate of the first apostle. I need to figure out how to capture him. In an instant, Lin Yuan sliced through the snakes. Luke lost his patience and decided to go for the finishing blow. "This ends now, you piece of trash." Lin Yuan remained calm, cleverly using the opportunity to lure him closer, but the blast of dark magic was so powerful it knocked him over. Lin Yuan was shocked to find himself bound by the snakes. His opponent's magic damage also had a crowd control effect. His movements were clearly slower. Luke strode closer, gloating smugly. "When I saw the zombie, I thought I was mistaken. I can't believe you're really a necro hunter. It's a shame your skills seem to be incomplete." Huh. Lin Yuan was bound tightly by two snakes, but he showed no fear. "Necro hunter, what are you talking about?" Though he appeared calm on the surface, inwardly he was terrified of being discovered. How does he know about this class and even the skills of a necro hunter? Luke ignored the question and laughed loudly, as if he already had the upper hand. "Tell me, how do you know about our leader?" "We have plenty of time today." Lin Yuan gave a cold smile, throwing the words right back at him. "Soon enough, I'll be the one making you spill everything you know." A terrifying three-headed snake appeared behind Luke. "When did you dare turn my snake into one of your undead?" He stood perfectly still, his body constricted by the two monsters. "My undead are endless, while your snakes are falling. Stop struggling." Unable to accept this, Luke struggled to fight back. "In your dreams, I won't be captured by a mongrel like you." Without hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately broke free from his restraints and began to summon the power of his corpse explosion technique. Luke hadn't gotten far before the netherworm caught up to him. The next second, it used its entire body to bind him tightly. Lin Yuan shouted loudly, ordering it to capture him using the constrict skill. He then slowly approached. "He runs pretty fast, but at least I've identified the snake charmer's area of operation. Moreover, in this period, the snake charmer still doesn't have the immense power he will when the evil god descends. If I could learn this counter-control technique, these snakes would just be necromancy materials delivered right to my door." From within the rubble, something suddenly shone, catching his attention. Lin Yuan picked the object up, observing it carefully. It was a pocket watch. It has no attribute interface, so it doesn't seem to be equipment. Could it be some kind of token? If he is hiding in the Mirror Flower Watermoon Guild, now is the best time to find Lin Yuan to verify it. He hasn't had time to teleport yet. A sound from the message system rang out. "This is Lin Yuan. Is it convenient for you to come out for a moment? Does she want to talk about the Valley of Cinder Ash?" That night, when the entire kingdom was lit up, Lin Yuan walked to an empty seat. "Sorry, I'm a little late." She waved her hand, and a small ring appeared on the table. "This is the gold-tier equipment I promised. See if it suits you." It was the extremely rare golden concentration ring. Lin Yuan looked at the ring on the table, deep in thought. Mana recovery effect. Ever since I got the corpse explosion technique, my mana consumption has been a bit high. Lin Yuan is very thoughtful. Lin Yuan waved her hand again, and a series of different items appeared on the table, along with the drops from the Valley of Cinder Ash. "We had previously agreed that you could choose first." Lin Yuan calmly picked up each item and examined them carefully. "It suits me very well, even exceeding my expectations. As for the drops, I only need the skill scroll." Lin Yuan rested his chin on his hand, his voice slightly teasing. "I thought you were the extremely eccentric type. I didn't expect you to come to a place like a tavern." Lin Yuan's expression turned serious as he looked straight at the person opposite him. Today, I was leveling in the sewers. I met a master whose guild emblem was very similar to that of Mirror Flower Water Moon. I'd like to exchange some techniques with him. I wonder if that's convenient. Lin Yuan also became serious. The sewers. Let me ask around in the guild. He took out the watch he had found earlier. This is what he carelessly dropped. Do you recognize this? No. Is there anyone in the guild who wears this type of pocket watch? She held the watch in her hand, trying to remember. A pocket watch. Let me see. This doesn't seem to be equipment, does it? To be honest, this is the first time I've seen this kind of accessory. Lin Yuan wasn't disappointed. I understand. In that case, please keep an ear out about the sewers for me. This is extremely important to me. Lin Yuan happily accepted. Okay, I'll pay attention within the guild. He then continued to ask, by the way, you just took the golden equipment like that. Won't the people in your guild have an issue with it? She tilted her head slightly and looked away. Xingyin is furious, but this time it was his fault to begin with. Besides, you look a lot like my younger brother. Sometimes, even I find it hard to tell the difference. If he were still alive, he would probably be about your age. Lin Yuan finally understood the reason behind it. No wonder her reactions were so strange a few times. He could only offer his condolences. My sincerest sympathies. Lin Yuan pushed the watch back. It's all in the past now. By the way, if you're willing to trust me, you should try to prepare some electric resistance potions next. You will need them soon. He secretly considered it in his head. It seems the Order organization already knows about the upcoming special Thunder attribute instance. It's just a pity that the method to craft the strongest electric resistance potion is in my hands. The system notification sound rang out at the same time. 100 stalks of mapai grass have been submitted. Ao's commission quest is complete. The two of them stood up, preparing to leave the tavern. I will consider it. Then I will be leaving first. Lin Yuan stepped forward and suggested they leave together. They both left the tavern, not noticing that Xingyin had seen everything from a hidden corner. He was shaking with anger. Is that bastard on a date with Lin Yuan? I have to cripple him. Suddenly, Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan were standing behind him. Xingyin, what a coincidence. You came to the tavern too? Xingyin tried his best to make an excuse. I was just passing by. He raised his voice in warning. Lin Yuan, what is there to talk about with this kind of person? You would be better off staying away from him. Lin Yuan replied with annoyance. I called her here to discuss some matters related to the guild. You do not need to overthink it. Xingyin was seething with killing intent. Master, did you not say you would not join a guild? So why are you looking for our guild leader to talk about this? Do you have some other motive? Leon stared at him intently, thinking to himself, what a persistent pest. With that in mind, he tactfully replied, of course, Guild Master Luna's swordsmanship is excellent. I'd like to learn a thing or two. Is that a problem? Silas retorted forcefully. It seems to me you have other intentions, don't you? Luna, be careful with his kind, lest you invite trouble. At this point, Luna finally spoke up. I appreciate your concern, but who I drink with doesn't require your approval, does it? Silas began to get flustered. No, Luna, that's not what I meant. She coldly brushed past him. That's enough? I wasted a special trip here to save your equipment for you. You've disappointed me greatly. Silas now tried to explain himself. Luna, you're misunderstanding. Watching Luna's back as she left with Leon, he grew more resentful. This is all that bastard's fault. As long as I eliminate him, Luna will only have eyes for me like before. Silas's mind was now completely clouded and losing its way. Eliminate him. The scene changes to a strangely quiet room. Silas slowly stepped in from outside, carrying a gloomy presence. Inside. Upon arriving, Silas made a direct request. I knew you'd be here. Go help me take care of someone. The masked man replied leisurely. What's the rush? Let me finish this drink, and then we'll talk. But Silas was frantic and stated his terms. After the job is done, I'll give you double the pay. I've sent his photo to you. You must kill him as miserably as possible. The other person finally agreed, sparing no expense. In that case, I'll take it. Before leaving, Silas didn't forget to add, remember, choose a crowded place. He let out a savage smile, to slowly torture him in front of the crowd. Afterwards, the masked man sat down to check Leon's information. He stared at him intently. This person seems a little familiar. Meanwhile, in a town near the desert, Darkway was holding the treasure and observing it carefully. I've never seen a watch like this before. It looks like just an ordinary piece of jewelry, but you could try your luck with the Scorpion Tail Knights. That is, if you can even get in. Leon thought helplessly. I can't believe even a knowledgeable NPC like Darkway has no idea. All right, thank you. Darkway said with a hint of regret. You're welcome. It's a shame I've already retired. It's very difficult to meet the commander without a good reason. Just then, a girl walked in, asking, How have you been? I brought you something good to eat. Seeing her, Darkway gave a warm welcome. Edith. Ah, I'm feeling much better. Thank you for coming to visit this old man again. Her appearance made Lin Yuan curious. Darkway then made a suggestion. If you really want to go to the Blacktail Knights for information, you could ask Edith for help. She's the daughter of Commander Keith. She quickly denied it. No, I stopped being his daughter a long time ago. Now I'm just a self-reliant seamstress. Lin Yuan then decided to speak up. It sounds like there's some misunderstanding between you two. Perhaps I can help with that. Darkway started to persuade her. Edith, the commander must really regret it by now. Your father and daughter, there's no need to argue like this. Just take this old uncle's advice. Hearing this, Edith began to soften. All right, young friend, please follow me. I was afraid I wouldn't get a chance to give this gift to him. Lin Yuan seemed to understand something. It looked like she was just waiting for an opportunity. As Edith opened the gift box, she finally admitted it. Maybe so. Handing the gift to Lin Yuan, Edith instructed, This is a formal attire I spent a year making. I hope you deliver it to my father. Then, tell me what he says. Lin Yuan took the gift and gave a firm affirmation. Rest assured, I'll deliver it right away. You have received the hidden quest, a dusty kinship. Quest name, a dusty kinship. Activation condition, heal Darkway and gain his favor. Reputation with the Blacktail Knights must be greater than 0. Quest objective, deliver the formal attire personally made by Edith to her father, Keith. Quest rank, gold. Time limit, 12 hours. The scene changes to the barracks of the Blacktail Knights, which is heavily guarded. They rush to stop Lin Yuan as he approached. Who goes there? He calmly answered their question. Please do not be alarmed. I was entrusted by Miss Edith to come here and deliver an item to the commander. One of the guards said he would relay the message. From Miss Edith? Wait here. I'll go inform the commander. Lin Yuan watched them, carefully considering the situation. The Scorpion Knights are the strongest military force in the Western Desert Kingdom, second only to the Grand Chancellor. A moment later, the guard returned. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please follow me. At the same time, another soldier led a strange creature with a lion's head and wings. Lin Yuan mused. To obtain a special mount from the Scorpion-tailed Lion Knight Regiment, I'll need to increase my reputation to buy one. After a short walk, they stopped before a tent. The soldier instructed, The commander is inside. You can go in yourself. Lin Yuan replied sincerely, All right, thank you. As he entered, his mind was racing. The commander's power is terrifying. He's on par with a level 60 Lord-class monster. I absolutely cannot reveal that I'm a necromancer. Inside, a man was already waiting. Lin Yuan was cautious. Commander Hill, my apologies for the intrusion. Hill turned and bluntly asked about Edith. Tell me, is Edith living well right now? Lin Yuan placed a box on the table. Miss Edith misses you dearly. She entrusted me to deliver this item to you. This is a formal suit that she spent a year making for you. I hope you can understand her feelings. Hill accepted it. A year, the child must have poured her heart into this. Why won't she come to see me? It seems she still loves sewing after all these years. This meticulous stitching is a true work of art. But back then, I was stubborn, thinking my daughter couldn't pursue a lowly profession like a tailor. I even forced her to leave in the end. They haven't seen each other in 10 years. Hill carefully caressed the garment. Lin Yuan thought, Hill is so imposing, yet he has this gentle side. I must find a chance to ask about the watch. And then he spoke up. Commander Hill, Miss Edith doesn't blame you. Hill replied, Tell her for me. I no longer care about so-called glory. I just need her to return to my side. I can do that, but I have a favor to ask of you. Do you know the origin of this watch? Hill confirmed. A watch? I'm certain I've never seen this design before. Once that was settled, he said, Well, you should go give my Edith her reply. Lin Yuan responded, Very well. Suddenly, he called him back. Wait, what is your identity? Lin Yuan grew worried. Did he discover something? Hill sighed. Ah, that was presumptuous of me. If my daughter acknowledges you, then I shouldn't doubt you. Thank you for everything you have done for Edith. If anyone bullies her, you can use the name of the Xiwei Knights to deal with them at any time. Lin Yuan was startled for a moment and agreed that he would protect Miss Edith's safety. The system announced recognition by the commander. Xiwei Knights reputation plus 1,000. The reputation of the Xiwei Knights has reached friendly status, and he has received the status of an honorary member of the Xiwei Knights. He thought he could not believe he was given the Xiwei Knights insignia directly. After all, this item cannot be obtained from any other source unless the commander gives it out personally. With this, I can move freely in the Western Desert. My current reputation with the Xiwei Knights is 1,500. The reputation store is open. I cannot miss this chance. Anyway, there are some things you can only get here. The shopkeeper cheerfully said, Hello, young knight. Is there anything you would like to buy? Lin Yuan replied, I want to buy a she lion. Then he thought to himself, I already obtained the combat technique. I just need to activate a mount, and it will be like a mobile fortress. The owner enthusiastically introduced, the sea lion is very expensive. There are very few of the Kefeng breed left. It costs 300 gold coins. Before the shopkeeper could finish, Lin Yuan immediately confirmed, no problem. The system announced that 300 coins had been spent. The exclusive lion beast mount has been activated. Did my father really say that? Oh my goodness. I thought he had forgotten me long ago, always absorbed in his nights. Lin Yuan replied, do not say that, Miss Edit. The commander still wants you to return to his side. She firmly refused, saying his kind intentions are enough. The system announced the hidden quest, Dust-Covered Kinship, has been completed. Edit took out a small box. This is a gift to thank you. Please accept it, and please pass on a message to my father. I am very content being able to sew beautiful clothes for everyone. I want to stay here and continue my work. A system panel showed the skill he received. A gold-grade earring that grants immunity to magic and control effects. With this, I can almost completely counter that snake controller. He said, thank you. I will be leaving now. Inside the tent, Hill's voice could be heard. It seems Edit really likes her current life. Then I can rest assured. Lin Yuan calculated to himself. If there are no clues about the watch, I might as well ask him directly for intel about the snakes. He then spoke up. Commander, do you have any intelligence related to snakes? He replied that after the serpent civilization was exiled, all the snakes in Feng Shui Sha had been wiped out by them long ago. However, the snake in the dreamscape is insubstantial, he said as his expression darkened. Lin Yuan asked, is there anything special about that snake? Hill explained. Well, they say it's a giant snake, but you can't really fight something so vague and illusory in a dreamscape. You're now an honored member of the Hissing Tail Knights. If you're interested in snakes, then this mission is yours. Lin Yuan agreed. All right, I'll go right away. Then thought, could it be the underworld serpent? Why would it appear in someone else's dreamscape? Could this be related to a snake charmer? The system announced that a new mission had been accepted. Lin Yuan stood before a large mansion when a man opened the door and came out. He dragged a woman out, threw her to the ground, and yelled, how dare a lowlife like you defy the Lord Count? Bayato arrogantly ordered, Du Liu, get him. At Bayato's command, the other men moved in. What a despicable person, always asking for a beating. The Lord Count taking a liking to you is your honor, you peasant. Lin Yuan stepped in, thinking this must be the Count's house. What an eye-opener. One of the men pointed in his face and yelled, where did this peasant crawl out from? You dare interfere in the Lord Count's business? Bayato sneered, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Then you can stay here too. Get him. The girl whispered, you should go. Confronting the Count won't end well for you. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the men were all sent flying. The person he was looking for was here. Where is the Count? Bayato stammered. Do you have any idea who you're messing with? This is Lord Count Kalo's territory. Kalo stepped forward. Where did this commoner come from, daring to touch my men? Notify the Hissing Tail Knights immediately, and throw this man in jail for me. Lin Yuan presented his badge. I was sent by the Hissing Tail Knights because of your nightmare. They were surprised. You're a knight. Kalo's attitude changed instantly. Hang these useless fools up for me. Starve them for 3 days and 3 nights. Bayato replied, yes, sir. Kalo then muttered, what a blind fool. Can't even tell a knight from a commoner. You're finally here. If you can solve my problem, I will have Hill record your contribution. He replied, I hope so. Inside the mansion, there were many large bookshelves. There were many servants, each with their own task. Sitting at the head of the table, Gao spoke up, saying that in his dreams, a giant snake was always chasing and roaring at him. Even the most experienced priests couldn't find the reason why. How absurd that a count like him should have to suffer such torment. He had someone sketch that wretched snake. Can you deal with it? Lin Yuan thought, as expected, it's the nether serpent, and replied, Your Excellency, I'll need a little time. He said, I hope you can guarantee success. This will be beneficial for both of us. Suddenly, a clumsy maid tripped on the carpet, splashing water all over Caro. Oh no, he roared in anger. Ah, you damn wench, you worthless bitch. I ought to punish you. A slap landed. The maid cried out in fear. Please don't. He flew into a rage. You can't even do such a simple thing. Truly born to be worthless. Then he raised his foot high. Lin Yuan quickly carried the girl out of the way. He was surprised, so the young man changed the subject. Your Excellency, we are still discussing the commission. Isn't it inappropriate for you to act this way? Gao laughed. How embarrassing. But he was doing it for their own good. If they can't even handle small chores, how will they survive in the future? When these kids had no home to return to, he was the only one kind enough to take them in, and they're very grateful for it. Tell him, Anna, isn't that right? The maid stammered. Yes, She was very grateful to the Count for taking her in. Caro was satisfied with the answer. You may leave now. Unlike someone highborn like me, these slum rats aren't even worth a slice of black bread. But the lowly have their uses. Pleasing me is their purpose in life. Don't you agree? Knight Lin Yuan remained silent, thinking to himself, are you criticizing me for meddling in other people's business? Caro gave an order. The butler set up a banquet, arranging a separate seat for this knight who held no title and gloated inwardly. If you weren't working for me, I doubt you'd ever taste the delicacies of a count's household in your entire life. Ha ha. Baido reported. Your Excellency, I have followed your instructions. Please see the spiced meat, a gift from Count Renzone, prepared with great care. He praised him. Very good. But this knight might not be used to such refined cuisine. Just bring him the fish soup. Lin Yuan quietly held back. The mission is important. After it's done, I'll deal with this Count. Anna brought soup to the knight. Caro fussed. Knight, have you figured out a solution yet? Don't take too long. Lin Yuan took a sip of soup, hoping he could observe inside the Count's room tonight. He slammed his wine glass on the dining table. What kind of joke is this? Is my room a place you can just enter? Figure it out yourself. I only need results. Lin Yuan silently sneered. What an arrogant fool. The invisible Lin Yuan slowly approached the door, thinking, based on his attitude earlier, there must be a secret in the room. To complete this mission, I'll have to use some special methods. The system prompted. Invisibility activated. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from inside. Ah! Lin Yuan was startled. Something's wrong. A frail girl was struck across the face by a large hand. Caro spoke. How ungrateful. Is it so bad to serve me, Count Caro? Baido added. That's right. Many people would kill for a chance to serve the great Count. The trembling girl pleaded resentfully. Please let me go. Caro leaned in with a smirk. You think a knight can protect you? Doesn't that fool do whatever I tell him to? Baido sneered. Some knight. With a word from the Count, he's just a servant. Lin Yuan clenched his fists. So these maids were all forced into servitude by him. Caro angrily threw the girl to the ground in pain. Count Caro boasted. I don't just have power in the Shimo kingdom. I hold the rank of Count in other nations too. You will never escape my control. Baido bowed fawningly. A man as wise as the Count wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. He laughed confidently. Of course. The system then appeared before Lin Yuan. That's not right. The Count's title was granted by the Shimo king, so how could he enjoy such status in other nations? Unless, the system announced, hidden condition activated. Count Caro's nightmare mission has been updated to capture the traitor. Mission rank, Gold. Mission objective, imprison the traitor, Count Caro, and find evidence of his treason. The mission deadline was 48 hours. Lin Yuan thought to himself that just as he suspected, Count Calo was a traitor. First, I'll contact the Xiwei Knights, then decide. The system announced an item was used to send an arrest request to the Xiwei Knights. Calo narrowed his eyes, pondering something, when suddenly his gaze filled with resentment. In a stern voice, he said, That damn snake keeps me from sleeping at night, so you shouldn't expect any peace either. The door was suddenly and hastily thrown open. Lin Yuan spoke. My lord Count, I believe I heard a terrible scream. I'll just stall for time until the knights arrive. Calo was surprised. You wretched knight, you've disrespected me time and again. How audacious. Baido added. Do you realize that barging into the Count's residence is a serious crime? Lin Yuan looked down and said, You should go. I wish to speak with the Count. Calo's face darkened. Go. You interrupt my pleasure and expect to just leave? A mere knight thinks he's the center of the universe. Your emblem can't hide the reek of poverty on you. Baido said loudly, My lord, shall we teach him a little lesson? Calo pointed angrily, String him up for me. I want to show him what fate ultimately awaits those of low birth. Baido smiled sinisterly as he slowly approached. Rest assured, my lord. The startled guards turned their heads. Guards, someone is assassinating the Count. They began to draw their weapons and rushed inside. The girl looked up and said, You have to run. Don't die because of me. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. They aren't enough to take my life. The guards began to charge forward. There's an assassin. Kill him. Lin Yuan quickly drew his weapon, ready for a fight. You go first. The girl quickly grasped his hand. Okay. The guards recoiled from a flash of blue light. What? The castle door remained intact in the night. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the blink of an eye. The girl collapsed to her knees, panting heavily with Lin Yuan beside her. The guards were still in pursuit. He's over there. Charge. Don't let him escape. Lin Yuan's eyes were cold. This place has too many maids and servants. It's not ideal for using necromancy or corpse explosion. A maid watched from the side. It's him. Does he really intend to assassinate the Count? Another maid sternly interrupted. Don't speak nonsense. The maids were all witnessing the scene before them. Lin Yuan easily and quickly took down each guard. Help me. The guards all lay unconscious at Lin Yuan's feet. Next, he just needed to watch the count and the butler and wait for the knights to arrive. Suddenly, a glowing chain wrapped around his ankle. Lin Yuan's foot was snared. This was a control skill. A good chance to test the ability of his dark spirit gear. The system announced the activation of the magic immunity skill. The control effect has been dispelled. Baido was holding a magic staff. You knights are all the same, all brawn and no brains. Lin Yuan's ankle was being tightly constricted. How could a man like Count Callow not have an expert by his side? He's done for. He still fell into the butler's hands. Who knew the butler was a retired master from the Royal Mage course? Baido quickly rushed forward. This dagger can send lightning directly into your blood. That doesn't sound very pleasant. You should keep it for yourself. Lin Yuan swiftly grabbed Baido's wrist, his body freezing as he said, "You're not under control." Baido collapsed in pain, blood flowing from his chest. Callow stared at Lin Yuan, his eyes wide with fear. He tremblingly held out his hand. "I summoned you to carry out a commission." "Are you trying to rebel?" Lin Yuan asked coldly. "Compared to the commission, I think your treason is a more serious matter," Callow stammered. "What? How did you know?" Baido struggled to his feet. "Since you found out, then just die." Lin Yuan quickly dodged the attack. "Too bad, I can't kill you. The mission requires me to capture you alive." Baido was astonished. "What? A knight who knows magic?" Lin Yuan's pitch-black eyes appeared before him. His fist came crashing down, creating a powerful flash of light. Baido's body was sent flying by that powerful blast of light. The attack slammed him to the ground. Callow hurriedly ran up the stairs. "You bastard, I will see you punished for this." Executed. He was shocked to see Lin Yuan's feet appear right before him. How? How did you get over here?" His face was cold as he spoke. "What? Weren't you the one who wanted to execute me?" She hastily explained. "That's not what I meant at all. Was I just going to enter you into the merit log? No, I want to ask the king to award you a medal." Lin Yuan's palm began to glow with blue fire. "If I capture you, the king will award me a medal." Callow was terrified. "Stop." The blue flame sent Callow flying. "Did you ever think of stopping when you were harming innocent people?" He struggled to say, "I was wrong. All right. I'll release those commoners." Lin Yuan replied coldly, "It's too late." His hand angrily grabbed Callow's collar and pulled him up. Lin Yuan's face darkened. "You should start thinking about your confession." Callow stammered. "Don't. I'll give you whatever you want, everything. Just spare me." Lin Yuan's hand tightened and struck his chest. "Say goodbye to your noble status." In an instant, Callow's body flew away in a cloud of smoke. Hills suddenly spoke up. "I hope I'm not too late. Is the Countess unharmed? Where is the culprit you mentioned?" Lin Yuan replied, "Unfortunately, Captain, the criminal we need to arrest is Count Callow. He is a traitor." Hills quickly dismounted and walked over to Lin Yuan. He continued, "A traitor? Good heavens, you must be certain. Attacking a count without evidence is a capital offense." Callow shouted. "So you do know this is a capital crime. You sent a madman here. This is slander against a count." Hills looked over and added, "We can't arrest the count based on your word alone." Anna suddenly appeared and spoke up. "Wait, I know where the evidence is. Earlier, I overheard the count secretly plotting things about the serpent folk civilization, and they were also performing rituals in a secret chamber. The secret chamber isn't far. The proof is there." Callow's eyes became bloodshot as he lied. "When did I ever consort with the serpent folk civilization?" He angrily charged forward. "You peasant, I'll rip your mouth apart." Lin Yuan thought to himself, the mission already stated it, so that count must be a real traitor. "Captain, please escort the count to prison first. I will bring the evidence shortly. Whatever the outcome, the truth will soon be revealed, and I alone will bear all the consequences." Hills sighed and said, "All right, whether this is a great merit or a grave mistake depends on what you find. Leave 2 knights here to help with the search. The rest of you take the count back to the barracks." They acknowledged the order. Lin Yuan then said, "Lead the way, don't worry." Anna answered timidly, "Okay, you're not like those other people. I trust you. The count's secret passage connects to this place." Lin Yuan, walking behind, wondered, "A sewer. It looks like a place the snake people would use. But why did she come here and happen to overhear their plot?" Anna pointed to a door. "This is the secret room where they meet privately." Lin Yuan nodded. "All right, leave the rest to me." He scanned the area. There were no special marks on the door. "Stay alert. I'm about to open the door." It was suddenly quiet inside, as if no one was there. Giant snakes suddenly flew out. "Get back." "What the heck?" Lin Yuan easily chopped through the snakes' bodies with his hand. "Don't be afraid. They're just a few snakes." The knights breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for him. Who knew there were snakes here? Something is definitely wrong. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked back. He had a feeling she wasn't surprised at all. Thinking carefully, If we were silenced, there would be no clues to the Count's crimes. Could she be a snake person disguised as a human, secretly colluding with the Count? When she saw the Count was about to be exposed, she chose to cut her losses and escape. A snake-luring potion effectively agitates the snake people. A little test will reveal the truth. This is a snake-repellent potion. It can drive away the snakes around here, so we won't have to worry about another ambush. The smoke enveloped Anna. Sorry. I didn't know that thing was in here either, but the evidence must be inside. Lin Yuan said nothing, just staring at Anna. A blue flame was in his palm. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's okay. This isn't your fault. They began to venture deeper inside. We found the evidence. A knight suddenly exclaimed, "Good heavens, this is a sacred artifact of the snake people." The king had long ago ordered all items related to the snake people to be destroyed, yet the Count has hidden so many. This is the Count's insignia. He's truly colluding with the snake people. This is a serious crime. Suddenly, Anna's face darkened from behind them. She said with a smile, "Knights, you must make him pay the price." She shouted angrily. "A whole night has passed. Where is your evidence? How dare you slander the Count's honor? I'll definitely deal with you worthless trash when I get out." She suddenly opened the door and said, "The evidence has been found. Interrogate him for me." The knight acknowledged the order. Callow panicked. "What? Impossible. I have nothing to do with the snake people." The knight raged. "Shut up. Confess your crimes now. A despicable traitor like you," Hugh said gravely. "This is quite a surprise. Who would have guessed that Callow was a traitor? But you have rendered a great service. I have reported to the king, and you will be rewarded shortly." Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "Thank you, Lord Commander. It's what I had to do." A desperate scream erupted from inside. "Stop. I am Count Callow, my Lord Count. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just a butler," Hugh said grimly. "The Serpentoid civilization surely has a lot of intel on the Western Desert Nation. I will now lead a thorough investigation. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to handle the Count's maids," Lin Yuan thought to himself. Coincidentally, there's still something in the Count's mansion I can't miss. "All right, I'll see that they're settled," a knight announced solemnly. "Commander, they wish to confess." Hugh glanced over. "Oh, prepare to take it down." Beato laughed and said, "Let me go first." The enraged Count shoved him down. "It's not your turn to speak. I will be the one to confess. I did have some minor dealings with another power, just some very minor ones, but I'm confessing on my own. You have to beg the king for mercy on my behalf." Hugh's expression darkened. "We have fought for this country for so many years, and yet you betray us from within. You deserve to die." The system announced, "Mission, capture the traitor completed. Scorpion Tail Knight Order Reputation plus 1,000. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "The mission is already complete? Then where is the giant serpent? I must have missed a part of the plot. Since he has been brought to justice, I'll go take care of those girls now." Hugh nodded. "Go on. I'm going to make Callow spill every single secret he has." He watched Lin Yuan leave and firmly shut the door. He swiftly slammed a dagger into the table, shouting angrily, "Start talking. Who are the Serpentoid moles?" Callow replied fearfully, "The Serpentoids. My contact is a mole from the southern Turtle Nation." Meanwhile, at Count Callow's castle, Lin Yuan was rummaging through everything. In his past life, someone posted on a forum that Count Callow possessed a shield, gifted by the king. It had amazing stats and a special skill. It has to be here. Suddenly, his gaze stopped. He stared down intently, but the box was empty. It has already been taken? Could someone else know about this item? The knight began to inform Lin Yuan. "Sir, all the maids have been found, only one is missing." His voice was stern. "Who is it?" The knight replied, "It's the girl named Anna." Lin Yuan recalled what happened earlier. Could she have been targeted for revenge by the snake people, or was my initial suspicion correct? Regardless, I have to find her first. A person can't just vanish into thin air. The most suspicious place is the secret passage from the Count's manor leading down to this sewer. Lin Yuan quickly moved to the room with the opening in the floor. He slowly walked inside. I felt something was off from the start. On second thought, if the Count was colluding with the Serpentoids, why would he bring up dreaming about snakes? Suddenly, Lin Yuan paused and looked behind him. "You sure took your sweet time." Anna spoke up. "What's the rush? You're not the one who has to hide in the Count's manor. So of course, you can show up whenever you feel like it." Luke chuckled and said, "Is that Count Callow finished?" A system notification appeared. Invisibility has been activated. Lin Yuan was astonished. He's the snake controller. Why is Anna meeting him in private? Isn't Anna supposed to be an NPC? Luke continued. "As expected of you, Anna, you're a natural-born actress. That idiotic Count would never guess, even in death, that you were the one who prepared the secret room." She laughed confidently. "Of course, they would never have suspected it. But there's one very unusual night. I don't know why, but he started suspecting my connection to the serpentoids and even used snakebait to test me. I'll have to leave the dirty work to you. Luke's eyes widened as he replied, "Oh, weren't you always able to twist those idiots around your finger? What does the guy look like?" Anna showed a picture of Lin Yuan. "He looks like this. I must continue my mission for the serpentoids to weaken the nobles of the West Desert Kingdom." "Ah, that's right. How's the recovery of your snake swarm?" Luke picked up the drawing and stared at it intently. He gritted his teeth in anger. "It's this bastard. If it wasn't for him, my adorable little snakes wouldn't have been taken from me. He's the one who stole my hidden quest." Lin Yuan thought to himself, so Anna is a spy for the serpentoids, planted to entrap and eliminate the nobles of the West Desert Kingdom. But if the count was framed, why did the system notify me that the mission was complete? Whatever, I'll just find an opportunity to deal with them first. Anna continued, "What? You've run into him too? Isn't he just some knight who knows a bit of petty magic? You can't even handle this simple matter? All you know is how to swing your fists when you get angry. His true strength is far greater than what you see. He can summon the undead. If it weren't for those undead guarding the hidden dungeon, I wouldn't be having such a headache," Anna said with confusion. "Undead? Don't tell me his class is." "That's right, which is why I need you to lend me the Pluto Serpent." His pupils suddenly flared red. "I want him torn to pieces." "Absolutely not," Anna said. "The Pluto Serpent already has another mission. Once it's exposed within the range of the West Desert's Imperial Preceptor, it's highly likely he'll destroy it. That would be an irreplaceable loss for our serpent-kin civilization." Luke replied with a sinister laugh. "But I can't wait another second to eliminate him. You have to give it to me." Anna glared and said in a low voice, "I won't let you act so recklessly." Lin Yuan thought to himself, normally NPCs don't get too involved with players. Could it be that the snake controller is using Anna to grind reputation for the serpent-kin faction? I can't let him succeed. He got ready to charge forward. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted ahead. Lin Yuan froze, his eyes widening in shock as he stared forward. A gigantic snake appeared behind Anna. The Pluto Serpent moved closer to where Luke was standing. Anna smirked and said, "The Pluto Serpent can sense my emotions. If you really intend to attack, I'm not sure I can stop it." Luke began to look scared. You two really share a deep bond between master and servant. Anna's hand touched the Pluto Serpent's skin. It was all for the plan. Luke turned and said loudly, "All right, fine. I'll find my own way to deal with him. You just keep doing your mission. And don't forget what your boss said. You have to cooperate with me." Anna replied, all right, just let me rest for a moment. Serving those old geezers was disgusting. On this trip, I only managed to get a mediocre shield and had to endure those fat pigs until I felt sick. A total loss." Luke finally gave up and left, saying, "Suit yourself." A small snake crawled out from Lin Yuan's palm. "My invisibility skill is useless against the Pluto Serpent. I can't act recklessly. I can only have little snake follow the snake charmer. I'll wait until he's far away before I make a move." The little snake began to silently slither behind them as Anna and the giant Pluto Serpent passed through the hole. "Just be patient. Soon, very soon, you will see sunlight again," Lin Yuan said, looking down from above. "Regarding the Count's matter, I'll ask the Night Order about it after I get out. The First Believer's situation is more important. I have to catch the snake charmer first." Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Yuan quickly jumped down. He continued to ponder his umbral spirit skill. "This time I can definitely launch a proper surprise attack on him." A system notification announced the activation of a paralytic sensation. When using power on the little snake, this aura. It's him again. His gaze shot forward. He was being tailed. Luckily, I came prepared this time. Sooner or later, I'll have to deal with this bastard. In an instant, Lin Yuan appeared before the teleporting little snake. That shimmering blue thing at his feet. Is that a teleportation scroll? He uses such an expensive, single-use item so casually. It seems the First Believer is much richer than I thought. I need to build up my own capital soon. It's time to stock up on high-strength electric resistance potions. When the lightning element dungeon opens, this stuff will definitely be a hot item. I still have to keep grinding the hidden serpent demon's lair dungeon. Meanwhile, at Carlo's castle, these homeless girls have suffered enough. Just let them stay. The maids were all sobbing. "I can teach you all how to sew. It's better than going back to being servants anyway. This is precisely why we came here. Thank you, Miss Edith." Lin Yuan turned to leave, not forgetting to wave them goodbye. "Well then, we'll be on our way." "That's right. Is your confession statement drafted yet?" a knight asked. "It has already been given to the commander, sir." To think he was secretly colluding with the Southern Kui Empire. What a disgrace. The Southern Kui are our sworn enemies. So it is the Southern Kui Empire, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the lore of the immortal world, the Southern Kui and the Western Sands are always enemies. I hope he gets what he deserves. Suddenly, A mysterious figure in black was watching them from behind a bush, a crow perched on their shoulder. "Sir, the target has left the knight's order. We can act at any time." The crow quickly flew into the sky. "Yeah, I know. It was late afternoon, around sunset, and Lin Yuan was strolling through the town, thinking as he walked. The formula for the potent electric resistance potion I have is one of a kind. Crafting this potion requires a high-level alchemist, but most of them belong to the major guilds. The formula is a one-time use item. It'd be trouble if they learned it and betrayed me. It seems finding a freelance alchemist to sign a contract with is the safest bet, but someone of that caliber isn't easy to find. I'll just post a bounty quest and see if anyone suitable shows up." Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and looked up at the notice board. He saw a densely packed notice posted by someone named Qingyan. In his past life's memory, she was one of the 10 top alchemists in the Western Desert and also a ranger with ranged attacks. Moreover, she never joined any guild. The system showed the bounty quest was accepted, automatically adding the person as a friend. A message popped up on the system panel. "Someone actually dared to accept my quest. Didn't you see the Flame Fanatics Guild deliberately burying my quest notice? First I've heard of it. When do we start the quest?" At that moment, Mei Qiao was brewing a potion. "Seems you're quite eager, huh? All right, I'm sending you the coordinates. See you there soon." The system displayed the location coordinates. "There aren't many high-level freelance alchemists. I hope she's someone I can work with long-term." Lin Yuan finally arrived at a desolate location. Mei Qiao waved her hand and said, "Hi. You're the one who accepted my quest, right? Are you here all by yourself? The stone golems are elite monsters, you know. Can you handle them alone?" Lin Yuan's expression was cold. It's that drunk girl from the tavern. So she's Luo Qingyan?" Mei Qiao approached him and continued, "Well, now, I didn't expect my little helper to be such a handsome guy. So I'm counting on you for this mission. You better be careful. I'll be supporting you with my bow from the back." He replied coldly, "No need. You don't look very reliable today. If there are no better candidates, I guess I'll have to choose her." Mei Qiao continued from behind. "Those stone golems all hide among these rocks. They're experts at sneak attacks." The two of them continued to walk slowly forward. Suddenly, Lin Yuan paused and looked back. Mei Qiao said, "But don't worry, even if the mission fails, I won't blame you." The system displayed an elite granite golem, level 15, with 3,600 HP. It had 300 attack and 410 defense, with skills in fortified body and powerful defense. Lin Yuan and Mei Qiao quickly leaped into the air. Mei Qiao prepared to draw her bow. "Watch this. I told you I'd protect you." Just as I thought, combat is so much harder than alchemy. Suddenly, a horde of granite golems appeared, charging at them. Lin Yuan quickly appeared. "Hide somewhere safe and let me handle them." A blue light appeared in his palm. The special characteristic of granite is that the granite golem's defense is very high, so I'll just use their own trait against them. Fight hard with hard. Mei Qiao's eyes widened in surprise. Why does he look so familiar? That cold, handsome face and such decisive moves. I remember now. Isn't he the one who helped me take care of those thugs at the bar? Is he really planning to take on all these monsters by himself? He'd probably chew me out for this. "Don't worry, little bro. I'm bringing you a healing potion." Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly flew down from above, preparing to strike. Suddenly, the dog-headed leaders leaped out. They lost control and furiously attacked the granite golems. Shiny golden stones lay on the ground. Lin Yuan's hand slowly picked up a stone. His face was stern. "This is the granite golem core you needed, right?" The system announced that Luo Qingyan's bounty quest was complete. Mei Qiao said in amazement, "Is that it? Is it over already? Or am I just seeing things from brewing potions all night?" Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, "They were just a bunch of pathetic elite monsters." Mei Qiao continued, "Come to think of it, you were the one who took me back to my apartment last time, right? I owe you another big one this time. But if you're so powerful, why did you accept my quest? You're strong enough to do quests with much higher rewards." Lin Yuan slowly replied, "I'll be frank with you. I want to find a high-level alchemist for a potion-making contract, but I don't trust the people in the guild. You're the only one who fits my criteria. This is a very profitable business deal. Are you interested?" Mei Qiao smiled and replied, "All right then. I already got a good look at your character that night. So, want to grab a drink and discuss your plan?" Lin Yuan added, "We'll talk specifics later. Let's sign the contract first." The system panel appeared before Mei Qiao. Though she wasn't a fan of these contracts, if it was for him, it was no problem. Just sign it. Lin Yuan's expression was serious. This was just to be safe, and it gave him another person to share the burden. A notification appeared. "Contract signed successfully. Player Luo Qingyan has agreed, entering a hired relationship with player Lin Yuan. ID hidden." She smiled and continued, So I'm your employee now. What do you need my help with? He reached a hand into his cloak. I have a formula. Suddenly, Lin Yuan froze. Wait a minute. I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before in my past life. The spawn locations of the granite golems follow a pattern. A giant monster appeared right behind Lin Yuan. Was Mei Qiao down below, watching him ride the monster? It's gone. Lin Yuan's face was pensive. So that's why the angle of that photo on the forum from my past life was from here. His eyes looked down at the evenly scattered rocks. This is the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Lin Yuan and Mei Qiao entered a cave together. Mei Qiao spoke up. I can't believe there's a hidden dungeon in this stone forest. But there are only two of us. Are you sure this is okay? Lin Yuan thought to himself. In my past life, there was only a single photo of this dungeon's entrance on the forum. There was no other information. Hidden dungeons are risky, but the rewards are massive. I have to go in, even without any info. If I recall correctly, you were the one who insisted on coming. Mei Qiao laughed nervously. I was just a little curious. Don't worry, I won't fight you for any loot drops. I just want to tag along for the experience. He replied coldly. Since you're here, you follow my orders. Let's go. The entrance is right in front of us. His footsteps finally came to a halt. Lin Yuan's serious gaze looked down below. This is an underground ruin of the Aztec civilization, an ancient tomb. In the lore of the immortal world, the Aztec civilization was one that worshipped death. They pursued the soul's transcendence, an immortal state, and possessed extremely powerful corpse crafting techniques. But that civilization fell into ruin hundreds of years ago. Mei Qiao's voice trembled slightly. I have a really bad feeling about this. Both of them looked up as the dog-headed miner opened the lid. Suddenly, Lin Yuan turned his head, hearing a mosquito-like buzz. Wait a minute. A flash of green light suddenly shot towards them. Lin Yuan's body quickly dodged the blow. It was too fast. The green light then switched its target to Mei Qiao. The swift beam struck her body directly. Common Vengeful Spirit, level 17. HP, 4500. Attack, 530. Defense, 45. Skill, Entangling Hatred, Endless Pursuit. Countless monsters appeared, surrounding the three of them. Mei Qiao was severely injured, unable to move her body anymore. Lin Yuan immediately stood in front of Mei Qiao. Doghead, get her out of this instance, now. The dog-headed leader instantly grabbed Mei Qiao and bolted. She quickly took out a few potions. Mei Qiao immediately tossed them towards Lin Yuan. These potions can temporarily boost your stats. Lin Yuan instantly charged forward. A system notification appeared. Use Agility Enhancement Potion on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Agility increased by 10%. Use Attack Enhancement Potion on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Damage increased by 10%. Use Defense Enhancement Potion on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Defense increased by 10%. Lin Yuan immediately attacked a mob of black vengeful spirits. That main monster is an expert at ambushes. I'll clear this mob first, then focus on it. With just a few simple moves, he took down a large number of monsters. Lin Yuan continued to charge forward at a terrifying speed. With his keen senses, he glanced over, noticing something closing in. Quick as a flash, Lin Yuan spun around, swinging his sword to block a surprise attack. This thing's smarter than I thought. It even knows how to seize an opportunity. A large beetle was knocked back by Lin Yuan's attack. He was surprised. It's just a bug with 0 defense, yet I couldn't deal any damage. It must have some kind of special defense mechanism. The system announced once again. Aztec Empire's Special Fiend Monster. Level, unknown. HP, 100. Attack, 1000. Defense, 0. Skill, Immortal Execution. Lin Yuan chased after the beetle. Its incredible speed and extremely powerful single-target damage could completely compensate for its own weaknesses. I absolutely will not let you escape, Lin Yuan shouted. Thunder Scorpion. He immediately summoned a giant scorpion to block the fiend beetle's path. With its agility, it easily escaped the magical beast that Lin Yuan had just summoned. Lin Yuan refused to give up. Don't even think about running. He summoned another demonic beast to attack the divine scarab. The moment its speed faltered, Lin Yuan leaped high, aiming straight for its underbelly and thrusting down. The sword's tip finally struck the softest part of the beetle's body. No matter how demonic it was, Lin Yuan growled and thrust with immense force, causing the point of impact, where the divine scarab was stabbed to crack open in a long line. He exerted all his strength, shattering the surrounding ground and creating a massive shockwave. Die. Lin Yuan panted heavily. Although each hit only chipped away at its health, it had no means of escape. Its death was only a matter of time. In front of him were the devastated remains of the battle. The system showed its health dropped to 0. Lin Yuan held out his hand. Excellent, now fight for me. A blue light rose from the divine scarab's corpse as its spirit manifested. Lin Yuan was surprised. Oh, it even has a spirit? This is an unexpected bonus. Where are you trying to lead me? The divine scarab's spirit flew up, darting towards the coffin. Lin Yuan quickly followed it. That coffin? You mean you can open it? The divine scarab's spirit settled on the lid, and an intense light erupted from within. Faced with this surprising power, Lin Yuan mused. No wonder there was no info about this hidden dungeon on the forums in my past life. It turns out this step required the divine scarab's active cooperation. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, player. You have received a book of curses, which allows you to pay a price to select a skill to learn. A strange book containing immense power emerged from the coffin, and the system listed the skills. Damage Amplification, Level 1. Curse a group of enemies to increase the damage they take by 50%. The price is max health minus 200 points. Vision Reduction, Level 1. Curse a group of enemies to decrease their field of vision. The price is vision minus 50 points. Weaken, Level 1. Curse an enemy to reduce their damage output. The price, attack minus 100 points. Damage Reflection, Level 1. Curse a group of enemies, causing the damage they deal to be reflected back at them. The price is strength minus 10 points. Terror Level 1. Curse an enemy, causing them to flee in fear. The price, spirit minus 5 points. Lin Yuan looked at the system. This was truly a civilization that worshipped death. All the skills were debuffs, and in terms of effectiveness, none were easy to dispel. Lin Yuan paused on the damage amplification skill. He decided to choose the one with the strongest practical combat use. Losing 200 max health points for it isn't a big deal to me. The scarab zombies make up for my weakness in assassination and finishing blows, while the curse is better for large-scale battles. Plus, with the Shadow Spirit's ability to remove crowd control, I can target key enemies in a fight more precisely. The system displayed the details for Damage Amplification Level 1, an effect that curses a group of enemies, increasing the damage they take. Damage increased by 50%, consuming 40 mana. An 8-second cooldown that cannot be upgraded through proficiency, needing the next cursed tome to be unlocked. Lin Yuan looked down at the dark jewel wraiths he had just killed. The race of these monsters is undead, so they can't be revived, but that's not important. He thought as he walked. The scarab's paralysis effect combined with high-speed stealth ability. The next time I see that snake controller, he won't escape so easily. A system notification appeared. ATCH Empire's Scarab Zombie. A special monster. Level unknown. 100 health. 1000 attack. 0 defense. Skills. Immortal Execution. Undead Body. Immortal Skill Effect. All damage inflicted upon the Scarab Zombie is converted into an execution that deals damage to the enemy equal to 200% of its attack, with a 50% chance to trigger a paralysis effect lasting 60 seconds. Undead Body, immune to fear, deadly poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding effects. Lin Yuan strode out confidently. Now it's time to go back and prepare for the shop. I must start stocking up on alchemy potions. Suddenly, Mei Qiao's scream echoed. Mei Qiao, covered in injuries, was thrown violently toward Lin Yuan. He looked up and asked, "Who's there?" Far away on the cliffs, a group of people were looking down at Lin Yuan and Mei Qiao's position. A man who appeared to be the leader sneered. "Hey kid, did you accept that little girl's quest? Don't you know she's been blacklisted by our Raging Flame Guild? It seems you're tired of living." Mei Qiao sat up and warned Lin Yuan. "Find a chance to get away later. They're targeting me. These amateurs insisted on taking my quest only to get wrecked by the monsters. Now they have the audacity to come back and extort me." The leader roared. "You damn hag. If it wasn't for helping you fight those stone men, my brothers wouldn't have lost all their levels. You have to pay this debt. If you don't cough up 30 gold coins, don't even think about leaving here alive today." While he was rambling, he suddenly froze, his face contorting as a black aura surrounded him. He saw his teammates were also being attacked by the mysterious black aura. "What's happening?" A healer panicked. "We're screwed. This is Lin's curse technique." Lin Yuan rubbed his neck. "Don't even think about leaving here alive." He thought to himself. A perfect chance to test my new skill combo with the Divine Scarab. Mei Qiao stood behind him, sweating nervously. The system announced the activation of a damage amplification skill. The enemy healer was still struggling with the curse. The leader raged, "You're useless. You can't even dispel a single measly curse." The healer struggled. "It's not that, boss. I've never seen this type of curse before." At the same time, a system notification sounded. Dispel attempt failed. Cannot be dispelled. While she was still trying to break the curse, the leader refused to give up. "Damn it, don't think a sneak attack will get you anywhere." He remained arrogant. "It's just a simple curse. We have 4 people. Handling you will be a piece of cake." Suddenly, the mage was struck by a massive force, stunning everyone. When did he even attack? The healer was thrown against a rock, unable to move. Lin Yuan waved his hand, unleashing a wave of power. He used the curse to amplify damage, then sent the divine scarab, with its high mobility to focus on the enemy healer. This makes my fighting style much more flexible. The leader of the Raging Flame Guild hesitated to charge. Hurry, he must be on cooldown. Kill him now. He summoned a whirlwind. This guy only fights using summons. He must be a ranged type. The other two charged forward on command. Yes, sir. Lin Yuan just smirked and drew a sword. This shocked the members of the Raging Flame Guild. What? He's drawing a sword too. Lin Yuan swung it lightly. Too bad. You're completely wrong. His strike sent them flying. The unleashed divine scarabs attacked relentlessly. What the hell is this thing? How should I know? Attacking it only deals 1 point of damage. The leader took a heavy blow, crying out in pain. Lin Yuan strode forward, looking down with contempt. The leader still couldn't believe it. Impossible. How could you defeat my entire team so easily? What level are you anyway? The coward continued. I can't believe the hag found a helper like you. How about you join my Raging Flame Guild? How much is that hag paying you? I'll pay double. No, 5 times as much. Lin Yuan noticed something. There are still people hiding here? Without hesitation, Lin Yuan summoned a beast, commanding it to shut them up and die. The leader couldn't react in time as the system announced the activation of the corpse explosion skill. He let out a scream. A moment later, in the forest, the treetops shook violently. 3 cloaked figures were fleeing when one suddenly stopped, panting. Was that just a coincidence? Or have we been discovered all along? Lin Yuan suddenly appeared. Just as I thought, there are still 3 little rats here. One of them yelled, "Watch out, spread out." Lin Yuan slammed a powerful blow into the ground, stunning them. He observed them carefully. Something's not right. The skill of this group and the Raging Flame Guild are worlds apart. Are they from a different faction? The 3 of them backed away in a panic. Suddenly, the 3 of them decided to attack. The one with the crossbow ordered, "We've been exposed, let's attack." Use that move. The other 2 followed suit. Roger. Lin Yuan tilted slightly to dodge the incoming arrows, while a whip lashed out at his legs. He quickly planted a hand on the ground. His body sprang into the air, completely evading their attack. Lin Yuan taunted, "Show me all the fancy tricks you've got." A man with an axe angrily leaped towards Lin Yuan. "You arrogant bastard, go die." He just gently swung his sword to parry.